我们会让巨窟州再次经典。我们将在公司加班，在公交和地铁加班，我们将在卧室和厕所加班，不惜一切代价。我们绝不放弃，我们会让巨窟州再次伟大。
欢迎收看大型纪录片之《老杰宝让巨窟州再次伟大》。本节目由无极帝国军事特约赞助播出。巨窟州是一个让人又爱又恨的巨窟州。当几十朵反魂花降临，整个江湖开始苏醒。记录员老杰宝端起他的旧相机，准备对回归玩家展开调研。岳三是今天的第1名回流玩家，今天是他回游的第1天。研究完今日的 OOTD， 激情满满的准备加入反魂花大军。
一肩之锐，所向披靡。
他和好友骂骂咧咧地前往返魂坛。这些英雄谁跟谁呀，根本活不下来。
没事儿，三哥，你搜了这么久，还是白刀白甲，这波咱们记了不亏。
老杰宝听在耳里，痛在心里，光速召集小杰宝，计划对巨窟州做出以下建设性改动。他大手一挥，将近几年省吃俭用的所有家底全部掏出来，建设到美丽巨窟州的每一个角落，提高了物资的投放密度。部分神秘大奖被抠搜的老杰宝埋得比较深，杰友们可以通过采集、挖矿、探索获取。一起回来打劫不？掐喽！最后，老杰宝私聊了山海赛季之后上线的英雄们，以后不用来新版巨窟州上班了。
回流的杰友宝宝们和你们不熟。
胡图为是今天的第2位观察杰友。今天，他带着小相好神很妙一起回归巨窟州，在大厅做完一系列你侬我侬的动作后，夜晚，他们仍在你侬我侬。突然，神很妙侧后方斜坡上射来几只近视与数不清的冲弹，神很妙在面前化为浑种。胡图为愤怒地开启奥义，刚猛的斗气舞幻化而出，他的速度很快，逃跑的速度快得让众人望尘莫及。他嘴里念叨着：“不打架的世界有什么不好？巨窟州的世界太残酷了，我们都没法好好填双，就像我们曾经夺钱那样。我要创造一个只有妙的世界。”痛，太痛了！老杰宝再次听在耳里，痛在心里。原地召集巨窟州土木工程部，平地砌了一栋高楼。在这里，人与人之间没有杀戮，只有生存的希望和老杰宝留下的各种宝藏。但由于老杰宝搭楼没有获得上面同意，此地只能维持150秒。但我想，这对他们在这个残酷的世界已经足够了。请问你现在幸福吗？
我姓胡。
敌！什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？擎天铠甲，出体！几位老家的车马上就要开了，我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。铠甲，出体！没有机会了。
欢迎来到 MSC， 你现在正在收看的是2026永劫无间季中冠军赛的比赛现场。大家好，我是任栋，我们在中国上海向各位问好。来自各大赛区的顶尖豪强齐聚一堂，在接下来2周内将向本次的冠军发起冲击。究竟谁能够捧起冠军奖杯？让我们拭目以待。接下来欢迎战队登场。首先，让我们有请的是3排战队中国大陆赛区成都 Wolves 欧游记。成都狼队小南、扎克、奈何桥。欧游记匹克、苏苏、小玉宝。接下来，让我们有请中国大陆赛区 RW 东南亚赛区 Lobby 28。RW 战队张萌、方圆、子龙。Lobby 28 DR29 吉他乐福。接下来，让我们有请中国大陆赛区成都积极亚服赛区 MVP。成都积极战队陈江生、李新淼330。MVP 李桃子、若竹、石云、分红。接下来，让我们请出中国大陆赛区 XKG 北美赛区 YM。XKG 图图、俊贤、张新兰。YM 樊荣、麻辣川菜配冰可乐，兰博、姑。接下来有请中国大陆赛区 TE 欧洲赛区 HEX。TE 战队小恶魔谭旭杰、晚风。HEX 杏子、吴怡、乐森、柯瑞安。接下来，让我们欢迎中国大陆赛区 SR 东南亚赛区 VN 521。SR 战队小豪、小懒、南有希。VN 521潘皮、牛奶哥、赤木、鹰。预祝所有3排战队都可以在本次季中冠军赛中取得理想的成绩。接下来，让我们有请单排选手登场。首先，让我们有请中国大陆赛区 TE 吴峰、北京 DRG 小若。接下来，让我们有请中国大陆赛区 OUG Spider 亚服赛区 OWN 泽尔。 接下来，让我们请出中国大陆赛区北京微博 Gaming vs 北美赛区 SUN Tryhard。接下来，让我们有请中国大陆赛区 S2 Mike， 欧洲赛区 BWG 仔。接下来有请中国大陆赛区成都七级陈世杰，东南亚赛区 SS1 笑龙。接下来有请中国大陆赛区 WFG 轩辕，东南亚赛区 VN521 北极星。跨越春夏，群雄赴约，让我们一同静待各路英雄以刃为笔，书写属于自己的无间传奇。2026永劫无间季中冠军赛现在开始。
我们在很多地方都会跌倒。
渊源很早的就给抬走了，淘汰了。渊源自己没有法面对2个5城。
但是我始终相信，那些都只是自己的磨刀石。回想到去年季中赛的话，我感觉自己发挥的没有特别好。
对面手起刀落，快刀斩乱麻，并没有给到轩辕更多抢这个击败的机会。
对自己特别的难受吧，会给自己特别大的压力。
轩辕也是被对面 BOSS 直接拿下。
轩辕这把走的比较早，而且是带了2个击败走的。
像之前的一直在积分中游，或者一直开了赛点然后灌不了，这种情况比较多。
在这个位置，但轩辕这里的话，这个
再被踩，升龙
是在暗域里没有生效。
然后这种情况比较多了之后，我就没有太把比赛就是当回事了吧，没有太大压力了，就是我更能发挥出自己的实力了。就是我可能能想到啥就玩啥，可能我一把没有玩过，但我想玩我就玩。
张继林直接开打，正刀一刀砍，再补一个开大。这里练武想要试图打一下，但是在面对自己的哥哥还是无力回天。
欢迎 WFG 轩辕。
刚拿下春季赛总冠军的话，对于我目前的心态来讲，不知道算是帮助还是干啥，反正就是我感觉该吃吃，该喝喝，该打打嘛。
意想不到，
再一个刀直接带走，
传人点吗？起身，这么起身，这么一个贼人，
就是没有那么大压力，对于比赛而言，还是怎么其他方面而言，就压力比较小了。对，只要自己发挥好了，比什么都重要。
那去做有阵，出去革命，关了轩辕。
我们在很多地方都会跌倒，都会干什么？但是我始终相信，那些都只是自己的磨刀石，都只是会让我自己变成更强大的一步。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mid-Season Challenge of 2026 for Naraka BLADEPOINT. My name is Severio, alongside Creatives. And this year, we're starting this off with the challenge happening in China for 2026. And I'm excited, C8. You've been here last year for MSC, and you'll be able to kind of witness these things firsthand for the first time back in the EWC.
Yeah, man, I'm excited, man. Just like that year passes by, I'm never gonna forget 2025 MSC at EWC. I mean, it was my first LAN, so for me personally, it holds a very big space in my heart. But yeah, man, I mean, I think we have a lot to talk about here, Severio, right? This year for MSC, right? We have a group stage for this year, which last year it was a one-day format for both solos and trios, but now we're back into the group play. I mean, everything's changed, right? We have structure that's different. We have the format is different too as well. We have that martial arts that got implemented in the beginning of the year. We have a new champion now as well, that being XY taking the spring finals. We have our last year's MSC winner, that being Spider, under a whole new brand, now being OUG, now swapped out with Mike. I mean, it's just so many things that have concluded since that time until now. And I mean, we're just gonna jump right into it. I mean, it's just so much, right? We can just sit here and talk about it all. We gotta do it quick though, Severio. But I'm just top of my head, right? Yeah. Lobby's looking pretty much similar for NA, EU, and AS. We have both. We have all three players, Zay, Tryhard, and Zeldich, back this year for the 2026 season here for the mid-season challenge. Going back for that redemption. Last year, all those three players didn't have a great day there for that MSC, but like I mentioned, that group stage, man, that group stage is going to give these players a lot more feel of how it works here in the, you know, against the Pro League players. And yeah, it's gonna be a fight for the throne, and I'm just super excited to see how day one's gonna play out. And yeah, I don't know, Severio. I don't even know what to expect today.
Yeah, for real. I mean, the only thing too is just kind of seeing where the meta has shifted from last year to this year. But bringing out the verses, bringing out that first off-rip drop into the 1v1s, kind of gives a huge determination on how the players are feeling. Now, today, this is going to be coming down to what we've expected to see for a lot of the CM players. Verse being one of those players to kind of give a round of applause for him, right, as a team player for the spring season and the summer and the autumn season, and winning those out. But since XY took the champion trophy this last season, one thing's for certain, that's going to be exactly who we're going to be looking out for today. One other part of it is this too, making sure you guys are aware, right? We're rocking into the most newest current patch that's been available for the for the live servers, but more importantly, kind of seeing what things are shifting out. For instances, since now we're down from that 12-player lobby down to 8, the amount of action inside of this is going to be a little bit more, it's going to have to be a little bit more stalemate-y, right? A lot of players have to understand that they have to be more patient off-rip. Even though they can earn themselves a lot of gold nowadays, it's just more about seeing where the economy or the macro aspect comes into play. Some players would be introduced here, though, that have come through again from the global side. One being Tryhard, representing NA as a representative for NA as well, seen with Zay coming in here for BWG from EU. And one part of this is this, right? One of the players that kind of come through over and over again, has been Tryhard, but Zay's been trying to make sure he can keep his spot and not being able to get knocked out. But his teammates are going to be kind of, making sure he gets along, because some of these guys are returning for like the 17th time it feels like on the global stage. I'm talking about you, Zeldich. Zeldich has been here in terms of one of the players from the AS server. He's been able to kind of make his strides over and over and over again. So for some of these guys, it's kind of a no-tell, right? But when we have some players that, may not be playing today, such as with Mark from SR, right? 521's Light Polaris, those are, contenders in terms of it. I'm putting both of those guys in the same sentence because Light Polaris has gotten a lot better over the course of the year. But guys, this is going to be the schedule as we break this down. It's going to be for June 23rd today up until the 28th in a row, 6 days, 3 for 3, 3 solos, 3 trios. Through groups A and B for today, B and C for solos, or for trios tomorrow, then A and C for solos on the 25th. On the 26th is group A and B for trios, B and C for the 27th of June. 28th of June is going to have A and C for trios. Our grand finals are going to be on the 4th of July. For Americans, what that means, right? But for the 5th of July, that's going to be for our trios grand finals. If I'm not mistaken, this should be an invitational. If not, but we should see that. Now, what it's going to be kind of the concurrent, that group stage means that you'd have at least another day to compete. MSC last year, it was a one and done. You get what you get. That's it. Just got to make it count. But this is going to be our group information. C8, just break it down for us real quick.
Here we go. 4-man groups. So Group A, XY, Tryhard, Zay, and Zell all in that Group A. Group B is going to be Wufang, Verz, Ruo, and Frost. Group C, Chen, Lipo, Mike, Spider. And then for 521, we also have a Kame that has lined up there for VN 521 joining Lipo. So we might have a swap in between the matches. We might not, but that is a possibility there for 521. They do decide to slot in their sub player, that being a Kame there for 521. But yeah, Severio, I mean, like you mentioned, right, big format change. that's the major one that I see, right? It's that big only one day we had for last year's MSC back in the EWC. Now you're back into that group stage. These players, these global players have, you know, a little bit more time. It's not a lot of time. It's only 2 games that or 2 days that you get to play, right? It's still a very short circuit matches, but overall, you do have a little bit more of that feel. And I feel like this is right here, that major game 1. I think this is one of the big parts where the global side has to really, you know, get accustomed to as fast as possible. They have been practicing under this format, especially for the MSC qualifiers that we'll talk about in just a second as well. But right now, you know, you hang with the big dogs, man. You got straight CM pros in the lobby with you in these isolated 1v1s, and we see our lineups. We're gonna be having Verse against XY for our first round for Group 1. Group 2, we got Frostovis and Ruo there, and for Group 3, Wufong and Zell. Zay and Traha are gonna be going at it there for that Group 4, which is a very, very exciting thing to see. Both of these players very well aware of each other. You know, they've been friends for a while, so seeing them going up against each other in their first round of game 1 for the martial arts solo is gonna be fun to watch for sure. But yeah, right, that structure right there, that game 1, it's a big change that happened there into the 2026 league for the Pro League. And, you know, we saw a little bit of the pro players having to have a little bit more time to get accustomed to that. Possibly behind the scenes, you know, I don't really keep up with all the pro players, but I'm pretty sure, you know, they hit up the zero bands a lot harder, knowing that game 1 does give you, you know, now with no kill multiplier as well, kind of gives you that free, you know, game on top with that 2.5, right? You know, only 8 players in the lobby. 2.5 doesn't sound like a lot, but that can be a big decider in these lobbies to, you know, if you qualify or you don't. So overall, game 1 still very, very important. For me personally, I'm gonna be looking at the meta. You know, it's felt like we haven't had Naraka for so long. It just felt so long that we haven't seen the Pro League there since that spring finals. I know I wasn't able to, you know, be around for the finals. So, you know, for me, meta, gonna see if anything changed. What was that character? Zai. We'll see some pro players playing Zai. One of them being Frostovis. Not sure if she's gonna be making it into that 8th slot, potentially even higher. We saw the whole meta shift, right, Severio? I mean, from top to bottom, everything shift completely. Last year, we were just looking at the replays there. We had a Wu Chen in the highlights last year. So, you know, 12-man formats did bring out one of those, you know, those personality picks there for last slot. But now today, it's gonna be a lot different there with an 8-player format.
No, for real. And also, shout out to our mods in the chat. Now they're doing the predictions and all that stuff, so y'all pay attention. But, you know, one thing is for certain, Shayo, we seen her having a rise and having a fall. This being those current up-to-date patch means that she's at her point of peak again. I think she's actually something that to be wary of. Her free tap dodge off of her combo break with the V2 has now been something that players are just utilizing up to the utmost. She's a rage-based ultimate now too, so she just basically consumes that, you know, over half of her rage of like 55% on a cast, and then she comes back up, and if she needs to cancel it, she's back to good. I think she's a top 3 pick now. You know, we've seen these phases being rotated over and over, right? We've seen Akko's rise and we've seen him fall, right? And Xun Huan Li is the same case. He's been here since 2020. I mean, this guy has been menace, you know, Menaceville. But one part is that these players are kind of working around who's going to be their best in slot, because disengage is a big thing, that green focus, big change from last year. A lot of players are getting a lot used to it because they need to understand that they can't get for a full infinite combo. That is no longer the case. They have to try to find the best maximization of just what can you do if you catch them in the refocus. Are you going to go for the grapple? Are you going to anticipate where they're going to end up? You see some of these guys looking for dash LMBs with longsword, whip sword to try to catch that, or if they end up going through with it, switching over to a flying knife. So, you know, finding themselves into a catch. Just going for real quick blue focus damage, but more so in this 1v1 ban, this is going to be something where a lot of closed units, such as like with the Syra, with Fairy Shen, may just be still a staple in those picks, Akko's especially, but since Akko's got that nerf on the damage on the F2, right, that's going to be something only in solos, by the way. That's going to be something to think about if the players find him to be a little bit of a mediary 3rd round pick, or if they're just going to opt in for Tumult more often.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Personally, I think that F2, I think that his overall kit was in that ult, right? How strong that ultimate was there with Akko's. And if you're able to catch that F2 right after as well, it's just so much confirmed damage that you were able to get with that alone. But like I said, I haven't seen any of the changes, so I'm here going in blind. The Shayo thing sounds interesting. Temmie though, man, I know XY got me with a Temmie staff. We know we're gonna see at least one Temmie today here for game 1. That being XY, that we did have the pleasure to see him play for today's matches. So I wouldn't knock off not seeing XY on Temmie. As always, Temmie just his staple character overall. But yeah, what do we see? Kylan was a big change that kind of caught a lot of these players off guard towards the end of that spring split season. Therefore, the Pro League, big success there on that character, was being selected around 4th through 6th. And then I remember, I think I don't know, it was the finals or the week before that, or towards the very end of the season, he jumped up in the ranks. Players stopped, really relying on that Akos, like you mentioned. The Akos was always picked phase 1 for the majority of the spring season. And I mean, I said this multiple times, especially to you, Severio, where I didn't really understood it. Like, I understood that he's very strong, but the value in these lobbies, we didn't really see him get that with a massive pop-off, like, win with the players that selected, Akos for round 1. But, in a lobby like this, it's a lot of factors that you gotta come into play. It could be, you're getting fully looked at, whatever the case can be, right? But, whoa. Char.
Yo, you look a little different, bro. Oh, look at the face. Oh, I saw that. It's crazy too. What's kind of the case is that Akos, his rising use has always been like that first round pick phase. I mean, his ultimate is something just to keep on fearful watch, because a lot of characters just get negated by his ult. Basically, you're trying to hold for him, and all of a sudden he's in gold focus or purple focus at least. And then all of a sudden you get caught by the pounce. He's just gonna go ahead and concede for some little bit of chip damage here and there. And even though some players take him without really finding much value for themselves, so to speak, what's gonna be kind of a hype bill is this, right? Akos pulls himself into one spotlight. Shout out to Revel.
Yeah, just like that, right? Yeah. Say on the screen, ready to be locked in for that game 1. See how did it go? But yeah, game 1. It's gonna be very exciting to watch. Players loading up to our lobby. I'm sure you guys didn't hear a word we say, but we're back. We're back. Wufong, right? Wufong now. World's winner, J-Cup winner. I haven't talked about Wufong. Wufong had a rough spring season. Obviously he did not find the value that he was looking for throughout his whole 2026 start. I would say this is a major redemption arc for him, especially coming off that J-Cup win, right? You go in, you win J-Cup, and just come on into the next season, and you just don't have the success that you've been looking for. From you touching glory, and then you coming back, and it's just the worst thing that you can hope for. So this is definitely something major here for Wufong, I would say. MSC, a lot of these players, I know this means a lot to them, just for the fact of how Spider reacted from last year, how he won 2025 season. He was very emotional when he picked up the trophy. We saw it there right after our games, just how much it meant to him being able to win out that 2025 season, the mid-season challenge. But yeah, overall, players loaded in. Gonna wait and see how this pans out. What are you excited to see here, Severio? I mean, we got some global legs in play, and we also have some veterans. So, who you looking at today?
I think I kind of want to put words still towards Verse, man. I still have Verse on my board in terms of still being on the top players. I mean, even though he is previous season winners, on that. I think it's kind of good to back it up, you know, because he's got that experience on his hand. Now, obviously, we got our global players going through all good in the hood with, you know, try hard beating in here. But, you know, it's kind of interesting to see how he's going up against Zaya. This, you know, this is, you know, the fellow brethren, right, in terms of the crew stage. So when it comes down to these guys in the 1v1, his next fight might be up against Zeldin, might be against Wufong, or it could be against Frostbus, right? And these guys are on this trifecta, you know, triarchy of just being able to fight against one another, whether through practice, off of scrims, or just off stream, just making sure they can get themselves, you know, ready to go for the global seasons, global competitions. And then there's Ruo, you know, Dark Horse for finals. This man literally just seeped into grand finals for spring, able to come through there. So maybe he'd be able to be one of the, you know, the choice picks for some players that end up picking out, you know, the 1 in 10,000 odds.
I just want to apologize. I want to apologize to Ruo. Like you said, I mean, he had like a massive turnaround at the end of the season for 2026. So, you know, I completely forgot. Like I said, it felt like forever that we had any Naraka, but we are loading up our first game. XY gets first, being started off here with a tumult, and therefore a Farrier there for first with a massive dagger and XY on the staff.
Yeah, and XY looking to hold the LMB here. Doesn't get any value off the dagger, getting a lot of chip off of this, and even though the ult is still up, he does not want to eat a blue focus here. He's getting chipped off. He's going to use his ultimate in a position, but I think it might be Primo. Looking for the LMB uppercut, gets himself a re-whisk on the catch. That's going to be one to the next. Let's see though he continues it.
Woo, but the combo break comes into play. The fair mech now called in there for Verse. Was forced to invest that ultimate there. That TOD was being implemented, but we do have that green focus. It was still going to even out the health there between both of those players in XY. Now, has to stay on top of that fairy mech to avoid that line of sight, to avoid getting hit by any of these missiles. You see him now investing all the grapples to his name here until that ultimate fully runs out. This is a full stall game, but the missile shots are still connecting there onto XY, the D-Mech. Now, F called in for the fair verse. F called in for the tumult there being XY, and we're back to neutral between both of these players.
Yep, Scare rushing in and out, knowing he's going to get his LMB. He potentially walks out the RMB, and no further movement on the stanchion. No, obviously for XY, he holds RMB here. He tries to go through the stanchion release. He doesn't get anything. He still has that wisp, right? The horizontal hold check on the verse right now would be something to kind of think about, but the soul break confirms into the RMB. That's a kill confirmation. Everyone's smiling. Everyone's having a good time. It's going to be a position right now. But look at Frosty. This man got a clasped hand. He's like, let me think about that for a second, because now it's going to be into the round 2. This is going to be the fight up to now between the Spear Tarka, class eco from XY. But WBG's verse is going to bring out his Akos, and he's going to bring with the fist plays. This is going to be one of those natural out picks.
Yeah, I mean, fist plays, right? Super strong, especially here in these isolated ones. We see the value of it all throughout the 2026 season there for the Pro League. XY Fireball lets it loose. Burn damage connects. The 1.0 good there for Verse. Cancels it there. Insta ults there. XY now going for the raw uppercut. Catches the second. The third as well. Big damage. Every RB doesn't connect, but the RB mid dodge. LB Prowl 1, 2, 3. Sends it now. Forces out the Akos to back on up. And, you know, talk's been happening for a long time ago that the Akos is a better target, but right now it looks different.
Yeah, it does look different. He gets an iframe through that V1 recast. And of course, for XY, having the fireball and waking up for the player, goes for the scare rush, gets the RMB stagger, walks out for the LMB, and fireballs through the blue focus 1.0. Now, that's going to be a waste of a catch off the F2. But for Verse, all he needs to get caught by one clink. He gets the LMB, the neutral, the grapple bump is free for the RMB. The corner is his. Disengagement is up. One release is all he could go for. If he releases it, will Target look for the parry? No, he won't. Jump LMB, kill confirm.
Wow. And he was forced to engage there. He triple dodged out, so his stand bar was very low there. And you saw him grapple on in and go for the air LMB there to confirm the elimination. Now, 1-1 apiece here between arguably the best players in the league, XY and Verse. Very exciting match to start off. What do we have? Dagger in play for XY here on the 1.0. Big damage, but the Yoda Heman now ultimate is going to be invested from Verse early on. The Clink comes in off the storm form there from the Great Sword ult. Now XY is going to respond here with the ultimate. He's looking for the overhead.
He threw the spear, bro. You saw that?
There it is. Yeah.
He's like, wait a second. He did that to the skies. What's crazy is for Verse, I mean, he gets his hit. He gets all his health back. Oh my god, look at that. 100% HP. As for XY, I mean, all he's got is one F2 on a dream. And he only has a couple of seconds left before he gets his spear back up. But will it be enough time? I mean, XY is going to be holding this down immediately on the pillar. And the F2 comes out, and these guys are on this Tradeville.
Yeah, there goes the Clink comes in. Beautifully done there between both players. Clink times 2, looking for the F recast. Nice weave there from Verse. Now the F there from the Yodohime, trying to go in there to apply the pressure. Little bit of scare rush game here. Sends it, big pair that reverse. Now the damage is there, and the swing left and right there from XY. Say, please, no. But Verse with no, he's not gonna, he just doesn't care.
Doesn't care, man. I mean, he kind of telegraphed that horizontal to be thrown out there midair.
Yeah.
It's going to give it a little bit more movement. There's not a lot of time you can kind of hold out. And the worst part is XY knew if he threw the blue focus and he confirms exactly the same thing that happened earlier in the round, where the F2, the F1 Yodo recast just basically does 400 damage and he would have been gone regardless. But this next fight's going to be SS1's Frostfist on the Shayo first round at F2 V1. He's going to be going up against Ruo, and Ruo got the fist plates. He's on that Fairy Shen and he's locking in.
Let's see, the clink comes in. The dual blades in here for Frost. Ruo. Purple fist plays there on the Feria. Both players playing very passive. Tries to go for the jump F call in, but misses it ×2. There goes the F cast or the ult cast there into the 1-2. Big damages there from Ruo onto Frost. Now Frost trying to apply the pressure. Shy ultimate now invested here for Frostovich, trying to catch up here on the damage department. You see him sends it. Gets the last hit confirmation. Jump a beat. Forces out the Fairy mech now. Stall time in, but Frostovich eats up the Gooba Stomp. Trying to run away, and it looks like he is going to be having this pillar here for protection.
Remember, he uses every single shield block every time he has to proc it, but if he throws his shield, I mean, he look at him, 30% rage. He's still holding on to a little bit of time, and since the ultimate's going to be run out here, Frostfist, I mean, Ruo connects these shots. He can chain shot him, and he does. He gets 2 in a row, and since Frostfist has no ultimate, there's nothing to protect him from that. Now for this, chip damage comes out here. Frostfist takes the engagement, knows Combo Breaker has to be invested at some point. He goes for the full extensions, but the F2, remember that, boom, but he jumps. He was ready for it, and the LB uppercut in the opposite direction, one jump LB to the next, to the third one, and that's Ruo's victory. This was kind of a read on the telegraph. He missed his F2 off rip, though it didn't go into cooldown. The second time, it went on to cooldown, which kind of burned down Frostfist for a lot of time. He couldn't really get a chance in using that offensive-like ability, but pulling himself together with the ultimate, it was just a matter of time when the Fairy Shen just becomes a dominant force. But for round 2, Ruo on that Zenda Wu, bringing it up with a combo breaker. Frostfist on his Fairy Shen now, this time around with a staff. It's going to be a whip sword action, and seeing how Zenda kind of performs out here for Ruo for round 2.
Upson with a 1.0 forces out that F early there onto Ruo. See him now. Nice wheeler to avoid the F recast there for the Zenda. Massive ship here for Ruo. He's gonna go ahead for the confirmed damage into the jump LNB. Catches the RB ×2 with the jump LNB. Just clinking off of this, and that's just like glue, right? Sticking into those type dodges there with those jump LNBs. Now the ultimate is gonna be called in for both players. Frostovich has the safety net there of the mech. Ruo though, not afraid, goes on in, eats up the damage off the 1.0. Now unleashes the bow shots, does not connect there. That's a beautifully timed Frostovich ult there to avoid getting hit off with that damage. Now it's a stall game once again, and this is standard here in game 1. We see the Farriers being called out, and this is what they're known for. You're gonna go ahead and respect it, take your 4 reset in. Oh!
Wait, what's going on?
I thought that connected through that.
Yo, wait, this is big brain from Ruo, bro. My man dropped the armor so he can take the tick damage off of that. Okay, I don't know, but this man is rushing forward, and Frost's like, whoa, what's going on here? LMB comes up. Doesn't get the confirmation on the stagger. That's okay. We walk right back for a hold check. Blue focus pitter patter almost gets parry. He holds WQ. Good man. With the combo breaker still up, means that he's still safe. Crouch LB comes out here after that catch. The slap wake up does not confirm here. Ruo goes ahead and walks out.
That was beautiful there to avoid that, but now gets caught up. Frostovich has to F there to stay up to avoid that. Goes for the parry, now gets caught up again. No combo breaker here for Frostovich. The damage confirmation is going to be massive here for Ruo. You see the follow-up as well. The green focus nearly gets clipped off of it, but Frostovich now responds. Gets caught up with the LNB, jump LNB, and it's just like glue, man. The whip sword, being able to track down all those tap dodges off wake up, just does a beautiful job there for Ruo, being sure that Frostovich had no time there to breathe. Now Zoltich. Another global player, this time around going against the J-Cup champion there for 2025, that being Wu Fong.
Yeah, it was crazy too, because I know that Zeldin is just like cracking his neck, you know. Man's gonna go ahead, go to work with a Shayo on fist blades, and hoping to see this against Wu Fong. Nonetheless, now the blue focus releases off the 1.0, and Zeldin still has a spotlight right now for that combo breaker, being the only one so far as Shayo. But catching this hit and burning out the beacon means that anchor is placed. Zell is holding on for dear life. He procs ultimate, and since Wu Fong goes go ahead and proc, he catches number 2. There's the first shield throw. It's confirmed. 1-2 won't go out. Zeldin is gonna still think about that beacon. He gets another V2. Now this is the problem, right? He's doing all this work for the damage, but once we take beacon, I mean, this man's gonna get a free reset basically. So everything comes down to this going for an honorable setup. Here's the LMB, the V1 is confirmed for nothing. The combo breaker is the only thing invested. Now Zeldin has a run for his life.
Yeah, stall game, needs to avoid this big mech, chasing him down. He lands on top of the player, doesn't get the hit confirmation there off the first missile. Wu Fong though is gonna go ahead and respect it, is gonna go ahead and take a pot as well. Zeldich though, Looking forward, the tap dodge is good so far. Jumps and gets sniped off that shot alone. Now taken to the skies, looking for the drop down. With no armor here off of this D-Mech, still avoiding these missile shots. Wufong not being able to connect off of that, only connects off of one. Wufong now back in the mix, sends it, no, gets parried. Beautifully done there from Wufong. Jump LB ×2. F called in for Zeldich, 1 HP in a dream now. The Hunter's in, the grapple buff there for the elimination. Beautifully done there for Wufong. Now with the upper hand in a 1-0 against Zeldich. Akos out for Zeldich. Tomok for Wufong, but playing the Fly Nice instead.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy too. These guys are smart now, because here's the thing. We've seen their preparation Glyph Boys having starting rage. They're operating on something else, most definitely looking for HP. In this case, we're going to see the setup here, whether or not they go ahead for it. The F2 Roar is tap dodge twice. Wufong, no energy in his hand. Zeldin, though, is going to pop out here and working, just making sure he can get that wake up on the LMB, but there he goes. Doom. There he gets caught. 1-2s, no 3-piece. I lied. Wufong goes ahead and he gets that release going on, and he's already pushing on his foe to no armor whatsoever.
Another sticky weapon, man. Just so much aggression off this weapon alone. You see both of these players goes up, but the V2 connects there for Zeldich onto Wufong. Is going to be forced to pop this ultimate. Does manage to weave it. The whisk does not connect though. Quick reset, going for the re-whisk. Tries to anticipate the tap dart, doesn't manage to do so. The third whisk is good, does manage to connect. There goes another whisk there for Wufong. Going in into the raw uppercut, into the whisk again. Goes for the shotgun burst ×2 because he did it early. Gets the full confirmation damage. And Wufong there with beautiful Tomok tech there to make sure he gets the reprile off that whisk. And you see it. The Fly Nice can do it too.
Yeah, man, was waiting for it. That was such a great read, man, too. Zelda wasn't even ready for that. And now we're going towards Brethren of a different cloth of this region's EU and NA. Now for Zay, he's running on the Yodohime combo breaker, right, with V1. Try out on the staff for the Farius Shen. Seeing how we have the nunchucks out here, Zay going to be operating on some devilish terms, man. He's looking for the R&Bs, making sure he can get the parry. He gets it. This is going to be succession here for the grapple to catch up here. We're looking for the LMB and burns out the combo breaker already.
Ooh. Yeah, that's massive there. He forces out that F there. Beautifully done with the grapple chase down off of that parry confirmation. Now you see the pressure onto Tryhard looking for to even out the damage, but now the Yoda ultimate to be invested. Jump LB, big damage is here for Zay onto Tryhard, forces him inside that mech, and now the stall time's in. And this is good here for Tryhard. The Google stop is good as well. Eats up the missile shot, and Zay now needs to try to retreat on back. Eats up 2 hits off of that missile. Now both players gonna be respecting the reset. Zay's ultimate nearly gone now, or completely gone, I should say. So he's gonna be back to square one to neutral, but the missile shots still connect there for Tryhard. Zay now is to be entering this fight with no armor.
LMB comes out here midair and looking for the LMB catch again. Tryhard burns out the combo breaker and walks away. Space is up. Has combo breaker himself, but doesn't decide upon using it. He gets some nice clean tap dodges. Of course, he's gonna have to worry about the R&B. There is a horizontal release. He's still thinking about it. He gets the hits. He gets a jump LMB. That's gonna be a kill elimination off of that. I mean, the factor came out. Zay lost a lot of health going off of the cannon shots, but then we go into the second round. Now it's gonna be Akos Zay. Now it's gonna be Tryhard on the Akos as well. Both of them running the fist blades. And seeing how this is coming down towards this build, you can see it, right? I was talking about the HP versus no HP. And it looks like Tryhard's going to go and opt in for the initial starting rage. But Zay, I mean, 80 HP is 80 HP. You know what I'm saying? That's a clink. And now for everything coming in, these guys are going to be just playing face-off value. 1 roar media here from Tryhard taking this means he has to invest the ultimate. There was no questions about it. This is whether or not we're going to look at towards Zay eating a lot of HP, or he's going to match it, and there he goes.
There it is, but he saved his F, and now he reads the V2 beautifully done. Into the recaster off the lead. 1, 2, 3 jump LMB. Into the V2, big damage hit from Tryhard onto Zay. Now going for the follow-up jet LMB. Does manage to weave the second one as well. Tryhard has another V online. Doesn't manage to cast the part this time around. There it is. Confirms the slam down there off the Akko's ultimate into the chase down. Nice weave there to avoid that F as well. Beautifully done there from Tryhard. Nearly doesn't even get caught here or touched, I should say. Tries to go for the snipe down. Doesn't manage to connect. The Scare Rush nearly clips him, but doesn't manage to do so. Sends the 1.0. Zay, you see him there in the player cam like, what was that? Man, and unfortunate for him.
2.0.
0.9 first fight too.
Man's want to punch it out there, man. Now we're switching up. This is semifinal now. It's Tryhard. You know, he can't even sleep, bro. He can't even take a rest. He's gonna have to go up against Verse, Dagger, Farius Shen. We talked about that earlier. Now for this build up, I mean, Dagger. I like Dagger, Farius Shen. Right? Mike brought it up first time I saw it, and I was like, I like that. That thing is pretty good because it's just beacon drop free R&B LMB. Though for Verse right now, he's holding himself down, pulling out the staff hits. Get the combo breaker invested here for Tryhard, invested himself, and there's gonna be Verse burning it down. He's pushed away from his anchor, and this wall is gonna be his.
Yeah, massive parry bait there into the jump LMB. Oh, tries to go for the restand. Doesn't manage to connect though. Wanted to go for the full extension. But now you see it now. It's going to eat up the damage on the 1.0. Soul Break is good. Verse now trying to even out the health pool. Both players still staying in the pocket. The 1-2 is good there for Verse. Parry baits him now. Eats up another 1.0. The R&B LMB there from the dagger. It's just too good there. Staying in the pocket there for Verse. Making it look nice there on the dagger. Chara now is going to have to try to catch up here off of that, losing that round 1. Fist Blades here for Verse on the Akos. What do we have? Fist Blades as well there for Charhard on the Akos. So both players evenly matched here in the character and weapon pool. Both players respecting with the parry opener. Looking for the dodges. Verse can go ahead and invest the F from long range. Forces out the Akos ultimate as well. Now Verse is going to go ahead and weave that F. Beautifully done. You see Verse now going for the leap hit, but doesn't manage to connect. You see him playing very perfectly here on the spacing, but he gets caught up on this V2. Now the damage confirmation to be going towards Tryhard.
Yeah, working across this, he gets caught into a leap, and Versus can be like, okay, listen, I got a little bit of chance here. Boom, wake up. There's the LMB, connects, uppercut, into the V1. He needed to time it in because he needed a little bit of sustain. He needed to time it up. He's got the F2 roar, but it's tap dodge, right? Tryhard's looking for the release here. He's going to look into the catch up if he can get his F2. There is a gold roar, focused roar that's not going to come out. The 1.0 from Verse does, and the 1-2-3 gets revealed. No one was ready for that one. For Verse, this is all going to be about a hold on the tap dodge, and he throws it again and again.
Man, the no mix-up. That's the beauty about that weapon. You dodge and you're right back into it, man. And so it's like an added 25% from the 50-50 if he's going to release or not. So, I mean, you see it now once again. Both players, Rue and Wufang, both running the fist blades for this round. But this time around, we have the Farriers out for both of these players. What do we have? Beacon down for Wufang, off rip, forces out the F there for Rue. Now Rue is going to respond. The beacon of his own doesn't manage to catch the prio due to the pillar. See Wufang though playing a little bit more patiently there behind the pillar. Rule's going to respect it, going to create a little bit of that space there to try to find a better opening for himself. But Wufang holding front and center of that beacon, does not really want to play too far away from there. You see him now just waiting this out. Both players just really stalling here. Nobody wants to be that main engager and start moving on in. As we see, Wufang though goes on in. The 1.0 is good. Jump LB for the confirmed damage as well. Staying in the pocket. Parry baits him. Catches prior off the tap dodge. Forces out the after for Wufang. But both Fs were offline or online, so Ruel can use it as well if he gets caught up. But the chip damage is going to be going towards Wufang's way. Ruel responds with a 1.0. Crash LB. 1-2s as well. Big damages. Catches the leap into the 1-2s on the ground. Just straight catching him off wake up as well. The jump LB ×2, and Rule just like that turns the tides around, manages to win out round 1 and just staying in his face, not letting him breathe.
I'd be smiling too, bro, and I'm like, I got that, man. You know, Wufang. So, all right, let me take a piece of this, let me get chewing gum right now, man. I'm ready for this next fight. So, this is going to be up to whip sword play. This is going to be coming for the Zenda Wu versus the Submerged. Usually, Submerged could win this out as long as he plays it out. I mean, get big bait on this end. There's the whisk throw, potentially, and that's going to be Oldcast to deny the whisk throw. Oh, my God, bro, this guy got it. 1-2, gets the 3-piece blue focus, and we're waiting for the Oldcast from Wufang.
There it is, weaves it there with the but gets cut off with the wisp. Beautifully done there for Wufang. Now catches Prowl. A second wisp, but manages to caught. What?
He canceled
just like that. Yeah. I mean, he had to. Does have that combo break ultimate there. So what save? But now we see back into the pocket. Wufang staying active on the Temi fly. Now it sends in the shotgun burst. Follow up is good as well. Big damage is there on Teruo. Catches Prowl. What's gonna be the mix up? Sends him in the air. Uppercut confirmation. Grapple bump 1, 2, 3. All that damage confirmed. Tries to delay wake up, but nice spacing there for Wufang to avoid getting clip off that R&B focus from the whip sword. Sends it. Big parry for Rule now onto Wufang. Now the help pool is even. Going for the jump parry. Has to have to stay safe in that goal form. Overholding. The whisk could connect if he throws behind the pillar, but a scare rush connects there for Rule to avoid getting clip off of that. Now they're back to neutral.
Bro, insane. R&B off of the combo breaker knockback. Can't do it, brother. That's it. That's going to be it. I mean, even that fast as the fly knives are. I mean, I was really surprised in seeing the scare rush off of that with the fly knives on the setup on the backhand since he parried him off. And since Wufang has his now fight up to tie to 1-1, it's going to be a Syra versus Yodohime. I saw Yodohime F1, by the way, from Muro, we saw from earlier. So being able to kind of corner off a Syra, I mean, he's got to put her in a weird spot for where she has to go for a clink or even for a slash, and then he can go off, get a little bit of knockback damage, do 40 damage, and rock back up. There's going to be Ruro, though, getting caught by an LMB and immediate on the F1, and still thinking about whether or not he should be holding it or going on foot towards Wufang's way.
First Syra showcase of the MSC here for 2026. Pretty staple though. We see her in these game ones. We don't see her in the BR, but we do still see her there in the game one from the 2026 spring season. But now Ruro gonna go ahead and invest this Yoda ultimate, looking for the hit confirmations. Now Wufong to respond with the Syra ultimate there. He should try to avoid the dazzle, goes up high, still weaving around. Doesn't get caught up. Beautiful scare rush there for Ruro to avoid getting hit off that dazzle. Now continue his pressure onto Wufong. The ult recast. Wait, he canceled it.
Nah, he got to end it. It was ended.
Oh.
F1. Unfortunate catch them caught into the grapple bump blue focus. F1 comes out again. He doesn't want to risk out the meter dump just in case. So even though he has the F1 recast, he gets a lot of damage. He's got 2 seconds to make this chance.
Yeah.
Look at this. Boom. There's the damage. It gets tapped on. It's okay. We hold blue focus. Clink off the horizontal. A little bit of a sketchy boat here for the block extreme. There it is. First proc. Tap dodge catches. Ruro goes down here after that grapple bump. That's going to give our Wufong, our Jacob winner from last year, now fight against Verse to his finals fight. Now, keep in mind, I mean, it's going to be up to these guys last fight. You know, 2 points on the line to take with them. I'm not sure in terms of where we're going through with this, but for Verse, I mean, like I said, he was my first prediction for this round. He's going to be the guy I'm going to root for here. As for Wufong, I mean, this is kind of a susceptible choice because he is Jacob winner 2025. Let's take a look and see, though. This is MSC Mid-Season Challenge and seeing if he can win out this first round so far.
Yep, grapple opener there for Wufong Verse. Be forced to pop this F here. One for the R&B. He's going to be forced to pop his beacon as well. Looks like he is going to be taking that Verse. First one in the mech. See. Ooh. Camera can't even track him. Just fast forward down. Wufong, though, eats up a lot of damage still. Oh, he dropped that armor like you mentioned earlier. Is that the tech? That's the tech now?
A little bit more armor heal, I guess. Man, I couldn't tell me, bro. Couldn't tell me, man. I couldn't tell you. Because maybe if they had a chance right there for the drop down in the armor, they'll be able to kind of just have it there and you know, use more sustain off of the vitality. Though for Wufong, he eats a little bit more than he can chew and swallow because now it's up to the LMB catches. If he can get one, I mean, he burns the combo breaker, but he still has his own. It's just a matter of choice on that beacon. He can get to it.
Shit, nah. F content for Wufong. Playing around the beacon. Look at the heartbeat monitors as well. Wufong at 121. He tried to play it cool, but we see your heart monitor. He's like, oh, you're not gonna move. But now he's gonna go ahead and respond with the missile shots onto Verse. Verse tries to take a pot. Does manage to get the powder in there for the armor. See him now trying to scatter away. Does manage to launch up those LMB focuses there off the dagger, staying on top of the head of the mech there to avoid line of sight. The Gooba stop is good. Missile shot connects this one times 2. Big damage there onto Verse. Triple shots there from Wufong into the follow-up missile shots, and Verse not being able to move in the air. You see Wufong being able to capitalize off of that situation, being the one to take the first round here in our finals against both of these players.
It was crazy too because, you know, Wufong had a little smirk on his face when he was waiting it out for the ult cap. But the crazy thing, he landed 2 Goombasop headshots right on the target. So him able to get that twice in a row, I mean, that's massive damage. And this is going to be a short scale fight. Molt versus Diakos. F2 ward, tap dodge on the end, and this man has a lot of energy to spare. Burns his combo breaker, instead it goes into this tap dodge, gets caught. Now it's all about the matter. There it is. Doesn't get the restand he was hoping for, but he's going to go ahead, see the jump opportunity here, making sure he can go for another little bit of chip and just waiting out for that whisk throw.
Yeah, let's see it though. Sends the 1.0, but I believe was up high, so doesn't get the full confirmation damage. Sends it again in his face. Triple dodges through, looking for the whisk shot. Doesn't manage to connect. Wufong has to try to get a full reset as fast as possible. This Tumult ultimate is about to run away. Does manage to weave that after from the Aquas, but the Aquas ultimate is still online, and there it is. Ult called in there for Verse. Looking for it. Go ahead and crouch down. Waiting it. He's like, okay. Player is just too funny. You see him now. Anticipate the F, catches him again to the V to shut down now 1-for-1 for Wufong and Verse. On to round 3, our last round of game number 1. See who's going to be taking those points on over to our remainder of our BR matches. Syra once again for Wufong Verse on the Yodo Hime staff there for Versus. Yeah. They're just too silly, just staring at each other.
Well, we were a little bit trolling here. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna crouch. And then all of a sudden, they locked in here. You see Wufong getting a lot of the LMBs, and he's working towards this F1 cast. Having a chance, there's no LMB catch. Unfortunate. You know, she's moving with that tap dodge, man. That's good. But all of a sudden, Verse gets a repair dodge. He gets caught into a parry. No chance of breaking this down. He's going to get caught with the 1-2 follow-up, and then he gets parried on his own. But the F1 staggers denied that riposte. He get himself to that 2 recast, and it's already resetted. And this guy gets his ult. But whether or not Verse gets value off of this is all up to the Syra ultimate and whether he gets caught.
He's moving on him. Verse can't even catch him, and he gets hit off the 2-beam charge. Doesn't get the full hit off the last hit though, but Verse trying to stay up. See him though. Still staying in the pocket. LMBs, crouch LMBs, crouch LMBs. Now the ult recast. Doesn't manage to connect there. Looking for the LMB prio. Here goes the clink off the Yodo F. Overholding. Nice managed to weave that R&B focus there into the F recast, but it doesn't even matter. Wufong just with massive pressures there onto Verse. I mean, everything he threw at him right there was just red. Tap dodge through. I mean, roll through. You can't see me, you can't hit me. So, see Wufong looking very strong, man. Like I was saying, this is definitely a redemption arc here for Wufong, especially coming off that J Cup and the season he had there for the 2026 start there for the spring. You know he's looking for redemption, and you know, yeah, it's group stages still got to qualify for the finals next week. So it's only day one. It's just a little bit piece of the pie what we're gonna be getting throughout this whole MSC for the 2026 season. But yeah, I mean, what an exciting game one there, Severio. It was just straight action as we expected it. Nothing different, I would say, from what we're used to, right? The Farriers always being showcased there. You know, that transformer and that mech just applies so much pressure, gives you resets. It's just overall good character for a quote-unquote Yang, which is a martial arts solos. But, you know, always there. Pretty standard on the Aquasis, has not gone anywhere in these players' hands, still being played out. Saw some Temis from a couple players as well. We had a little bit of variation there on the Syras with Wufong. But yeah, weapon choices as well. Fist Blaze, super strong. Staff still in play. Dagger, we saw a little bit more Dagger from what I'm used to. I usually just see Frostovis being one of those main Dagger players in game one. But, you know, Verse was rocking that as well. And yeah, I love seeing that old school CN Dagger gameplay that, you know, it's so notorious, right? Back in the day, if you were QNNA, you knew who really played that playstyle because it's a lot different. It's very in your face, a lot of crouch cancellations there to try to catch your tap dodges. And yeah, I mean, it's just beautiful to see that, especially in the Versus hand.
Yep, now we got predictions. It's in the chat, right? We got our chances. Who won in game one? It's A Real, B Verse, C Tryhard, D Wufong. We talked about him a lot. You know, depends on who you decide who that is, right? But who comes out on top in that case is going to be answer D. Screenshot. This is going to be up to Wufong getting that victory. And now for one thing that kind of comes out, yeah, it's like we didn't get a chance at seeing Justina in the 1v1 versus. You know, sometimes we saw that Justina bringing out the F1 into V2 and all that stuff, though that kind of fades out a little bit more. We saw it with the fan, right, for instance, as a weapon selection. So something that kind of dominant in the hands of certain players. Though what's kind of the staple of what we saw there is Asira still being in the mix. I mean, even if she becomes a tank again in terms of movement, her sustaining that inside of that area, I mean, remember, she's in like ultimate pink focus. Yeah. It comes inside of the Asira V2. V1, you can still get stagger knockback to a lot of strikes because she's in purple focus, but since she's going to be an immovable object for 8 seconds, that means that no knockbacks are going to be pushing her back. That means she's not going to take as much damage coming off of those because she's not going to be forced into a weird position to take another hit. She's going to be able to kind of work herself across. So that's where the aspect of pulling out the Yoda Hime in those fights has been a double matchup. We've seen the Yoda into the Syra as a third option round pick, mainly because you kind of see where Syra works out as like a she self-sustains herself. But it's more so about the F1 combo breaker being able to see. When we saw Wufong utilize the F1 combo breaker in point blank range by looking straight down, so that way he doesn't move as far across. It gives him a little bit more of a close gap once the iframe went through its course. He's able to find that in the LMB catch as we saw from earlier in that fight.
Yeah, beautiful. You know, I mean, Syra is just, she was very strong for a long time. She's been pushed out now here in the BR meta overall. So, you know, seeing her how she is now, I personally like it. I didn't really enjoy how strong she was watching it personally. But overall, exciting game one. Love to see the Tarkin play there for XY. Beautiful strat as well, I would say. He does end up losing to Verse, but his fight against the Akos there against Verse in that round one, just, you know, he was just off rip and applied the pressure with that ultimate. You see him forcing out that Akos ult as fast as possible. He ends up just straight chip damaging him to the point where, you know, he gets caught up by a follow-up jump LMB there off the grapple and just ends up winning the fight. Just the start off was just beautiful to watch there from XY, being able to apply the pressure off rip, no hesitation, ult out, you know, just straight people's elbows punches to the dome. Has that combo breaker, but unfortunate for him, he was not able to win out that first round there against Verse, because I mean, it's always going to be close between both of these players, especially in the round one, as you see it there. But Wufong claiming his throne this time around here for game one. has to keep that momentum here throughout the remainder of day 1 of the group stage here for the 2026 midseason challenge for the Naraka BLADEPOINT. There it is, 2 points.
2 points.
How do you feel about the 2 points?
Bro, it feels like
you think it's enough?
It feels like when you order a large fries and you get a medium, bro. Like, what? Couldn't be me.
Large fries, no bev.
No bev. They put extra salt in that thing. I'm salty now. Like, what's going on now? So, the part about it is that we still kind of talk about it, how it could be a little bit better. I mean, this is a good round for you to kind of get 2-3 players out the board.
Yeah.
+1 on that means that you get 3 + 1. That's 4. I still think 4 is a good amount, you know, for what the rounds is. But caveat is, you win against that first round, you get yourself in the prioritization in the phase selection. So that's going to be the, you know, the real, you know, breadcrumb winner there. But once you kind of get this more across the board in terms of scoring, I mean, 3 to 4 points goes a long way. Right? You see some players get a couple of eliminations to keep themselves afloat. Now, replays, clips and highlights. Bringing us out towards MSC for the first time, it's going to be Verse getting a parry off the launch and the drop down. We saw that from the dagger play coming in, but with the step on his Yodohime. Kind of flawless, but Wufong's Submerged has been kind of cooking here. You've seen it. The restand was enough. The 1.0 into the third whisk stagger comes out. Zeldin just hadn't had a chance in the book of plays.
And a beautiful thing about the Temi, that doesn't take the green focus. So, you know, it's confirmed damage off of that. So you see the beauty there in Wufong's hands. Ruro against Wufong. Both players playing the Fairy Fist players. This was just disgusting here for Ruro. Just straight in the pocket. You can try to delay wake up, but I'm just gonna hit you with those crouch LMBs whenever you try to type dodge. So you see it there in his face, how happy he was about winning that round. Overall, this was the last fight between both of these players. Very close, right? We have multiple 3 fight rounds between a couple players. This mid dodge LMB catch for the trial was just beautiful there for Wufong on the nunchucks. You see him now in the Fairy Mag. Gooba stops him. I think he Gooba stomps him again and gets a triple shot, I believe. There it is. Top of the dome.
Man's like Shaquille O'Neal eating a hot spicy chips.
Sounded like a Mac.
Like, I'm eating that. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Up to the to this point in time, this is what the final choices for Verse, which is kind of crazy that he had enough time for the recast and he held that LMB, and I was like, oh, this man's getting a stagger. Didn't get it. Gets tap dodge. Holds the RB, walks away, and implements the tap dodge F1, and I'm like, this guy's back in the fight, bro. He's good for it, #1. And this is up to Wufong. Taking the victory, but let's take a little quick of a chance here, right? First round down. You know, we got Wufong as our first round winner into the first day. For everyone who's tuning in, welcome into the MSC 2026 season. This is going to be coming out as the mid-season challenge. So MSC stands for Naraka BLADEPOINT. And for all the players that are going out here, this is going to be bringing out global players between NA, EU, AS, SEA up against the CM pros. And a lot of these teams are kind of competed across the board. But what's kind of going to be an exciting turn is seeing this new form of the A players. We've seen it from spring, starting off from the first MPL tournament this year. Now for everything that's kind of coming down, it's a smaller lobby. In a BR, smaller lobby size, I mean, you get less points. You gotta get a little bit more of the econ check if you know how your macro gameplay comes out. Sweden having 8 players from 12 means your fight's gonna have to be a lot more selective. You gotta think about the flotation device of fights, but you really have to look at how you keep yourself. Yeah, your floater. You're gonna keep yourself afloat in the fights, just not in a sense that you think with the scoreline, just keeping yourself survivability wise. Yang depletion is a big part of that, right? We've seen a lot of deductions in the timer. You can extend it though now with a little bit of tick damages. Every single tick damage is a second on the board, up to 60 seconds, a minute. But beyond that, you only have other few opportunities, such as with picking up the Yang Spirit Well, if you get the flag, or you end up getting a kill on the opponents. You just got to be able to be selective on who you choose to take down. And since there's also the double pick system, we go to 6 rounds in the group stage, right? So 6 rounds each round. For these 4 rounds, the pick pays, whoever is chosen the most times in the first phase gets to be the mirror comp in round 6. So whenever you see an opportunity of like, wow, that character has been chosen a lot, like Akos, right? Everyone chooses Akos, has to choose Akos in round 6, regardless of the hero points that's available to them. So if they were able to choose Akos 2 times in a tournament, and then they get to choose him a 3rd time in round 6. That's what we saw from earlier this year. Though a lot of these players are too smart to know not to let that choice go, unless they have something up their sleeve in terms of a non-optimal pick that just comes up on the phase selections. Like I said, Shayo Xiao's been left out of in a position, I think, as a top 3 pick. Some players think it's top 4, which I actually, you know, I like to see that argument be made, because it's a good argument, because it's whether or not you really see Xiao's value come off of her offensive approach or her defensive approach. What really gives her value, why I'm putting her at top 3, is because it's more of her her supply, right, of rage. She doesn't use a lot. If she has a cast ultimate and she has to just play track star, she can do that. If the person that she's fighting decides to do that instead, she can then space away and just build up rage per time. So some of these changes really start to change the flow of how you fight against certain characters, because usually you'd fight Xiao and you run away, she lost all value in her ultimate. For her, keeping half her rage, or just barely half, means that she's able to come right back up and just knock it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious to see how the character selection is going to go. So it'll be exciting for sure. You say you're putting a lot of your faith is on that Xiao being at the round selection, huh? You really believe in the Xiao. I mean, yeah, I mean, ever since the her change, right, that we saw with her just being able to call in that shield whenever she wanted to, that alone was already like a massive change to her. And so we started seeing players get a lot more accustomed to it throughout the seasons. And you know, now she got another buff, so we'll see how she does in today's matches. But you know, another thing that I'm really very curious to see how it's gonna go, Severio, is just how the pacing is gonna be for these matches, right? We saw the pacing there for the Pro League, where you know, some days we had game 2 being super aggressive, other days, especially in finals days, it was a lot more structured. A lot of the players really just did not want to die into that second yang, right? It was just that second yang time. We had 4 players up. At that time, you kind of just have to pick and choose and see how the end game is going to play out, which, you know, theoretically it's still mid-game, but with just 8 players in the lobby, it just cuts it down so fast. So, you know, for me, I'm going to be looking at how the pace is going to be now that we have global players in the server as well. What type of differences are they going to bring? Is there anything they're going to be bringing out, you know, their sleeves? Because, I mean, you don't have a lot of time, like I mentioned. I think right now, especially if you're a global player, you have to kind of just bring out all the tricks in the book, just try to stay on top there in the group to, you know, have a chiller day too, when you do have to play, if it's either 2 days from now or 4, depending when these players will play, because tomorrow's the trios. But yeah, I mean, I think today is going to be very important, especially for the global players, to try to, you know, stamp their mark into try to take the chip there to the finals, because, you know, yeah, it is different. You do have an extra 2 days, but I mean, it just quickly gets, you know, it just quickly goes away. It just ends so fast with how, you know, how aggressive these lobbies go. So overall, that's another thing I'm going to be looking at. But yeah, everything else looks pretty standard, I would say, for the CN players. They just been staying on that high level that they always been, especially like Verse and Wufong from what we saw there. And you know, Ruo, I mean, Ruo's looking very crispy as well. He's been polishing a lot more. Like I said, I completely forgot of how Ruo's end of the season for spring was looking and how well he was performing in the Pro League. And you know, you see it here for game 1. He still has that fire in him, and he has been polishing a lot more. So into the BR matches, another player that I'm personally gonna be looking at, especially because, you know, we had our staple players in the top for a very long time. You know, in the beginning it was Mike Spider always duking it out. Then we had players like Burst. Wufong came in last year, changed the game as well. XY coming in this year, winning that spring final. So, you know, we kind of had our top 5 in the league for quite some time. But yeah, Frostivus as well. Haven't talked about Frost. Frost is back under the SS1 name for the MSC here for the 2026 season. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be. I don't know how all the other players look, because I just been out of the loop, you know, personally. So, you know, for me, another learning day. We're just back. Feel like I have not watched Naraka for a long time. I feel rusty, but you know, hey, we here.
Hey, Takeda, you worked before GTA 6 when? Hey, listen.
Nah, for real.
For real, bro.
I should have said that.
Bro, it's like I'm talking to a brick wall, bro. I'm staying focused. The problem that happens next, paint the graffiti, because here is the thing, right? New map is on the horizon, y'all. It's gonna be in around 2 weeks time. Basically, it should be up actually for a test server by next week, because the Naraka Fest is happening in around, I think, 5-6 days. We should see that happen. We'll get a lot of new content news, new directories on what's gonna be happening, whether or not for the game's optimization. If you guys are hoping for that, you're gonna hope to see. But just more so about the content that's gonna be released. New map, maybe the rework schedule for the other characters in the future. There's a lot of grasping hits that's gonna come across the board, but what I'm really kind of excited about is just kind of seeing if there's going to be a new shift in the meta. I mean, I figured that there wouldn't be, you know, this early in the season before the J Cup comes out, mostly just because it's a new season, so the map is going to be already a change up, right? Because now we're going to have 4 maps, right? The selections in terms of between having, we're not going to count Maelstrom, the selections in between Morisyle, Holoroth into Padoria into Changsha is going to be like, it's going to be a big change, right? A lot of these guys are going to be just trying to get adjusted in terms of this new map and how it's going to work off of the, you know, viability of where to go, and that's already a study session and a half. But for sometimes, I think it's going to be a good change in pace. Again, Padoria was 2 years ago. Now we're back into another area. But what's going to be in the MPL for at least for the majority is just, you know, the players that have just been here since days in the past, versus being one of those guys that I've always kind of put him on a pedestal for a little bit, just because his experience speaks louder than words, right? And for him, he's been able to kind of take his part in WBG for the majority of the time. We don't have anyone here today in terms of being the first generation, such as with Spider, right? And seeing how Mike is, you know, for what their value is. New blood should be on the horizon for autumn season. Don't hold me to that, you know? So those are some players. I saw that, I think one of the Turk mains out there named 08 is going to be playing in the league. Couldn't be confirmed yet. I can't confirm nor deny, but those are things that are roster changes. So flow of the context of which players have experience versus new blood. Right, and then, you know, we had to see the competitors outside of the region of CN, outside of China specifically, like such as with Zay and Tryhard, as well as Zeldinch, 521's Light. I mean, Polaris has been playing in the league, so he's already, you know, developed in. But he's the one out of the global players that has peaked in terms of that performance, you know, ratio from their own region.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the line for these players, right? I mean, like I said, everybody. I don't know why I'm trying to exclude anybody, because it's literally the same players. You got Light Polaris, you got Zay, you got Tryhard, you got Zelditch. All these players want that redemption. They want to make sure they qualify for the finals here for these matches. I mean, last year, a little rough for the outer regions in the solo format, right? So we just got to wait and see how it plays out for these players. Exwada, chill as always. Just a vibey guy. He's just a chill guy. He's just ready to get it going. Just like, hey man, you're not picking Temi, or you're picking Temi. Okay, I'll take Tarka. Game 2, as always. He does that every time. Like,
no problem, man. I'll just take that choice. Thanks.
But yeah, new map, right? I've seen the little teasers that Naraka official been tweeting now. I've been seeing the little water waves. I've been peeping it. So you know, for me, little wish list. I don't know how. I don't know how it's gonna work, but let me just get some scrap offs in the water. Man, I don't know how they can make that work. But I'm just trying to see. Yeah, like a little swish with the waves around, you know, like some cool for the third map, or the fourth map, I should say, because it's been a long time. It's been a long time.
I thought you said Swiss. You know, like they're making a sandwich. You know, get some Swiss cheese.
Some Swiss cheese.
With some turkey in the oven.
Nah.
Teriyaki. I'm hungry, y'all.
You hungry?
I'm too hungry.
But yeah, I mean, just, you know, something cool. I know, I mean, especially with the aesthetics of what they presented with that map that we've seen thus far, it's just, you know, there's just a lot, you know, a lot of room to be able to have those dynamics, like how a map like, what do we have? We have the Mercury River, you know, just all those dynamics that we've had throughout the maps. Just overall, just want to see something cool.
Yeah. So like environmental stuff, like Holoroth with the storm, the mist,
yes.
Mercury River with the floating platforms, Morisyle, existence, I guess. I mean,
even the catapults too. You know, I feel like when there's islands on a map like that, you gotta have some sort of rotation.
Oh yeah, they have they teased it. I'm not sure how open value it is, but there's zipline type mechanics where you can zip across with your feet.
Oh, that's gonna be insane. I didn't even know that. I ain't seen that.
Yeah. Can't wait, man. Can't wait till the set server, bro. Frame 1, boom, in there.
Yeah.
So when those type of mechanics are really integral in terms of how you can kind of maneuver. I mean, the updates they made to the catapult, it's a big one, right? When you're able to kind of look up, so you create more range. I've been waiting for that day, and they created it. So those type of balancing changes, those aspects, definitely one things to keep eyes on, and seeing what you can do to min-max your, you know, exploration on the map, like how to move from point A to point B, or just take advantage of if you lose a fight, boom, storm effect happens in Holoroth, you can get troves off of that area, or Starry Night if you need ults.
Yep. We had that Soul J being implemented as well.
Like Volpines?
Yeah, just full white health. Back.
Straight. Yo, you get the puzzles done. Yeah, I don't even know, man. Remember when the Padoria first came out, we were trying to find we were trying to find out more puzzles than just Arcadia and the Red's Longsword, but there was nothing. The only thing was Ancient Stockade, and that was it. I thought something was gonna happen in the Azoth Peak, but the whole underground altar of abiding, nothing happened on there, man. GG. So this island, the whole island itself, hopefully there's mechanics, hidden mechanics of that nature. Something that kind of gives you a chance of objective base, so you can start off rip. That's kind of what made you Arcadia super unique inside of Padoria, because you just have people drop there for a reason to get the coins, and then being able to kind of jump the gun and having that Volpine essence, and they can carry that through a long time. If they decide to take it to Rummy Yang, they could lose it there. Guarantees them an Immortal War gold weapon if they win. If they lose with it, then that's kind of a GG, and that person in the Rummy Yang knows there's no more Volpines in the lobby. They can still go in.
But also, like, Pro League wise, right? We're talking about the Volpine spot. We can even throw in Puzzle from Holoroth in there, right? A lot of the times when you have these sorts of like environmental things add into the game that gives you a big value, you still only see like 2 players land there, if even, right? There was a long time where we saw Wang Liang just getting Volpines for free in Padoria. So it kind of, this is where the devs got to really think about how they can implement this. But yeah, it's just so much to work on to see how they can add something. But there it is, nothing's changed, right? First round selection, being that Aqua's picked there from Verse. As always, been a very heavy Aquas players for a very long time. That being Verse already started in and Tumult there for XY, which we're not surprised if XY is able to get that Temi for 2 rounds. He will, right? He loves that character. He's had some extraordinary value with a Tumult in his hands throughout multiple stages. So you see him there in that second round selection. Is not a surprise to watch. Ruo has a very favored Yodo as well. Another comfort pick there for Ruo. So not another surprise that we've seen, but this is where we're going to start seeing a little mix-up, and it's going to be the Zenda there for Frostivus in that 4th round selection.
Yeah, it's good to see how she kind of comes out here. What I'm kind of curious about, too, is seeing the Zenda Woos on their V1, V2s, but I think it's kind of a staple of seeing the V1. Kylan comes in here, though, with it for Wufang. As Wufang comes up on board, we're going to have ONW and Zeldinch taken into 6th phase. Maybe seeing Kylan here blocked in for Wufang. He should, but we're going to have a chance right now to see Zeldinch on the board as one of the global players. He's going to be coming out here at the Shayo. Having this into Padoria Midnight means that we're just going to see whether he takes an opportunity of getting those Fireflies off rip, then taking the push. Being able to have a defensive pushback if he needs to. If he needs to break ultimate, no staggers unless they want to proc the shield blocks, and then if not, they can go ahead and escape. He can just conserve half the rage bar. Then we're going to go to Zay, or to Tryhard first. Going to have his Shunhuan Li available for him. He's going to have that to be locked in, and for last phase, you should be able to see something on the nature of the Lonnie. If anything from Zay, if not, it could just be something else. No, it's going to be a lock-in on the Lonnie for him. And then having that to be the final pick, this should be our first round selection. So Vegeta in the corner. He's like, yo, should I do that? And Vegeta's like, yeah, go for it, bro. And he's like, all right, that's a good choice. So with this everything coming into play, these guys are getting prepped to kind of see about the drops, just kind of be nervous, but being ample in their skill set, knowing what they're worth in terms of making it so. They made it here so far for MSC, so mid-season challenge, half year around the world, and then all of a sudden now they're taking the chances and competing for grand finals, hopefully by the 3rd and the 4th.
Pretty standard for the character selections here for game 2. Nothing out of the ordinary, just everything pretty much standard. I can't believe we have the Aqua's round 1 again. It changed into I think it was our last split of spring break before finals. I think a big major or a player that took a major part in that was Wufang, that he kind of threw it off the loop and selected Kylan. I believe that we had a game 6 being a full mirror of Kylan's for one of the stage days. So yeah, I think we're still still into the staple Aquas for round 1. Don't think the anything has really majorly changed, like Submerged mentioned. Don't we have a Naraka Fest soon too?
Yes, sir. 6 to 5 days or so.
6-5 days. 6-7 days.
6-7 days.
Something like that.
Something like that. Don't worry about it, man. Dude, don't make that reference ever again. All right, thanks. So it's going to be somewhere around the 28th or the 29th. So whenever you guys get a chance, we'll get the listing of that. Time-wise, couldn't tell you as to when it's going to be launched, but skill selection-wise, we can talk about that for a second. We're going to see Frostmas on the V1 variation for the Zenda Wu, and as terms of the Kylan V1 for Wufang, right? Forcing out that variation where it's not consuming HP, but instead having it to be consuming, just the blue bars, all right, or his Keelan Guard and procking it off. As for Ruo, he's going to have his F1 on Yodohime, not the combo breaker. This is very distinctive. You need to understand, because no combo breaker means that you're going to be going ahead and kind of rocket breaking this off. Now, what's going to be the baseline is this for these players, heart rate monitors. Y'all make your bets in terms of who's going to the lowest one. I'm gonna tell you right now, Zeldin is already in the double digits, so he's already winning. Everyone else is kind of popping off here, man. I'm looking at 115 on Wufang, man. This man's popping off with the HP and his heartbeat monitor. It's kind of breaking out. Now, next thing on the list we're gonna be going off is just to see the drop location. Zay, as well as Tryhard, dropping over towards inside of the Mandate workshop. It seems that Zeldin takes the Horse Service Bureau, and as for Wufang, it's at the center of Imperium. Then having XY over to the northeast, DRG Zero, taking that Firefly, probably moving west, maybe east, but as for Frostmas, he's already hitting one Firefly off of Skygaze Cove, and WBG's verse taking those Fireflies extensively, whether going northeast, northwest, Crimson Cave. We'll see it into game 2 as we start off here for MSC in 2026.
Yeah, we're locked and ready. We're good. Everything's good. MSC's 2026 first BR of the mid-season challenge here for the 2026 season. I'm very excited to see how our first BR match is going to play out. Man, lots of top dogs in this lobby. We got some fresh legs coming in from the global scene, trying to make a impact against the veterans, the CN side, right? It's always been a battle to try to even out the playing field between the two regions, or all the outer regions, into the mainland. So now we see it here, game 2, aka game 1 BR wise. We got Zelditch and Wufang both landed front and center, or mid center of the map. See Wufang on the Conlin, trying to see if he can try to get active, but Zelditch as well is ready for the scrap off.
Yeah, LMB Army comes out with immediate, and Zeldin holds out the LMBs. Wufang doesn't bring the Combo Breaker just yet. He knows he can catch this. Combo Breaker next is going to be thinking about the armor swap in the back line, but Wufang eats up a lot more damage than I thought he was hoping for. This is going to be it. Zeldin almost gets the first kill leaderboard check, comes out, blue armor swap right on this throne room, and then, of course, holds out blue focus, gets a release. I see the common armor in the background. Does Zeldin see it? Who knows? He gets caught by another catch, and this is going to be it, right? Wufang gets a license lift, holds the RMB, gets a release. Hoping to see whether or not he tap dodges in the right direction. He finds a common armor. There's another one right there. Wufang finds ult croc. The combo breaker to break through. Zeldin has ult. Level 3 comes, or level 2, I should say, comes out for that V1. And as for Wufang, it's all about the XY kill steals here on that Mulch.
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what I was looking at. I was looking at the mini map. I saw XY in the back end, trying to see he can try to find his kill confirmation. Not looking at Zelditch. Not sure if he popped that ultimate, but he did hear that Kylan ultimate going off there from Wufang. Looks like it doesn't even matter for him. Still sees the old aura now onto Zelditch there with the snake on the back of the Shayo. Nice RB cancellation there to forces out the F. Now mid dodges into Prowl. Down the hill, goes for the 1.0. Into the musket shot there from XY. Beautifully done. And that's going to be our first elimination here of game number 2.
Yeah, we got the doink out the musket shot. Now we're working over here towards Verse and Ruro, having the purple staff off red. This is good scaling on the Yodohime. The F2 reward, though, does get negated off of that F1. And then Ruro having the stagger spree of a lifetime. I mean, man gets it. Having an opportunity on the R&B, gets released on, gets to jump F1 recast, and then, of course, has ult cast to worry about the Zakos. But in the backline, I'm seeing Zay in the distance. Having Ruro kind of kiting around here makes this sound a little bit more apparent for Zay. If he decides to rock over here, he could have fought a fight with half health HP units, but then again, Zay wants to kind of keep it safe. He is on that line. More so just kind of looking towards this and seeing what the Yodohime is up to. The recast is out, and as for Verse, takes a little bit of chunk here. Ruro's back to full HP, avoids that pounce, and then right back to neutral again once more into the fray.
Yeah, you see him now trying to go for the chase down. Aqua's Clink comes in between both players. LB Prowl here for Verse. Grapple bump into the F2 for the confirmation. Prowl goes for the pistol shot for the chip damage. Catches the 1.0 Prowl. Had the pistol ready as well if he needed the chip damage, but it's not even needed there for Verse. Being able to take out Ruro in a nice, clean fashion there. Just, man, straight to the T, everything right off F pistol shot, getting a little bit of chip damage in, goes for the Prowl, goes for the extension. Beautifully done there for Verse. Looking very crispy, but as well as our Yang portals already starting to form on in here for our first BR match of the day. We see Tryhard starting to move on into that mid Yang portal. in the mid side of the map. XY, potentially Zay as well, going to be rotating down right next to Verse, as you see it here in that portal. Frost is playing that right hand side on the Zenda. You see him just trying to pick up a little bit more loot to try to scale on up completely. Does manage to scale up with a purple katana now off that Cho, but a purple pistol. Nice little Christmas early gift there for Frostvis to move on in with purple weapons, but still katana very rough for the weapon selection.
Man, is like, oh, you want mid optimal? All right, cool. We're gonna go less than that. This is gonna be a chance right now, though, whether he wants to work into a weapon swap, right? Because you always gotta think about it that way. Regardless of that, what's gonna be coming up next here is gonna see the builds. Now, for this, it's gonna be up to Wufong having the purple halberds, having that with the dual with the purple bow means that this guy is gonna be stacked up, you know, beyond belief. As for XY pulling out the pole sword here on the Tumultuan, more importantly, having the pistol, right? Even more importantly, probably having quick charge undercall on that pistol, right? As a result, take a look, yeah, he got it. So this is going to be a Jade that comes into play for the pistol, which is one of the most strongest Jades in the game for solos play, just because the quick charge undercall is going to be able to consume more pellets in a shorter amount of time. Plus, you're able to get thundercall that's going to be more damage outright. So having him on a Temi means that he's able to kind of charge up. Having a wisp on reset, being able to throw it at his opponents and comes right back. Now, pulling out towards Zay, he's going to be rocking down towards this, you know, whether or not he wants to keep that Yang Pass. He wants the resources first before anything. He only has 3 grapples. But Wufong just finds Zeldinch. And of course, for Zeldinch, it's going to have to be a warrior position. But he does have the purple nunchucks. He could just go ahead and just wait out this Rami Yang wall. But it comes into cost, right? Since it's coming down towards him, another opponent shows up here, the Yodohime. And Ruo seems to be wanting to kind of, you know, inch around the corner further from where the, you know, radius between him and Zeldinch versus him and Wufong.
Yeah, and check. The pass is not going to get contested here. We see Wufong going to be able to take the portal. The Breeze XY as well. Doesn't have anybody around him. We see him now just waiting this out, but the aggression here from Zeldinch and Ruo is going to be happening in the outskirts. Nice little, not sure if that was a musket or a bow shot, but it did hit a headshot there onto Ruo. But you see him still trying to apply the pressure. Zeldinch on the purple nunchucks, pairs a little bit too early to be forced to pop this Shai ultimate. Ruo now trying to kite out as much as possible. Throws down the F, but gets caught up off the shield throw. Big damage caught up in the corner. Can't TP now, does do so. Now he's going to go ahead and try to back on up. You see him now on the Scare Rush game. Broke his ankle. This goes back over the wall. Gets a common armor swap as well. So now it's going to be back to neutral, but Zeldinch with a lot of pressure, but forces out the green focus very early.
Yeah, that grapple into the LMB on the nunchucks from grapple from the uppercut means that he can get an immediate green focus. Though Ruo goes down here, and Zeldinch with the chase down on the Shio RMB means that it was a free low pick. Now we have Wufong versus XY. It's going to be 2 staple choices in the CN Pro League. But for the Pole Sword Temi versus the Kylan, it's up to the Halberd checks and seeing if the horizontal gets parried from XY's spam on the Pole Swords. Man, throwing it back and forth. The LMB comes out here. Hopefully they get the LMB RMB, but the combo breaker invested here from Wufong to deny that. And he's going to be trying to go for some headshot staggers off of the Pole Sword Clinks and maybe into the Stone Form check.
Yeah, he's trying to do the tech. R&B headshot, R&B headshot, R&B headshot, but XY managed to avoid that. Just clip off the Scare Rush Wufong. Now there it is, the second one. Tries to go do it ×2, but he's gonna be forced to pop this Kylan ultimate. There goes the first slash. Connects onto XY. He's gonna be forced out this Temi ultimate very soon here as well. You see him getting clip off that 4 slash. The F gets called in from XY. He's trying to see if he can catch him on the wall. Throws the whisk, doesn't manage to connect. Going for the grapple check, doesn't manage to connect. The slash on top there for Wufong to avoid getting caught off of this. Has his bow in hand, still staying in blue. Quickly there to avoid the whisk. But XY is going to go ahead and retop off that armor. Gets cut off the whisk. The grapple check into the grapple there from the Pole Sword. Seeing he can try to catch some damage. And you see Wufong still going for the headshots off the bow. But now the health advantage is going towards XY's way. And Wufong needs to try to play the kite game here on these pillars.
Yeah, shifts out here, gets caught by the RMB from the halberds, and then still looking for those bow shots. Of course, looking at the chances on the quiver. I don't think there's a lot more arrows left to go here. So Wufong breaks off, as well as for XY, taking 25 seconds left on the clock, looking for a Scare Rush. XY looking for a self-planted wisp, and hoping for the RMB release. Stone Form potentially. Horizon comes out, the combo breaker again is invested. As for Wufong, potentially looks at the LMBs, gets the blue focus, grapple bump is free, and the RMB should be a hit on the RMB. Does he spam out the blues? No, but he goes for chip 1-2. Does he get the 1-2-3? He's going for the RMB spam, and this man gets all the blue focuses in the world in his back. And for Wufong, this is going to be his victory. It's going to get him that purple armor, that gold weapon. As for the choice picks here on the Jade, we'll have to see what he gets a chance of picking up here. It's going to be another quick charge, another call. And since that Telluric Crystal can go anywhere he likes, he can wait it out for another pistol. Otherwise, gold dagger is going to be picked up. Regardless of that, we're going to see some spawns at the Sword Tomb, which is going to result here for Frostfist and as well as for XY.
I'm very surprised that XY full committed to Pulsar there, even though Wufong was really full countering that with the R&B bow shots. And you see a lot of the chip damage really came from him just getting that confirmed shot there. He wasn't able to, re-loop it there off the headshots, but overall he was still getting those hit confirmations there. And you see XY falls due to that, just eating up so much damage in that altercation. And overall, just full commit to the Pulsar, even though he did swap to a different weapon for just a period of time, but didn't really full commit to that. The ultimates on both sides were just way too good there for Wufong. You see him forces out that Temi ultimate, gets cut up at the last moment there off the wisp, but at that time, no re-wisp there for XY due to that ult being ran out. But XY gets counter grappled in the back there from Zay, and XY is going to be taking full advantage of this. He sees, okay, you're just going to cut my job a lot easier here. I don't have to chase down anybody, but there's a big commotion that happened there in the center of the map. Gold Katana for Charhar, so that means he won his Yang. But all these players landed or respawn / rotated on over to this side of the map with that no ult zone. Right dead center, you see Verse, Charhar, Wufong, Zay, XY was in the mix as well. Charhar trying to see if he can full focus Frostivus. The grapple bump is good. The blue armor being called out here for Frostivus. You see that armor completely shredded out, and Charhar being the front center here against Frostivus.
Yeah, F1's still ready to go here for Tryhard if he needs to go into the zone and kill confirmed for this. Though, since Frostivus is going to be low in HP in the V1 recast, he's going to utilize that last F recast to come out and just hopefully break line of sight. But with 30 seconds on the clock, it's all about last hit confirmations. Zay chases him down, gets caught by the V1, even breaks his common breaker as a result, and he grapples nothingness. And that might actually be it. Frostivus gets himself a heal potentially. Not even an elimination towards Zay, but aim depletion aside, Zay has a lot of room to break off of here. He's got the catapult right above him. He can try to take the chance of bringing himself right back in the zone. Otherwise, Wufong has a beautiful parry off of the XY blue focus. And then again, he switches over to the staff. Having the LMB hell check, gets his stanchion, breaks the combo breaker. Parry mode doesn't go off on that back end. He's still going to have his ultimate cast, and then Wufong utilizing his ultimate inner chances here. He's going to be awakening this down. Oh, wait, so we cannot get that. That's going to be the LMB. That's going to be uppercut. That's going to be a grab bump. The whisk throw is confirmed. The R&B restand walks back into the LMB. The explosive armor reveal breaks off, and Wufong can chase him down.
What a savior of a J there for Wufong. XY now ticking. Storm damage plus the slashes there from Wufong's ultimate, and just unfortunate there that explosive armor procs at a perfect time there for Wufong to avoid getting full TOD'd out, even though the green focus could have come out in just a moment of time. But we are going to be taking a quick look at a replay here for this Roman Yang. Was Frostivus against Verse. Verse won it because Frost did have that Yang depletion. Verse playing Aqua Staff, going for the pistol shots. The 1-2 minks there for Frostivus. Just 1-2s into the pistol shot. Beautiful chip damage there for Verse. We see him playing very, very clean throughout game number 2. Going for the Aqua's ult leap. Gets cut off the Zendo ult on the second bow shots. Going for the V2. Nice weave there for Frostivus. Now takes shots to take a quick reset behind the pillar. There he does. Catches the Scare Rush into the Prio. 1.0 is enough damage there for Verse to win out that Roman Yang. Picking up that gold whip sword off of this as well. Not sure what the Jades are looking like, but he's posted up for the second one. So all those other players, I would assume, yeah.
Look at this man. About to call him Metal Gear Zell or something. I don't know the IP. What are you talking about? Zelda puts himself around there. Nunchuck Shio is pretty scary, man. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, off of the F1 alone, I mean, you can chase down with the R&B off of that tap dodge, which is free, right? There's no stamina consumption off of that. Though it's going to be coming up next year for Verse is going to be whether this gold whip sword gets parried off his hands or he just does a diabolical amount of work here. He's got himself Assassin's Lunge since he has a dagger, right? Common rarity. He can switch that out here. It's common rarity, though. I mean, what do you want to expect? But this shot from the sky drops down here for Zelge. Zelge could be looking at this LB, gets caught, combo breaker comes out, he tap dodges R&B in his face, and of course, Reverse is all about the bait out for the ultimate, though. Now he scales up, and now he hopefully doesn't get caught by any sort of shield throws, but there's a switch over to the dagger. As a result, right, he gets a chance in getting a heal off. He knows his opponent's going to try to close into the distance on that pillar, and he still has his dagger movement up his sleeve. LMB, R&B can't get away with that. LMB again. Oh my god, the 1-2s, the 1-2s, 1-2s, and then there's going to be the 1-2s again. Why not? And this is going to be up to Zelda, and she's waiting out this Aqua's ultimate. But here's the thing, right? Shio's ultimate. He hasn't burned a shield block yet. So that means that in this case scenario, he's at 45% rage, and that's Reverse. He's going to go on the full offensive whether or not he kills in time.
That's just like perfect there for Verse. You see him being able to inflict so much damage off that one catch, just waiting out to force out that F, and he does manage to do so. Clinks off that gold frame there from the leap. Nice weave there from Zelditch, still applying tons of pressure. Fakes it, does manage to weave it again, but the V2 comes out once again, and now the advantage going to reverse his way. The jump LMB is good. Good effort there from Zelditch, but Verse there just being very patient, waiting for that F to be called. Then you saw him taking that as a window to go ahead and invest that ultimate, and then now Zelditch is being forced into back foot to try to weave out all those leaps. And you know, you don't have infinite stamps, so it's just a matter of time you get caught up once those stamps being invested. And you know, these players are counting, so once you run out of that 3.5, I mean, you're gonna get hit off that V2, as you saw it there for Verse. Beautifully done. Zay though wins his Yang, gold armor in hand. Not sure what gold weapon he was able to snag up, but does upgrade the flying knives to purple rarity. Little replay here from Zay against Tryhard in this Rumble Yang. Gold katana for Tryhard still in hand. The follow-up is good off the flying knives. The leap for Tryhard, seeing if he can catch Prado, does manage to do so, but Lonnie F called in. Zay trying to stay inside the pocket with the health advantage, forces out the Lonnie ultimate as well as Lee ultimate for both players. Now ult called in. Goldie stance, weave, does manage to do so. Going forward, the dodges off his ult, catches off the first dagger throws, gets the full stagger, but the follow-up doesn't connect there.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. It's like he's gonna avoid this crouch, jump crouch, but the F1 is not gonna give you enough value here for Zay. It comes right back in there, or at least for Tryhard, because once that comes out, he gets locked in. I saw Tryhard's face. He's like a ghost. It's like a jump scare. This is the second time. He's gonna be making sure whether or not he takes his gold dagger, which he's converted to a fan into use, because since he's Lonnie, he gets a knockdown. He's able to kind of work off R&B spam, right? This is a massive amount of work for Tryhard though. Having gold katana on the Shunhuan Li means that he gets himself a little bit of catch off the F1. He can go for extensions. He just can't LMB. He just has to go for raw uppercut, and then he's good. As for Wu Fong, he himself has a gold fan as well, but it's kind of scaling out towards Zay's direction, seeing him, and he's like, I don't know. I mean, this guy has a buff, but he's gold armor. I'm just going to keep eyes on him, whether or not he's going to be looking for an aggro fight. But leaderboard check. 3 eliminations right now for Verse. Overall, 2 eliminations for Wu Fong, 1 for each for Tryhard, Zeldin, and Bizet. They're the last remaining members, but since Tryhard and Zeldin are the only players who gain depletion, it's only a matter of time. They still have a lot of time left on the extension, right? You can see it right there on the left side of the screen. 0 out of 60. Every tick of damage is 1 second on the clock that can be increased up to a minute, 60 seconds. And then after that, they just got to make work with what it's due. See, at this point in time, this late in the game, Sunwing Flag is one, or the Yang Spearwell is the only way you can kind of get rid of the Yang depletion as well. Whether you claim the Yang Spearwell or you go for the flag clearance. So it's only a matter of time if you've lasted it throughout the entire duration of the Yang to kind of have that fight all the way to end time cycle. But that's only going to be if you're given the Yang Spearwell, because a lot of players sometimes give it up for a certain player just because of their strength and their gear, or just because of their presence. Just kind of seeing what kind of unit they are. They know that there's not going to be a really bountiful fight. So just gets out Moonbane. No one saw that except for Wu Fong, who's closing in the distance, or not.
Wow, this could be very, very rough. And you see Tryhard trying to capitalize this against Zelditch. You see him going for the 1-2s like he's been doing all game 2. He's gonna be forced to pop this F. Tries to respond with the F as well to stand that gold for him. Overholding, sends it, but the Shy ultimate is gonna be called in from Zelditch, as well as the lead ult there from Tryhard. Nice weaves. The Shy shield there is there to protect. We're getting caught up, but a massive jump parry there from Zelditch, and the damage is there, just completely shut down. Going for the bloom, does manage to get it just in time, and catches the shield throw as well to avoid a little bit of that pressure from Wu Fong. Now trying to turn the fight around. Zay looking for the opportunity to jump on in. The Bane still in play in the center of the map. He sees all this, manages to get out with his life, but Wu Fong, on the other hand, eats up so much damage. Zay has eyes on his trail. Oh, there goes the palm lightning in the back end. Does manage to get the damage onto Wu Fong. Now he's scattering to try to retreat. No other player full chasing down. Zay still looking for another player in the back end. Not sure who he was following up, but that's a retreat. Yeah, he is going to go ahead and back on up. Verse, Zelditch, and Wu Fong are going to cool off for now. Verse gets grapple checked, but just for a little bit, staying front and center of the Spirit Well. And now we're going back to round 2 here for these fights against these players.
Couldn't believe this man did not get the parry mode of the R&B though. Zelditch is going to be holding on towards his Yang Spearwell. As for Verse having that mode of defiance, he made it apparent. He made it apparent for the players to see that he has it. Zay gets this Yang buff for free. which then means he can go full Aggie on this, right? Look at this. This man has the Lonnie, he's got to go. He's got the Mystic Might, he's got mitigation. It's really more about just mitigating this and just picking up this Yang Spearwell for himself. No one can contest it. This is great counter strategy for the players to kind of think about. Since it's going to be the Lonnie with 2 armor resets, they got to understand that she's going to have that. He's got the Phantom Step, he's got the Martial Will Form Hook, he's got himself that with the Ruptured Gale Lord, the Palm Lightning, Tai Chi Fan if he decides to pop that down. Even hoping to see about whether or not the Twin Shot comes up to be built. But for Zay right now, he's going to be weighting this down as all the players are seeing that this is going to be a fight on the outskirts on the hilltops of Skygate's Cove. This is going to be a real big cliff fight, right? Because all of a sudden then the Kylan becomes a threat. He can push you into the zone. He can also be a threat because he is going to be going ahead and having no loss of life if he gets a Keelan Guard. So then all of a sudden he kills you off with just a sliver of health. Then he gets a Soul Bloom with 1,000 health reset, basically up to 1,200 because of the armor. So for now, for Vert, it's going to be up to him just kind of working this and being the Akos. I think he's going to have probably the best advantage of staying alive here. This Spearwell buff with the Mystic Might up for another 2 minutes means that it's going to be up to Zay working down towards his resource management. He's got 3 armor powders for some reason. I didn't think he'd have that low of an amount, which means he just can't take fights for so long before it's already too late for his HP bar to replenish.
Yeah, and if he does, has to be around the Spearwells, right? I mean, but it looks like everybody does not want to get anywhere near those Spearwells, knowing that the Lonnie can get aggressive at any moment. But time is ticking, minute and 20 for these players to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion. We see that being Verse, Wufong, and Zeldich. Verse with 3, Wufong with 2, as well as Zay with 1. Can really capitalize off the situation with 3 other players still up. Try to snag up more eliminations, potentially the dub as well. So that can be a very hot start there for the European region, there being Zay. Zeldich to go ahead and wait this out. 50 seconds remaining. Now we got to see how this end game plays out, seeing how the elimination distribution is going to go. You see Zeldich, though, not wasting any time, looking for the damage onto Verse on the bottom side. Does manage to get low a little bit, so he's gonna be forced to take a quick reset in for himself, but no other player really giving him much, and Zay just has to chill and wait this out, as you see him doing, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to start rotating on in. Verse, though, is gonna be playing the flag, snags it up quickly, now going for the capture. Cannon shots and engagement happen on the top side of the terrain. So Slash is coming into play there for Wufong off that Kylan ultimate, loses half of that purple armor. Zay's getting looked at. The Slash does connect, sends them nearly the offside of that zone, but does manage to use the F there to go right back on in. But Verse cleanses out there, no contestant there from that flag capture, and Wufong now is in a very big rough spot here to try to live out once his ultimate is gone.
Yeah, and it's kind of what I was talking about the cliffside was kind of being the biggest point, but for Wufong right now, it's time is of the essence. Doesn't have a lot to kind of go off of the hit staggers. Last hit confirmation is going to confirm this kill. Whoever is going to get that last pistol shot, R&B comes out, the parry is going to be good. Zay doesn't even get a chance here. 2.0, 1.0 gets a hit. That's going to be Zay's kill. That's +2. The Soul Bloom picked up here from Zelda just gets rid of his Yang depletion.
Wow.
V1 active shield blocks ready to go. 2 for the count. Gets the shield throw. There's a confirmation. R&B. Look at this man. This man looking for the untrue. I'll stop. He gets the R&B though. V1 comes out after the Zendo, or after the Lonnie ultimate, which is guaranteed. The 1 ball is avoided. The goalie stance is thrown out. It is not in the direction of Zelda. And then again, you're seeing this reset that Zay has been granted back onto the Yang Spearwell.
Yeah, and just like this, Verse theoretically wins, right? I mean, the aggression between Zelda and Zay is just so heavy right now. Everything is being invested. Shaya ultimate back to 50. Zay putting everything on the line right now to try to get this kill confirmation out to Zeldich. The F2 snipe down catches Zay in the back end. The 1.0 doesn't connect. Zeldich still alive. What HP to Dream. The pistol shots connect in the back end. Cannon shot slides on in. No kill confirmation yet. Verse snags it up with the pistol shot. Now Zay has to try to fire it out. The Alco's ultimate being Verse.
Yeah, and the problem is that this LMB is going to be coming out here for the pounces. There's going to be one more chance. There it is. Zay gets caught. No combo breaker in sight. 1 uppercut is all that's needed. The V1 in the zone is a guaranteed death. Zay goes down. 5 eliminations for Verse, first place. Having 7.5 points earned this round. Succeeding here in first place overall. Taking the MVP for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's like big brain plays, right? Jumps on in to capture the flag at the perfect time. Knows the commotion is happening at the top side of the terrain. Just managed to sneak through. Cleanses out his Yang depletion. Zeldich, though, he had about 2 to 1.5 seconds to grab that bloom, and he was able to do so in a quick fashion there from when Wufong's body dropped. Zay, unfortunately for him, it wasn't able to snag up more than 1 elimination there in that end game, but still he snags up 2nd place, so you know, can't be mad at that. Still a good game there for BWG Zay. But WBG's Verse, I mean, yeah, it's just a veteran at this point, right? Just such a strong player. Played very, very well on the Aquas pick there in that first selection, showcasing that he is, you know, arguably still the best Aquas in the league. He's been favoring that character for a long time. And I mean, you mentioned there's a player who was able to play Aquas 3 times earlier in the pro league for the spring split, and it was Verse, right? Verse was that player that was able to do so, and you know, you see it here once again for game number 1 of the BR matches, game 2 of the day for the MSC here in 2026. Yeah, just in a beautiful fashion there for Verse being able to close out everything. Big brain. He's looking so crispy too, right? Every time he's able to get a pistol shot in to get an extra chip damage in, and then goes for the prior like he did earlier, as we saw him going for the F2 or the F into the pistol shot kill confirmation on Tarua. It was just so clean to watch. And yeah, he snags up another elimination off the Celtics with the pistol shots back and forth. And you know, Versa, you know, as always, been a very strong range player for the pistol. Another player being T225 as well, who's been very favorite of those quick pop shots there with the pistol. And you know, we see it once again that play style has not gone anywhere there for Verse. You know, it's played out very well there for his second game of the day. Still 4 matches to go. The pacing, right, Severa? The pacing was very structured, very composed for everybody in the lobby. Not a lot of bodies dropped. We went into second game with 5 players still up in the lobby, which in the 8-player format has a lot. We only dropped 3 bodies. Pretty fire.
Too fire. Here's a question though for y'all. Who got the most kills in game 2? Is it A-Real, B-Verse, C Frosty, Wu Fong? I mean, the answer I'm going to tell you right now is B-Verse. It's going to be 5 eliminations, right? And the thing is that his opportunity on the Yonkos too is that he had all the opportunity to kind of push him back. I got the light of God in front of me, bro. The thing that happens next is this, right? We kind of have everything where Verse pulls himself apart in terms of not just being one of the incompletionists, but being able to get that Sunwing flag. Let's talk about that backwards. When we came out for the first fights, I mean, those things were the fights where we saw where Kylan was up against Tumultuous with his X, who I was able to pick up the first elimination. Though what kind of creeped along the side was the Ruo fight versus Verse, right? Because that was the, you know, Akos versus the Yodohime having that ideology of just not really needing to take more than what's worth, right? So if they need to trade off, they'll push back. He doesn't really need to put more emphasis on a push on a character that can just turn around the fight and is on a whim, especially for Yodohime, right? She's one of those transformation characters that she changes her whole entire kit with a big greatsword, and all of a sudden you're on a downhill slope. You can't take that. You can't take that risk. So a lot of these chances right now against close pocketed characters like Lonnie, where she's able to kind of dash out, find herself away, he kind of found a perfect opportunity to take when Zeldin was the main focus for her. So for him to find Zay in that position means that he found one opportunity of looking past, you know, okay, the Zeldin or this Lonnie's gonna have to invest 1 ball. There it goes. She's only got 2 more left to go. She invested the goalie stance, not in my direction. And then all of a sudden, just taking the solo out of his hands off his opponent and having ultimate to really guarantee that, right? Having that V1 really just kind of holding down and then pushing Zay to the corner side, taking the zone, and then pistol shot while pop shots, right? That's all he needed to go ahead and just confirm for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like split-second decisions that it's just, I mean, that's the name of the game, right? Anybody who has played this game, you just know one mistake can really just turn your fight around, and it could cost you your life. Now we do have that green focus that you get a little bit of that leeway, right? You know, obviously with your F as well, but you know, before it was a lot harder where, you know, that F was on cooldown. A lot of those combo players were just trying to catch you off of that and just full on extend and just, yeah, a lot of players were not a fan of that. It was a play style for a lot of people, but yeah, overall, Pro League has been a lot more structured as always. Not a very heavy combo play style with our players in the Pro League. Even back then, before Green Focus was a thing, it was a lot more just to grapple 1-to-1.0s. Now, I feel like last year was still my favorite type of meta where we were getting those 2-1-1s with Launcher Whip Swords, being able to go for the carousels. Just, yeah, to me, that's my favorite meta. But, you know, the game keeps evolving, the game keeps changing, and, you know, the game's always been like that where, you know, players who are not able to adjust as fast as possible get left behind. And, you know, that's one of the things that these players have been working towards every single day. Who've been playing this game is just trying to adjust as fast as possible with how the game evolves. And, you know, a player that has been doing that for a very long time is Verse. And you see it here for game number 2. He is going to be taking that MVP with 5 eliminations, 7.5 game score for himself in a massive game 2 opener. Zay, though, from the European region, being able to snag up 3 game score. And then Zeldis from the AS region, 2.5. Wufong CN, 2.5. Tryhard with 1. XY, slow game 2. On the Temi, which is a very rare sight to see, right, Severio? Most of the times we see X1 on Temi match is, you know, 90% of the time it's a pop-off game.
Yeah, so sweet. but one elimination was kind of forced out there and taken into Yang depletion. I mean,
yeah.
The corners, the real biggest downside was that explosive armor, man. That was the one turnaround that put us into the spotlight of, okay, it's over, bro. Jim's dead. For Wufang, because, you know, by having that explosive armor in midair, I mean, there's a lot of air time for XY to kind of worry at Frost. So what's going to be up next is, you know, Wufang just restructuring himself. I mean, that was a first round pick. You know, first phase, second phase, basically a second round pick on the, you know, first phase, but he could always double pick him. I feel like Tumultuous is going to be something he can bring back in terms of maybe Hollow Rock Starry Night into, or, you know, even Midoriya Eventide if he chooses to. So getting us situated there, don't count him out just yet. A lot of the other players are going to be choosing Tumultuous in the mix-ups, so it's just up to him whether or not he gets a chance later on. But bringing us into the scoreline, we're going to get some highlights and replays from this first round, which actually resulted from XY being the first person to get the elimination off of MSC in the open round BR against Zeldin, which, boom, musket shot, guaranteeing that. And Verse taking his fight against Ruo, right when I said the post ultimates, knew you could take this advantage. Grab him up, F2 restand. Look at this man, you know, dual flintlock, he missed, classic. But then again, is getting his R&B again and again, man. The staff is just too dominant for him.
It was flint knocks. I thought it was a pistol the whole time. I forgot that weapon wasn't even a thing. No one plays it.
that thing is not optimal in some sense, but the only way it really works out if you got the bomb shot, man. Rebel bomb shot, 2 OD. But that's like,
day, I still haven't seen it.
It's still a C tier weapon that comes up to A tier, but that's only if the players are able to confirm for those strikers and then getting another set of shots. But you know, regardless of that, it's gonna be that one last fight here for the Postal versus the Halberds, and that comes out to XY and say, huh? And then he has to sit up in the chair, man. He's like, no.
Huh? What is this? Last 5 players. This was when Yang depletion was in effect off of Yang's. All this being able to take out Tryhard. See Tryhard tries to go mad aggressive, sends the 1.0. The others with a massive parry there for elimination onto him. Last and final moments here, 3 players remain. Verse goes for the shutdown there onto Zay to avoid him from getting any hit confirmations onto Zelditch. And you see the pistol shots jump there for the elimination onto the Zelditch. Now last 1v1 Verse against Zay. Aqua's ultimate still in play. No aggression was thrown onto the Aquas. Captures for free, and now the price was paid between both of these players. Zay gets sent inside the zone with the V called in off that Aqua's ultimate. Ends up winning 7.5 game score for game 2. Chilling on his first day back into the mid-season challenge. I mean, yeah, WBG. Looking fire there for Verse as always. Not a surprise if you guys been watching the Pro League for a long time. You guys know the caliber of a player that Verse is. But yeah, MVP screen. What the damage looking at?
Yo, it's an even number, man.
Yep.
Even number. 12,
right?
12520, man. It's like a zip code, bro. He's living in the area, bro. He's done. It was kind of one spotlight too. Is Mortal Defiance was still available for him too. So Zay wouldn't even have a chance past that. Remember that? Remember he dropped that. He dropped that Mortal Defiance on that Yang Spherical before anyone else came after him. So pulling that aside, I mean, he got the skill ultimate to be this dominant force damage. The staff was what he had majority of the time, and the pistol was just what he was kind of, putting pot shots here left and right. Though if he had a musket, things would have been different. It's just because of that quick charge thunder call, he was able to have that. Having the Assassin's Lamp there set up to go through the common in terms of breaking apart, I mean, he was kind of making good work off of the scaling in that realm of Yang when he was able to walk away from everything, you know, from the force of the Shao. But then again, we pull ourselves together. He was playing pretty passive until the Shao ultimate was ready to go and be depleted. He got Zeldin out the game due to it, you know, being able to kind of get the hits. Which inside of the realm of Yang, you know how strong Akos is always the case, right? He finds a wall and he finds you in the corner of the jump LMB after the pounce, and then he can just RMB you. So one other thing is that whenever we see a chance here, if he gets himself in the first phase as much as often, we'll see him again in round 6 for everybody. But between then, next round is going to be up. It's going to be Morris Isle nighttime. It's going to be our favorite map usually. But one other spot is this is going to be the map that usually there is no objective like a Hollow Rock, Salvation Podium, no Arcadia, Volpine Essence. We're not going to have anything like that nature, and no really way of spacing terrain. Everything is going to be on grounded units. But I'm excited to see how that's going to go through. We're going to take a little quick break. We're going to go into round 3 in just a bit. Stay tuned. We'll see you guys then.
什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？擎天铠甲，附体！你回老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 Mid-Season Challenge here from Naraka BLADEPOINT. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severio. We just saw 2 games being played out for our first day of solos. Full of action, right, Severio? We saw our game 1 and how important it was because, you know, Wufong had a very strong game 1, ended up winning our Moshar solos, going to the game 2. A little rough one there for him, but still manages to stay in that top 2, being able to carry on over those 2 points, which, you know, doesn't really put him in that, you know, chokehold where, you know, he has to be, you know, panicking around. Even though we have 4 games, you don't want to be left behind. So being able to carry on over those points there from game 1 is massive there from Wufong. Bursto comes out there with a 5 elimination game for game 2. MVPs as well. Massive game there for Verse. Comes in 7.5, I believe, overall game score there for himself. So yeah, full of action, right? Top 2, still top 2 there from game 1. 2 now to game 3. Morris Isle OG map, like you were saying right before the break. Just straight dukes, nothing nothing out of the ordinary from the other maps, Holleroth and Perdoria. So, you know, just straight dukes. You do have that money spot to land for if players want to, you know, focus that to get a little bit of the upper hand there to buy something off the shop early there in the game. But yeah, very structured, right? Very structured here for our first day. A lot of these players are respecting a lot the early game, which, you know, sometimes we see a lot of commotion happen into the early game where we do have some bodies dropping right before first game. We go into the remainder of our games after game 1 or after first game with 5 players, which really turns the momentum of how the match plays out. But from what we saw there into game 2, a lot of these players are playing for their Zings. You know, they're playing the I don't even know what do we call the it's not downtime, it's just the breaking points of when the scrap offs happen right after Yang. We do have a little bit of commotion right before, which is, you know, very typical to see, where we have 1 or 2 players or 2 to 4 players get aggressive, I should say, with you know, playing their first life. But overall, very structured, especially having all the global players in here. I think we're just missing Lipo from our global scene.
Yep. Yeah, Lipo's gonna be here on Thursday, so he's gonna be here for the day 2 for solos. Yep. In the group there with Mike, of course, Spider. So that's like a masterclass.
Massive game too. Yeah.
So whenever you guys get a chance, you're gonna be able to watch him there. But one other thing is kind of seeing where we're gonna stand apart here from some of these players. We're gonna see a big change up in terms of how it comes down towards that dead space right after round 2. Round 2 is gonna be like. The post round 2 is going to be such like a slowdown until the Yang Spearwell. Has to be. I mean, most of these players know what's best for them for keeping themselves alive. The Yang Spearwell, besides that, the Yang Spearwell buffs if that comes up. But here's going to be their next game. As it comes down to it, Zenda Wu should have a stronger chance of being in the top ends of the phase. I mean, she doesn't really show up in some cases in the top 2, but definitely going to be in there in the top 4, as we saw from last round from Frostmas. But Frostmas now moves up. Now he's going to be the one in the second phase, right? Same position to XY's is. If he finds a reason to bring out Tumult early today, or in terms of that phase, and I mean that he would have a guaranteed Tumult game, because after that he's going to be slotted down to round 5, 6, 7, and 8, and to 5 and 6. As for Verse here, having a stand-up lead, having those points from the Yang from the first round for the verses, and then having that fight off of that Yang Spearwell means that he ended up with 7.5 points. I mean, this guy's already just, you know, on the leaderboard as it goes through. I really want to see a global player make it to the finals. I'm gonna be honest. I really do. I want to see where that comes out. This is the first time we're having group stage on the MSC, so this is gonna be the first time where it's gonna be maybe a point in time where we get to finals next the following weekend, where all the players are just gonna get prepping right beforehand. You know, that's the best part. You're gonna be able to kind of see yourself in the match point format and then seeing what you can gonna do within 8 rounds. But for Frostmas, this man is no stranger to the cause. He's been in the finals before, and those formats are not something too slightly to take against. This is going to be this is the hardest battle here, making it there in the first place off those 2 days of play.
Yeah, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, right? Still got what do we have? Like 10 games left to both days. So yeah, still a lot of time for these players to work it out, but at the same time, it's not. A lot of the matches happen quickly. Next thing you know, it's your last day, so you have to perform now as fast as possible. Try to knock out any of the mainland CM players out of that top running for the finals. Is, you know, global players, what they want to make is trying to make a staple there for themselves to make it into the finals. But yeah, Ruro on the Yodohime there for game 2. Unfortunate for him, he runs into verse, gets shut down, doesn't manage to come victorious out his Yang, and then, you know, he's just forced to engage from Yang depletion. So, you know, it happens. That's how the pro matches are. Is just, man, the Yangs just have so much more value now with just how many little players are in the server. Big value, big risk, right? It's just what these players know, and it's just the formula, how you have to play the game, and you don't want to be left behind in the scaling game. You know, you get caught out. We even seen there in game 2 where someone had blue armor, you know, close to that end game, and you know, you just quickly get turned on. Everybody sees them. Everybody's scaled up to minimum purple rarity weapons. That's not even counting the jades and the armors that the other players are rocking with as well. So you don't want to be left back there on the scaling department from you know, going into those late games, or mid to late games, I should say. But yeah, let's see how our round selection happens here for game number 3. Wouldn't be surprised if Aqua's again, because it looks like that's what we're still doing here for our matches.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I don't know if Ruro wants to give it up. He's like, yeah, I want to play Valdo. Like, what? No. But it could happen. I mean, he could switch out to anything like Highland, bro. But Aqua's gonna be guaranteed there for him. Ruro's gonna be building it up, stamping it on his back. Gets it locked in here for Frostivus. He can bring out the Tumult. He goes Yodohime instead. He takes her prioritization more than anything else. Which then brings us down to the second phase. Now this is going to be up towards, if I'm not mistaken, let's see, so it's up to Wufong getting it, and then Zeldinch next. Yeah, so Wufong picks up the Tumulch. Zeldinch, if he wants to bring out the Kylan, he could. If he decides to, he already played the Shio, so he's already done with her. He could bring a double pick, but like, he could go ahead and just lock into something else. Kind of more of the case right now, if he decides to bring out the Zendawu there. But what's kind of interesting is if Delani comes... I was going to say if Delani comes up later, you know, in terms of the phase, like we saw from round phase. But no, he decides to lock in here for the Zendawu. He was kind of determining that with his coach.
He didn't even know what you think. It was just like, all right, bam. There you go. All right, let's see. I think everything has been the same. Just pick order was different between the Tumult. He was picked second in game 2 because XY was on that, getting picked third now. But the top 4 characters have been slotted in, and then now the Shio gets played in here by Tryhard. Zay now potentially playing Kylan. We'll see what the decision is there for Zay in just a second, but pretty standard now going off of today's matches. Yep, Kylan gets slotted in. Everything's pretty much the exact same from game 2. Going on over to our 7th and 8th slot. We'll see what we have, if we get anything different here from Burrs. No, the Lee being slotted. Same spot as well that Charles slotted in there for game 2. So pretty much the same. XY, though, might have a little bit, you know, he likes playing the Enor, so I can't believe I saw it in game 1. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't seen that character in such a long time, but he is one of those players that, wait, I think we had a mirror match with him.
With
Spring
what?
Split.
Who?
With Enor?
Yeah, Enor, yeah, that was because of, that was due to Asia. Asia was the reason for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he popped off on the Enor 1 round. Everyone had a separate round selection for first round.
Yeah.
Everyone ended up, no.
The Tarka.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at the camera.
He's
bro.
like, yeah.
I'm the 4th wall breaker. Call me Deadpool. I'm on I'm on 3 different roles, baby. I'm like, okay, we see you. You got the drip. You can stand down. The thing is his Tarka is, I feel like, more Padoria oriented than anything. But he's gotten a first place, not MVP. But he's gotten first place on the Tarka. You remember, right? Against Gigi Chen, you know, on the corner side on towards Shadow Jade Mine. That was kind of a point in time, like, okay, this could be a good spotlight, right, for him to get MVP. He didn't get it there, but he did get first place. So I'm kind of hoping to see him. He gets 1 good fight, cool. He gets 2 good fights, great. And if his third fight ends up in that Realm Yang 1 or 2, you can scale great lengths towards the end of the days. It's just if the lobby says we're just gonna take the challenge on making sure we burn your ult down, your F2. I mean, yeah, for fireball, making sure your fireball is down. We're ready for that. Because some players might not even be ready for fireball if they're caught in a weird position, right? Post tap dodge on the rollout, fireball right in the face. But a lot of these players are, right? A lot of the ones on the stage here. So one thing is that you kind of just take it to burn yourself, and then you get vulnerability status, and he just takes advantage of that. He doesn't even use his fireball usually in his ult stance unless he throws you off for a loop. Thing is, these guys have to understand his playstyle for Tarka, and he's the only player that plays Tarka, bro. It's serendipitous, bro. No one's gonna be noticing. It's gonna be it's gotta be one of the global players. No. It's one of you guys, bro. The CM players, the pros. So you guys got that.
Yeah. Let's see it here. Oh, I mean, I'm starstruck because I be peeking gear and seeing what the players are working with. I was looking at Zoldich. He's I think the only player that's rocking with a wired mouse. And also I saw that Wufong plays with a sheet of napkin over his WASD.
Wait.
What does he know that I don't know? I've never seen that.
Yeah, my man's like a fighting game, but they have a little board like on top of their stick.
The gaming pad.
Yeah, they have like a box to kind of cover themselves when they're playing face to face, like or next to their opponent. So FGC has that stuff like set up there. Maybe he's just hiding it, Well, I don't know why. I mean, gear wise, it doesn't matter. Your opponent's gonna be behind a wall, but it's for the audience, right? It's for all the guys, bro. What's the tech you rocking, bro? And they said, anonymous, thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. But the drops here, man. Sunveil Dwelling is heavy. Frost is tryhard can be there. Zeldinge on the Crow's Nest. Well, DRG Ruro taking us outside of Celestra's in terms of his area, but BWG Zay is going to be north side of Celestra, taking that one Firefly, moving towards T, Wufong, and Artisan's Grove. Alongside XY. XY loves to take north of Artisan's Grove, man. You notice that? He loves that spot. On Tarka specifically. Like, I don't know what it is. He gets himself out there. He can go towards the north side of the Noble Cave for the Fireflies, but he is miles away from that. So he takes gear there and maybe takes a fight and then he moves up north. Who knows? But it's safe to say that he's on that initial starting rage going off this, and then he'd be able to get his ultimate if he needs to reset after a win on the fight. We'll see, because look at him. He's already there. He's taking himself to Noble Cave. Versus already looting up. He's taking out that Shunhuan ultimate ready to go, and so does XY have it ready to go, and he's going to see his opponent pop ult, which means he gets his second ultimate ready to, and he's going to have this. He's going to have to dodge. He's going to have to leave this area because he notices this Shunhuan's going to be looking for him, baiting him out for loot.
Yeah, he was no part of this. He's like, all right, that's cool. I'm just gonna go ahead and back on up. Now a little bit of waiting game. You see the commotion has not happened thus far. Map very quiet. Very quiet map. I don't see any engagements anywhere, I believe. There goes the counter grapple. First one inverse. Gonna go ahead and grapple check him now. XR's gonna respond with a grapple check. Going for the LMB. Gets cut off on the R&B from the whip sword. Flying Knife's now called in here for verse. Does manage to find a perfect space in there, but the F called in. Now the Tarka ultimate called in. Air R&B ×2. It's patch. You can't do it, XY, but he sends the R&B focus. Going for the second one ×2, ×3. Now, wait, you can still do it, actually. There's tech to it. Never mind. Still be able to do so. I just remember it. Now you see him now going. Is going to go ahead and retreat for now, but Verse has the upper hand, I would say, with a health advantage, but it's only common armor, and he still has to fight the Tarka O for a couple seconds left. But once this is gone, you're going to see him full W key on in as he's already doing so.
Yeah, walking this down here is going to be the recast of vulnerability set up here. Verse gets the R&B 1-2, the last end and the tail end of that. Though the R&B hold check here, it means that the F1 is guaranteed here for a little bit of close gap. Ooh. Yo, I wish I had that ping, man. Oh my god, the pitter-patter last end hit gets hit on the jump LMB. He goes for stanchion. He gets the hold. No, he doesn't. And he goes for the just LMB, R&B, crouch LMBs. The stanchion, it might come out again here for XY, though he is charging R&Bs now. He's thinking about it, contemplating that free reset for each other, man. I love this fight. Oh my god, the parry. Oh, this the execution. And there it is. Oh, look at the animation.
Oh, that was fire.
And now Wufong looks to take this fight after the post end.
Yeah, Wufong said, hello, I'm in the mix now. Tell me now against XY. XY knows all the mix-ups on this character, man. You see him playing staff as well. Frostivus takes out Ruro in the kill feed. You see him still being able to have that second life there on the left side of the leaderboard, but to be losing all that loot. Wufong, on the other hand, 1.0 opener there against XY, trying to create a little bit of space. XY now is going to being able to dodge the ult call in. Is going to be forced to pop that fireball to avoid getting caught up. The Wisp throws down, doesn't manage to connect. Wufong now going for the reset. XY dead center of this Tumult ultimate, can't breathe yet. Has the ult again. Now you see him now trying to move on in. Mid dodges through, going for the jump parry. Doesn't matter to connect. Now the ultimate being called in, and he's going to look to see if he can trap him here off the staff jump R&Bs.
Yeah, R&Bs are good, man. Look at this. Double ship pun comes out here. He might even get this jump R&B. He's been doing it all day. There's the F1 catch potential here. Oh, man. Yep. 2 kill eliminations in a row. I was talking about it. Take the momentum. 1 or 2 kills before that first Rummy Yang, and XY has already had 2. Taking fights, nearly 15,000 Dark Tide coins. He can just take the money to go ahead, buy that purple armor, and situate himself here. He's got that purple cannon. That's a great upgrade. I like to see the Tarko cannon shots come out here in the Rummy Yang. I like seeing that. Sometimes it comes up to succession, you get those cannon shots, but then you run out of ammo, and then you're like, well, I guess I gotta walk away from that. Though, the smart things that come across that is that he's able to kind of get another cannon on standby, so his secondary. So he has like a cannon on his reserves. He can go ahead and swap that out. But 2 eliminations on that staff means that he's able to kind of start this off, and we're going off to another fight. Zeldin finds Frostmus. Remember, from the earlier kill, Frostmus takes the elimination off of Ruo. He is hoarding his gold as of right now, at least his Dark Tide coins. He tried to make his way to a shop. He gets that purple armor upgrade. Now Zeldin realizes he's going to have to back off.
A little bit of love taps that I saw. XY, man, what is he giving me? What, like 2023 Jacob vibes? Back with Tarka, when everybody was playing Tarka, jump R&B, spear, and staff.
I hated that era.
Where you could people's elbow on the ground.
Oh my God. I was like, yo, can we get that? And then the hot patch happened. I'm like, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
A lot of people, I mean, yeah, that's the controversy with Tarka, right? I mean, if he's super strong, a lot of people really don't like Tarka being super strong. So he's always been a player who, has been cut short of his potential with just how his kit works. And you got to be really careful in a character like Tarka to not really overbuff him. And the funny thing is that, Tark, that wasn't a patch. That wasn't nothing. That wasn't Tarka's kit since day 1. So it got discovered and it got pretty much distributed from the mainland all the way towards the global sides. And yeah, the devs are like, we're seeing some abnormal activity happen with Tarka.
Abnormal activity, lowercase abnormal, So it's like, they're like trying to like shy away from it, but they're like, we got it. What's crazy, this guy got engraving too now, so you can say,
that's gonna clear. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you better not. He popped ult. See, I was kind of worried about this. I was like, we pop ult here.
10 seconds though.
You're on V2. He's got fight or flight, man. Fight or flight. Stay inside there, and then boom, pops into Yang. But he's got to delay. That's the thing. He wants to delay Yang. He doesn't want to be in Yang as fast as possible. He wants to be in the second last room. Ro pops the ultimate though, forces it. Wait a second. Shifts out here. Goes again. Ro's his only opponent here that's going to be looking to try to either get inside the Rummy Yang if there was room, but there it is. Oh, the disrespect. The busted shot from Zay though, and another parry. The Rapok connects off of that.
Wow, Ro didn't even see it. Anticipates it twice, but the damage is there. You see Zay trying to capitalize off the damage there that XY was inflicted onto Ruo. Very weak, 1 HP. The cannon doesn't connect there for XY, I believe. It could have been a little bit burn ticks, I think, in the box side, but still manages to weave this time. Blue armor swap is good. You see him now trying to move back on in. XY's ultimate is gone. Trying to play behind the gate there. It does manage to stay up. The Scare Rush connects there for Ruo, staying in the pocket. Both players. XY throws the fireball. Doesn't manage to connect. And you see Ruo anticipating that air R&B and Zay now starts to move on in. XY tries to back on up. Wants to take the Yang, I believe. But a 1-2 minks there off the halberds from Ruo. Applies a little bit of that pressure onto Zay. You see him now trying to back on up to retop off that blue armor. Yang happening here against Char and the Zelditch. This is NA against AS going at it here in this Yang. And it's Shayo once again, but this time with Tryhard's hand with the nutchucks, which we've been seeing Zelditch pretty much played nunchucks throughout all games 1 and 2.
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to say, it's like a deja vu for this. Yeah. Zelditch was on this exact build from the exact weapon set and the exact rarity. Shots come out here for the Zendawu, tap dodge, and then of course the right click is going to be something for a stagger and a attack poof, but you know how it comes down here. Zendawu shots, they're limited in quantity. The V1 recast is still available. The last thing is going to be the Shio V1 shield throws. As a way to catching his tap dodges here, Zeldin gets 1 avoided. Last shield block is going to be coming out here in just a second once he walks through that wall. And there it is, combo breaker, 1-2. Zeldin goes down here. Tryhard takes elimination. Now we're switching on over here. XY finds Verse, and this is going to be a grapple setup. Where are we grappling? Oh, I get it, because we saw another target. That's okay. That's okay. Unfortunately, we find XY in a predicament. No armor in sight. It's funny that we saw this in the earlier fight engagement happen, but now Verse comes out, elimination, and Zay finds his opportunity for the grapple bump. He needed this wall, but not really for the 1.0. He's going for the LMB catch again if he could, and the F1 to scale out here versus going to go ahead and break off.
Yeah, that's XY's game 3, so he's gone, I believe. Just a quick way to get out with 2 eliminations. Unfortunate for him, 7th place elimination, doesn't get any ranking points, and 2 eliminations with still 6 players alive, or 7 players alive is just very rough there, especially with how his game 2 went as well. So overall, can't be happy about that one. But Verse, on the other hand, gold fist blades in hand off that Yang. See him, he's gonna go ahead and cut the aggression for now. Zay could potentially still get aggro. Frostidus, Tryhard, and Verse all with buff. Yeah, whatever million spurs might. Frost not showing the gold weapon that he was able to acquire off that Yang, but might see it. Just a couple seconds. Gold staff there for Tryhard there on the Shayo from his Yang. So he's to be having a really nice weapon to continue his game number 3. Zay though, still getting aggressive. That's the ultimate called in as well for the Colin. So looking for the overhead, doesn't manage to connect. The movement is too good there onto Verse. Broke his ankles or potentially run into the zone to avoid getting full staggered. But no, the aggression still happening towards his way. Has lost a lot of HP already, still ticking white health. Now the F called in here for the lead being Verse. Now the full chase down coming into play. Verse applying so much pressure onto Zay. The 1-2-3 is good. The wake up doesn't manage to catch Pryo. A little bit of love tap there from Zay, but a jump LB cancellation off that scare rush there is gonna shut down Zay. Now try going against Zell once again.
Yeah, Zay had a chance on going to that Roman Yang. He took the opportunity of looking for the 1-2 kills, as I suspected from that, because I was like, yo, technically he could have gotten those 2 kills if it came down. Difference is that the Akos comes out here with double armor. Ruo was able to find that off of that 1 trove. Then, of course, taking the opportunity there, that was a double reset. But we already have this fight coming down. This is going to be up to Tryhard having all his shield throws available. Doesn't even get a chance. Doesn't even get... Ooh, doink. Okay, we walk up to his face and we go for another hit. R&B confirms a tap dodge. Zeldin's looking for this hit. He's going to get caught regardless. 2 eliminations right now for Tryhard and his advantage. 5 players left to go.
Yeah, good scare rush there on the haystack, being able to confirm the 1-2 there for the elimination. Snags up another one there for Tryhard. Now it jumps up to 2 here into game number 3. Frostidus against Ruro. Frostidus was the one I believe getting aggressed on by Ruro, potentially. No, because there's no Yang depletion on Ruro. Just commotion. We'll see it though. Nice weave there onto the Akko's ultimate follow-up. Frostidus being able to avoid that, but the Yoda ultimate is about to run out. Just a couple seconds. Nice weave there. The ult recast there. Frostidus get that health back a little bit there onto Ruro. Sends it, gets the damage there off the whipped sword. Now the Pryor going for Frostidus. The 1.0 is good off the gold blade. Sorry, jump LMBs gets cut off the Pryor. Ruro now trying to stay out, but didn't get the height, so doesn't get the 1.0 confirmation, but recatches Pryor. 1-2 misses it up, and the RB spam there from Frostidus to be able to snag up the elimination down to Ruro.
And now we might even see our 4th team or the 4th player go down to 3 Verse Infinited. Hopefully from Wufong, he does not. And the R&B is free. The old cast is ready to go though. Let's take a look and see. Can he dodge these V? No, he can't. And Wufong laid off on the ends, gets caught here. And that blade comes out. We're down from 4 players down to 3. Verse up to 3 eliminations this game, taking out his Kofo, as they call it, right? He's got himself no eliminations, Wufong, this game. And Tryhard right now in 3rd with Frostidus in 4th. And we're going to see this build, man. You got a Starfall, Quick Charge Thunder Call, the Rebel Bomb Shot, got the engraving, got the Cyan Fang. He decides to bring that out. And I believe whether or not he had a tuner or not, I'm not sure. I didn't take a look in the last shade. You're going to see another Starfall, going to see a Soul Shatter, as well as seeing a Blazing Cyclone in the hands of Frostidus. 25,000 Dark Tide coins. He can play roulette, gamble core. But Tryhard now is going to take his first Roman Yang immediately against Verse. It's going to be up against what Tryhard and going to have a lot to his kit to kind of think about it, but more so just being able to mitigate all the pressure that the Shun Huang Li will provide.
Yeah, this is a massive Yang here for Tryhard. If he's able to eliminate Verse here, it's going to be a big upset there for Verse into game 3. F called in there for Tryhard as well as the ultimate. Trying to go for the raw uppercut, doesn't manage to connect. The scare rush through there for Verse. Trying to cut out as long as possible here from the Shayo ultimate. You see him playing back and forth, doesn't get caught yet. Tryhard now has a full commit here to the chase down with his ultimate being called in very early. Still with 45% on that rage. That change there on the Shayo, yeah, I see it now. It does a good change there, being able to save a lot of that rage back, because old Shayo here is just cut. but now sends the 1.0. Big parry there for Verse. Snags up the weapon as well. Catches Prowl, forces out the Shayo F. A minute still here in this Yang. Overholding Nunchuck meter burn. Doesn't get the damage. And now Verse just quick sell, I believe. Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, the RB was going to be read out there for Verse, knowing that the Shayo was going to be looking to either release or just hold it for extension. He was there in point blank view. That was the worst part for him. And we're going to lose that. We're going to get a gold dual blades. We're going to have advanced heal picked up here on Shuan Leo, no less. If Verse is making his leaderboard harder to catch up towards, it's just going to be the first place position. Frost was taking the spear, well, that means that he's got that gold. You know, I mean, look at this man scaled up, bro. He got gold weapon, gold armor. I mean, he got the Realm of Yang buff for free for 2 minutes and 30 minutes, or 2.5 minutes. He's got himself that White Tiger's prowess. It's a matter of the scoreboard right now. He has at 3 eliminations. He can find Frostfist here. Trier could potentially find him out, but if Frostfist wants to turn the fight around in his favor, he goes from 3 to 4 eliminations. That's all he needs to kind of go off of this. Both of the buff players, right? You call it buff bros. They will identify each other, and they will not take the fight against each other. They don't need to. So it's going to be, I think that's what I've seen is an Unseen Current in the hands of Frostfist too. So as an upgrade towards his Jade Arsenal, he'd be able to find a fan. He could potentially get that off. Though the Verse was able to find that mode of the finest purchase inside the shop, guaranteeing that, and having that tuna, there it is, and having that advanced heal. So it was tuna originally, now an advanced heal post the Realm Yang win. This guy's gonna have a sustainable lifetime, plus having the engraving, now finding that artillery crystal to find use. That makes up that Jade is just too. The insta blue Jades, not a fun time, right? There's just a lot of opportunity to kind of get caught, and before you know it, you're already losing like half your armor.
Unfortunate. Just like that. And now, try hard. It's going to be the one being the main aggressor here. Try to cleanse out the Yang depletion. Verse snags up a bounty. Onto who? Onto Frostivus. So, Char gets a little bit of a leeway here to try to work and see if he can try to potentially third party the commotion, because you see Verse full committed. Knows there's only 3 players up, or 2 other players up. Rotating on in as quick as possible. Spots eyes onto Frostivus. Frostivus on the Yorohime. Just wait this out. Try hard though. Opposite side of the bridge. Now Frostivus is running towards this way too. So Chard is going to be able to hear the commotion potentially if this happens, but Verse not full committing. Doesn't have to. Knows who he just fought in Yang. So doesn't really have to show that aggression for now. Even though there's only 2 other players. Chard on the other hand though, it's a very hard task right now to try to live out the pressure. Going against 2 gold armors. I mean, 2 minutes in standing, or in counting, I should say, is just not a lot of time to work with. So you see him start rotating on out, potentially not even go for a cleanse, just scoping out the situation. We'll see what route Char takes. Does have 2 on the board here in top 3, 4 total points, so 3rd place still. Very good there for Tryhard. Verse is not slowing down, man. 7th round pick, still massive games here for Verse. As you see him just waiting out, seeing what the lobby's gonna decide to do. He's gonna tuna it up. Char's gonna buy out some more resources. Jade's trying to see if he can find something better to begin his aggression if he does decide to take it. Purple nunchucks in the back pocket, dual blades now. Swaps on over. Jade selections. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a rough one here for Char, so we're gonna have to wait and see what he ends up deciding. But it looks like he is gonna start rotating on in with him right next to Frostivus now.
Yeah, tick damage is coming out here. It takes a little bit of seconds on the clock, though, up to 54 left to remain if he decides to extend his Yang depletion. But he knows he can't take a negation, an aggression against the Yorohime, right? Because considering the Yorohime is going to have F2, it's going to be a combo break, it's going to be a pushback. He's not going to really put much more emphasis on pushing her through. But since there's no right Tiger's prowess, it's just really more towards the Realm Yang winners to identify each other, to help each other need, right? Low-key, because the one thing is they know that there's going to be more of a pressure on the person who lost that Realm Yang fight. As for Frostivus, or as for Triad, I should say, he is deciding upon going to the zone, I feel like, in that last move. So we're going to have to see. Verse, though, going to be pushing up north to see whether or not he's going to be approaching this. But if Triad goes out without giving elimination to the team, or to the players, I should say, he should make he should make good effort on doing so, because that means that there's no +1 on the board. In the group stages, +1s, life or death, right? My man using his whole kit, boom, explosion. My man said, "Cause I'm done." But this is only 1/2 of the day done. Once we get to the second half, I mean, there's a whole different 3 games that he could play into. Though leaderboard check, I mean, second place is 5 points, first place is 13.5. Remember that engraving. Verse is going to be pulling up here immediately, and he gets punished for it with that Blazing Cyclone, as Frostivus is able to push his back. F1 invested here means that he could go ahead and try to go for the knockup, but the jump to avoid the stagger means that Frostivus is reading him like a book.
Sends it. Parry doesn't connect though. Prowl now forces out the Lee ultimate. catches Pryor off the F, forces out the Yodo F as well. Frostivus has that safety leeway now. Now the dagger throws are being invested in for Verse from this ultimate. Oh, it connects, but the terrain was not in his favor. Now Frostivus does have that time to pop this Yoda ultimate, going for the F recast once again. Manages to catch Proud. 1, 2, 3s into the musket shot. Lots of damage there onto Frostivus. Now looking for the last hit, but a jump on the B is enough. And Verse closes out game 3 with another massive game, 5 eliminations on the board there for Verse. I mean, not slowing down, looking crispy. Unfortunate there for Frostivus, not being able to stay up there with aggression off the lead. It's just too big there from Verse, being able to stay up. And man, yeah, that's the Verse we know, right? Being able to just dominate like that, it's just staple Verse. And we see it once again here for the first day of the MSC.
Yeah, it was kind of fine. It was kind of funny seeing how that fight went down. I mean, you saw how Frostivus was reading out the moment that engraving was a miss. Missed out. And then he got the Blazing Cyclone, and then all the tap dodges were made. He made one early parry attempt, or it was too far actually. It was the parry was too far from the range from it, and then things just start getting chomped down. For everything in terms of the Yodohime up to the V2 recast off of Shunhwan does not care who you are. It will knock you back in terms of that. But this was a spotlight. But I was thinking, maybe if Frostwood took the opportunity utilizing ultimate gold focus or ultimate pink focus mitigation, right? He could have been able to mitigate a lot of that V2 pressure and forcing Verse in a weird predicament of being able to V2 and being locked in cast and deciding, do I jump crouch? Because a lot of Xinhuan Lees would love to do that, but the thing about Yodohime is that her hold gold focus, she mitigates that, right? And then she's able to get a launch. And then this is on a downhill terrain, so the opportunity for Frosty would have been there, but he delayed his old cast. He kind of waited it out a long time. He waited it so far back when the animation was done and already too late. But one thing is that, the psychological part about it is that when there's 3 players left to go and you're a Yang depletionist, you don't really have a chance there. Tryhard had to go ahead and lose himself out as a result. Even in that fight, going off the Xiao inside of the Rum Yang, I mean, one thing is that 45%, he still got 55% to go back into and getting that back through damage dealt or damage taken. And in his case, he had to use it in a defensive measure, or he tried using it in a place where he'd be able to kind of read out towards Verse's position, but he did not get a spot where Verse was going to bait into it. Verse is really strong in terms of making sure he can feint your attacks, so having an opportunity on the Xinhuan means that he can do that double.
Yeah, I remember he was first on selection too for a long time, and then he dropped all the way to 7 for now, and then we have Verse just playing him and being able to have a massive game like that. But yeah, overall, pacing completely changed, right? Coming in from game 2, where we were a lot more structured in the lobby, into game 3. Because after first Yang, we had like 4 players. I mean, it was rough. Into game second Yang, the game, which is already like 3 players in. It was only Verse, Charhard, and Frostivus, and you don't want to give up the Yang, so Charhard takes it, and unfortunate for him, he wasn't able to come out victorious in a Yang, and they just put him in a bad predicament. That's what I was saying. Like, I'm not sure if he's gonna commit to a fight, and with only 2 other players remain. The other guy, being Frostivus, has gold armor too, so he just decided to give the death to the zone. The corruption took the soul. But overall, faster paced game 3, a lot different from game 2 into game 4. Holoroth, XY rough games thus far for the BR matches, game 2 and 3. Hasn't had a great showcase thus far. Already played his Temi match 2 and his Tarka games, which is kind of rare to say, but not rare at the same time, due to the fact that it's XY. He's had success on the Tarka throughout the Pro League as well. So I would say it's kind of a rare sight to see him not being able to perform, especially on that Tumult pick for that game 2, right? First BR match is always a staple that once XY is on that semi, he has a massive game. Wu Fong, though, once again, he's still top 2, I believe so. Maybe drop down to 3, depending on how the ranking points shot up Frostivus off of that, being in second. But I think, coming off of that game 1, being able to win it out just puts you up, well for the remainder matches, like I was saying. But yeah, 5 eliminations, 7.5 for Verse is just, once again, it's just a mirror from game 2.
Yeah, I mean, and kind of going into the to how the fights went out. I mean, post Rum Yang 1, kind of seeing how these guys are kind of pushing the threshold for who's going to be working outside the Rum Yang versus inside, and the ones that are working outside the Rum Yang, a lot of fight potential there to kind of extend off. We saw what XY was able to kind of accomplish, but then we went back to him and he's getting chased down. And Zay also had an opportunity to go into Rummy Yang, didn't take a chance there. He decided to lurk into the double kill potential through a threshold, but didn't get it, you know. And then problematic situation, we come back to him, he's on ult cast inside of the zone against, you know, at first, and it's kind of a scary instance because it's just Shun Wan who, you know, if he catches that F1 on you, you know, you try to jump it and then it's all of a sudden he's reading you like a book, and then he's already in the HP where he's above and beyond. But Verse gets 2 7.5 points back to back, has 15 points plus the 1 on the first game, which means he got 16.
Yeah.
The threshold right now, the mean average is very, very, you know, very lopsided. But between that, Wufong's at 5 points in second, 4 points for Frostus, 4 points for Tryhard. XY's at 3 points as well as Zay, Zeldin to 2.5 and 1.5 for Ruo. You know, so getting the group stage out of the way. I mean, this group has been kind of going on a space where Verse is just taking the dominant lead. This is both a blessing and a curse, right? Because that means that there's one player getting everything, and that means that everyone can just go for inches to make sure that that mile is reached for grand finals or to make it to finals. The only difference is this is only day 1. We only got 3 more games. If the second place average mean is like around like 9 or like 10 to 12.5, you know, then we have a little bit of a, you know, issue with it there. But to make sure that this game goes without a spree, we're gonna go through some highlights. We're gonna go back in terms of the decision making in the fights where double whammy kill XY on the Tarka took out the Titan of the lobby Verse in the first instance, the first minute.
Yeah, and this was a 2-piece too here for XY. He takes out Verse. Then Wufong comes on in on Tomote, shuts him down. I mean, reads the Wisp throw perfectly. Pops the ultimate. Wisp jump R&B. People's elbow into the LMB's LMB. Jump LMB into the knee into the top of the forehead. Perfect spacing. Waiting for the opportunity to see if he can catch another jump R&B. Does manage to do so with the R&B finisher from the mid dodge. Beautifully done. Frost against Ruo. Unfortunate here for Ruo, right? He catches Prowl twice. Frost has inflicted a lot of damage though, right? He's 1 HP, so right here he's not able to get the 1.0 confirmation, which even out the health a lot more. He recatches Prowl, but caught him on the side of that wall, so it doesn't get the high off the uppercut, and then he gets shut down.
Exploded, man. Kaboom. Tryhard though finds his F1 and tap touch for free. Didn't really matter where Reverse was holding up for the meter dump, and he just fails up the pillar again. Once that meter dump was kind of expended, and knowing that the Shy-Ho and Tryhard's face would honestly just cancel it, and he comes up here. And then this is what I was talking about, right? So the V2 recast on the F2, he's like, I'm done with this knockback, man. I'm done with this. This is no longer the game. This is a whole different one. And he goes ahead and just locks him for chips. And the confirmation on the old cast means that he has a guaranteed on the F1 here on this corner downside. And then boom, boom. Doesn't matter if the V1, even if he tap dodges, he's right in space again, switching over back to the fist blade. Take a swig of water, man. You boy thirsty. Taking all the competition out, man. He's taking the whole reservoir of wins, and this is a double back-to-back WBG victory led by Verse for solos.
Fire. Straight heat there from Verse. And yeah, I mean, like you were saying, right? If Verse keeps staying hot like he is right now, and the second below is around, I mean, yeah, I would say the 9, but it's rough, right? Because it really makes it a lot more interesting for days 2 and 3. If Verse just stays on this momentum that he has with these 4 kill games plus dubs. You see it, I mean, it's kind of literally a mirror. 12.5k damage, 5 eliminations. I think we had a 5k in healing for game 2, but you know, a little bit more here for this game. He had Mortar Defiance. I mean, it's literally a ditto with himself from game 2 and 3. His second MVP of the MSC. This time on 7th round selection with the Lee. I mean, yeah, it's just insane. Fist blades, 8,000 damage alone with those fist blades, just full kitted out, and you see it at Verse. He's just like, man, I'm just trying to go to day 2, just trying to play my games, get out, come back next week, try to stay hot. I mean, that's the thing, right? You can have an amazing day 1, you can have an amazing day 2, but in finals is what really matters for you to lift that trophy. So yeah, a lot more pressure in the finals, but you know, we still have a couple days for that. We still have a lot more days of solos and trios left as well. We haven't even started trios for the MSC, so it's gonna be a lot of exciting times here for the 2026 Mid-Season Challenge. It's very, very interesting to see how the tempo just completely changed for me personally, because we had a very structured game 2, and into game 3, it just completely flipped the switch. Like, all right, I'm just gonna full W key on in. I'm just gonna clear out, but we are going to be taking a quick break, going to interview one of the players. Once we come back, we're going to be locking in our 4th game of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post Game Debut. This is Jaeger, and I'm standing here with our player. Let me say hello to your audience, please.
Hello, guys.
Hello, this is Tryhard, and I would like to say long time no see, Tryhard. You know, we really miss you so much. And I would like to know, so at the day like resting or you have the semesters, so how's the journey like for your life? And maybe you can share with us like how you keep balance from the like keep practice Naraka and like your study.
So right now it's summer for me, so I have a lot of free time. But you know, as I'm getting closer and closer to graduating, you know, my studies are piling up and up and up. So I have less and less time to practice, but I really do try and be as productive as possible. You know, balancing school life and gaming is always something that's pretty challenging.
You know, you're like more and more busy right now, and I want to know, so for this year MSC, so what's your like ambition for this year?
I'm just trying to have fun this time around. You know, I've done so many of these, and I feel like as I'm coming up on probably what will be my last tournament, if I do play J-Cup, I'm just trying to have fun and enjoy myself this time around.
I really don't want like that. It's the last time for you, and I would like to say we really miss you because you know it's like your whole like university study, university life are like communicate with, have a lot of time we like practice the Naraka and we have the matches together, and we really like to say miss you so much. Okay, I think it's time for us to move on to the next part, and Silver Treasure. Okay, so now we can see today's question is how many kills did you have in the latest game? And because we back to the matches, and I want to know at last when you like meet like our two MVPR players, they are all have the buff, and I saw that you try to like finish your own life in the game, and I want to know so how you just to think about all your strategy at the time.
Well, there, you know, I try and wait until the buff runs out because, you know, it gives them a very big advantage. And I was trying to see if there was maybe I could get where it's just me and one other person. But once I saw, you know, my timer, my timer was going down, there really was not a chance for me to kill either of them because they would both, you know, be able to go for me because I'm Yang depletion. So once I realized that, I just know that it's kind of very hard to win. So it's better just to not give them a kill instead.
But I think a smart choice because you like don't give anyone score in the and I still want to say it's really like a good choice for you. And now I think it's time for us to like count in the number and give the present. Okay, count in the number, please.
So the answer is A.
Yeah, but we need to count the number.
Sorry,
it's okay. Like 3, 2, 1. Okay, you're prepared, and let's 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1, A.
Screenshot, it's okay, and I would like to say congratulations, our lucky guy. If you are the lucky guy, you will be whispered. And congratulations. Okay, at last back to the MSC for this year, because we know now we have a lot of like, so not a lot, just we have some of our new player now in the MVPL and for the new one here in the for the MSC. So how do you think about like other players?
I think all the new players in MVPL are always very friendly. That's something, you know, I really like. You know, I've been here for almost 5 years now. You know, since I started playing Naraka when I was almost 16 years old, and now I'm 21. So I've seen a lot of new players, and they're always very nice, and you know, they're always very good. You know, they all deserve to be here.
So what about their ability, and also maybe you can compare with the other player abroad?
Well, I think one of the new players is Roy. My pronunciation.
Roy from the DRG.
Exactly. Yeah, he's very good. I've heard great things about, you know, his Yodo, and his gameplay is very strong. I would say, you know, he's definitely deserves to be in MVPL. It's extremely good. So
we're looking forward together because now it's just the first day, and how you will comment on them like in the other days, okay? And we're looking forward to your performance. Okay, I think our like interview is good enough, and maybe it's time for us to take a rest, and we'll be back later.
什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？ 体。你回老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。 铠甲，裸体，没有机会。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the MSC 2026 Naraka BLADEPOINT Challenge. We got ourselves going out here. My name is Severio alongside with Creatives. Let's bring us back into speed. You know, we did 3 rounds. First round for the verses, which resulted in Wufang's victory. Verse took that personally. He took second place in that. He took a double back-to-back banger. Round game 2, game 3. bringing out the Akosu and then the Xunhuang Li, just like making it look easy. And of course, I mean, this guy comes with experience, so it's not really much of a surprise. It's just whether or not the rest of the lobby just gets those points to catch up to make it a top 8 at least.
Yeah, it was it's just he's in his element, man. I don't know what else to say. Just versus, just you know, he has a job to do, and you see it here clearly in day one. You know, if anybody's just tuning in, you know, this is a different format from what we had in 2025 year. You know, last year we only had 1 day of MSC. Today, or this year, we have you know, that standard, you know, 2 days per group, 3 days in total for solos and trios. And then next week will be grand finals. And we also have an invitation on, I think it's a martial arts solo. So this will be straight 1v1, 0-ban action. I'm excited for that one, right before the grand finals of the MSC. So, you know, there's a lot of games still left. We still have a lot of games today, right? We're going into game number 4 into Holleroth. So yeah, we just concluded Morris Isle. You know, quick little retract back. I mean, Burst has been having an insane day. XY has, you know, he's been having a little rough one. He is our spring winner. Wufong won game number 1. Has been, you know, he's been staying, I wouldn't say consistent, but he's been in that top 2, top 3 throughout the first 3 games. So he's still up there for these matches. But yeah, everybody else, global scene's looking good too. Zay had a good game too, was in that top 2. Try hard for game 3, top 3. I don't even know. Frost, I don't know. He's global. I mean, I would say I think he's mainland, right? He's been in Pro League for such a long time. I think he qualifies as mainland, but you know, he has a lot of presence for the global scene too. So, you know, he's been he had top 2 there for game 3. What else we have? Zeldich had a great game too as well. He was in that top 3 area. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to stay up there in that Midoriya match. Everybody else, Ruro, he had a good game 1, but still wasn't able to, you know, find his fitting into game 2s and 3s. Yeah, I mean, overall, it's still, you know, first 3 games out the way. This is halfway mark. You got to stay, you know, ready for the remainder of the matches. You have only 3 games left for today to try to rack up as much points as possible. And when you have somebody like Verse in the lobby just steamrolling, it really makes it hard to try to catch up and try to rack up points. And, you know, I feel like what we were talking about, right, Severo, just is going to shake up how the days go on apart from today. Just how many points does Verse can rack up? Is he going to stay with those 5 eliminations throughout the day? I mean, I don't think we've ever seen somebody just stay consistent 5 elims plus dubs in any day of the Pro League. So if he's able to do so, it's going to be a world's first, I would say, for sure for that. But overall, yeah, we just got to wait and see how game 4 locks in. And, you know, Hollow map, whoever playing the Temi, I'm be looking at you for sure.
Yeah, for real. You know, Versus like a Pokemon trainer, bro. He owns the arena. It's kind of crazy too to think about the fact that is this, right? It's that we kind of seen what the global players are kind of standing against each other, leaderboard wise. It's not more than like at least more than 2 points, right? So far. But putting it aside, I mean, we also kind of see where we're going next into Holleroth. Starry Night, it's going to be a huge point in contention, hopefully, to see. Aside of the Salvation Podium off rip, man, that puzzle is going to be giving any player the granted gold weapon that's there. And then moving forward and seeing who can take that to skyrocket. Some players may or may not want a chance. That Tumult is going to be a point right now to see first phase, maybe in the first pick, right? Just kind of getting that off the books. But who's going to be up next, I think, is Zay is going to be taking that. Or no, Tryhard should be taking that, right? So it should be coming down towards him having the first pick, first round selection, so he should be able to kind of think about that, posture around it, forcing out whether or not he wants to kind of take that chance, and then just rolling the lobby around with it. But double picks are in the contention too. Some players can decide upon picking up some of those comfort picks from those earlier rounds that might be coming available. First top 4 is going to be the Zendawu, the Akos. You know, we've seen it coming out there where she has kind of shown herself, but not in the way that we've kind of seen it in the past, right? Where she really starts to put herself in the dominant force. She's actually where we predicted her to be, ironically enough, where the lobby is understanding to take her out just due to the performance and as well as kind of seeing where she's kind of lackluster, right? She's very short bursty. Some players have an advantage in terms of the lead in the fight. They would use it as a way to propulsionize that, but that's not really rocket science stuff, right? You don't really see that coming out towards these players. What we kind of see more is just kind of getting short pocketed hits, one neutral to the next, The most important part too is that the parry system has been, you know, increased, right, in terms of effectiveness due to the silence and the attack buff that comes off of it. You see these guys get these parries, combo breaker doesn't even matter if you got it up, bro. You're gone, bro. Your HP bar, your whole entire livelihood, done, so, bro. You're just eviscerated. There's nothing left for you in terms of certain weapons as well, right? You get caught to the parry with, like, let's say you get caught to the parry with like dual blades. You get a jump LB for free. Nunchucks is really the slowest animation off of all, you know, all the weapons in the pool, but that's going to be a weapon that you could utilize, get a lot of damage off, and then having that meter ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, lots of changes, right? I mean, some of the things they just passed my head. Before we even saw game number 1, I forgot the green focus, and the green focus is one of the biggest things that has changed in the game. It really turned the how the fights turn out in these matches. You know, for, you know, combo players, I mean, XY was one of those players. I would say even Wufong had some combo potential in him, seen some stuff out of him throughout the years as well. So, you know, the green focus really just forces these players to go for that confirm 1.0. And then from there, right back to neutral, right? The neutral is the heavy hitters. It's always been, but I mean, now I believe it's 2 times emphasized of how strong your neutral has to be, just to the fact that you can't go for those crazy extensions. I remember Yang, right? The whip sword, long swords were very strong for a long time, being able to catch those carousels. We even saw carousel re-stands with the uppercut off the 1-2s to continue that damage through. And now with how everything has changed in this year alone, it really just makes it, you know, it makes it back into neutral with how strong your neutral can be. You know, obviously on top of all the other factors, but yeah, overall, great. I would say it's a great start for the global scenes throughout all the regions. NAE, UAS. It's a good showcasing. You know, because, you know, day 1 MSC last year, it was only 1 day. It just made everything a lot more harder. You have time to get used to, accustomed to the system that was implemented this year. You know, get used to how the players fight. You know, I'm gonna assume they scrimmed before as well. They were there a couple days earlier, so, you know, overall just a lot better, I would say. But now into All Roster Night, love the full Firefly maps from 2 to 5. It's just been a very nice addition to see just the aggression. And now into this map, we got to see how these players are going to, you know, deal with the aggression. Are we going to be having a repeat from game 3, or we're going to have a repeat from game number 2? It all comes down, I would say, to Verse with just how he's been steamrolling. Even though, right, it gets to second Yang, but, you know, game 3 players after second Yang, it's really not a lot of leeway to go from there. If you lose that Yang, it just makes it so much harder. And we saw Char talk about it a little bit there. He was waiting for the buff to run. Now it seems he can, you know, get a little sneaky in there to try to see if he can find any sorts of way to cleanse out. But unfortunately for him, he didn't have the opening to do so. And yeah, I mean, overall, we have a change though in advanced selection there. Shayo being second pick.
Second pick, finally. My prediction came true. I'll stop. Now, this is the first time she's made it to the top 3, but now we gotta see if the Tumulch comes out and set the Zenda boom. Try want to get this going. I mean, Holoroth, bro, there's a lot of plains, a lot of areas. If he hits into the cacti field, right, he's able to shoot all of those with his F cast on the old cast, and he's able to get that done. Zay's now in his mental spot, like, should we go to Mulch? Now we got Yodohime, we bring her in. Eugene's like, go for it, Zay. Get the juggle, get the jump LB. Be like me at J-Cut 2025. Let me get that with the fist blades. I'm kind of hoping to see, though, this Yodohime on Zay. I'm crossing fingers, but it ends up going off of the, if he gets himself, you know, a dominant lead in the first half before first Romy Yang. The Mulch pick, though, from Verse, this is now where he's got a premier pick for himself. If he's able to get this to Mulch game, phase 5 nonetheless, right? So getting out to XY, this means that XY in the next phase is, man, no to Mulch, huh? That's unfortunate. Let me just go ahead and bring out Kylan. But no.
What?
Say it ain't so, bro.
I don't even want to say his name.
Yo.
You got that. I'm not saying his name.
I think his name is LLs. Taking it. Yo. Insane.
I'm not saying his name.
L
no
square.
Way. Old Thanos. That's what I'm gonna call him. Old Thanos. Retired Thanos.
social security Thanos out there, man. It ran through.
Oh man, Liam being brought back in here for our first day of the 2026 mid-season challenge. I mean, yeah. I mean, we saw a couple players dabble with him in the pro league with that 8-slot selection, so it's not like super crazy if you really think about it. But still, I mean, he lost a lot of his aura with how strong he was from back in my young days.
In my day. No, the thing is that he got those buffs. Basically, right? Where V1 has an extra activation, rather instead of teleporting, you can just deal out like they'll grow towards you and you just dish out damage. And the F2, which is you yoink and gold focus, and you can recast a gold blade and gold focus. So that's damage dealing, right? Those aren't the kits that players are using in solos. They're using V2 and F1, right? The opposite ends. And the reason is because F1, obviously, if you guys don't know, if not, I'll tell you why. Liam Liu has a combo breaker that is an ability. But not only that, has a passive where his weapon stays in his hand. As long as the ability is up and you cast it in time, you can keep your weapon in hand. You have a gold weapon, don't worry, bro. You got your combo breaker, you can just space out, and then you have that. You're safe, right? V1 though, and here's the thing. Now that you have two options on V1, it's the case that your V1, you cast it, and if you press the skill button again, you teleport and you deal damage, but you also get heal back. If you recast using your old button again, you basically, extend them to come back towards you. No matter where you are, you don't teleport anymore. It's wherever you are in the vicinity of you. Grapples towards you, they get towards you, magnetizes towards you, and then you release a damage spike. But there's no heal back, so you're gonna take one of the other options. V2, the reason it's dominant is because your V2 is a guaranteed catch on somebody. The only reason it's lost value is just so many old chasers down. What's the skills? F1, V2. See, I told you. So he's gonna find some usage here inside of Hollow Rock due to the plaques, the flame cages, or not flame cages, but just mainly the plaques. If he finds those coming down here, the ice forest, if it's available, the spawn rate on those is gonna be up to the area. If the zone circles up to the northwest, if it doesn't, he's gonna have a little bit more options of kind of doing field of effect, just kind of spacing out, but not as strong as what it would give to him the value that comes off of Liam. If it got into the northwest rather than that, he's not gonna have any value at all. He's gonna have very niche fight positions to take.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Ruo. I believe this is our first V2 Carlin of the day. I think we had straight V1s throughout games 2 and 3. So, yeah, first V2, Ruo's hand. Seeing if he can get some points on the board here for the fourth game. Other day, first Hollow Roth match. Temi for Verse. I mean, Verse has a good Temi too, and the spawn zones are in. The spawn zones are hot. Massive amount of players playing right outside Plume Castle. Firefly spot madness, and we see one of those players being Verse, XY, Trahar landing there, Frostovitz, Wufong, all super close to each other. Selditch landing mid-center of Plume Castle, potentially trying to scale on up as fast as possible, trying to loot all the trobes, seeing he can get lucky with any sorts of loot. Players like Ruo and Zay playing the outskirts for a potential rotate in to the commotion of game 4. Locked and loaded, our fourth game. How do you say? Oh, I guess it's just third. I know it's second to last, third to last game. Yeah, obviously, just add a number. What? We're locked and loaded. Game 4 is locked in here for the 2026 MSC. Yeah, I mean, let's see how this game plays out. We've got to keep our eyes on Verse with just how he's been just full committed to all the fights and winning between games 2 and 3 there for Verse.
We got XY already on the nunchuck and that pole sword. Blueberry already pole sword, so he'll look for the swaps, but mainly just using it as a primary, I'd say. And having another one on standby. So bringing us down to mulch on Verse, full ults already on both these guys. They got the Fireflies, each purple armor on the RNG. Wow. Gives XY way advantage. And the armor swap in the background, right? Look, RB in a mix, get some stuff caught out here. Faceblade action is not really much you want to go up against as a pole sword wielder, but he gets parried. Ooh. He loses all this. This is the thing, right? The silence parry really just to lose his value on Liam. But the problem next is whether or not he throws another blue focus. He gets caught by RB. The combo breaker used in that stead, hoping to see if he can get a stone form, holds it out, gets a clink, doesn't get it, and still having the spacing right now to kind of think about that armor he has back there, but he instead takes a full aggression and hoping to see about this Liam. Oh! What can we do about this? What can we do about this? Because this is gonna be an R&B 1.0. You ain't gonna jump in and be okay. He did it. He tried it. He can't go off without in this terrain. And now it's going to be up to the pistol shot, so you can see the damage being dealt. Tap dodged on. Pistol shot's almost guaranteed. Walks off of the F1, and Verse gets elimination.
Oh, man, I think he just messed up the 3 charge there. I think he was trying to go for the 3 charge there against Verse. And I mean, that same weapon bit him in the butt against Wu Fong in that Rama Yang in game number 2. He was, you know, playing pole sword and Wu Fong was countering him with the bow. Now you see the difference there. He was able to catch that V2 ball, was just not being able to get that 3 charge there off the pole sword. But Wu Fong, on the other hand, now going against Tryhard, massive ship parry there for Wu Fong. Charge can eat up so much damage here, not being able to wake up, and Wu Fong snags up his first elimination game 4 on the Akos. Verse still around, getting all the info there for the puzzle. Frostivus going against Ruro potentially. Both players landed very close to each other here off Rip and Plume Castle. Bounty as well there onto Ruro, so we're gonna be able to see maybe a little commotion between both of those players. Wu Fong and Verse going at it. Seeing Wu Fong gonna go ahead and try to kite back Purple Hung Sword early on. I don't think anybody has solved the puzzle yet as well. You see Verse still with blue katana in hand, playing Katana Temi. Being able to get those confirmation blues off of Wiz can be a nice way to get a lot of damage through, especially early game. But the raw uppercut is good there for Wu Fong. Not be able to get the first attack, but Zeltich and Ruro start moving on close. And now this could be bad here for Verse if he gets caught up here in this 4th party.
For real, even though he has ultimate coming up here in a second, he still has a lot of time to reset. Ruro taking the high ground position and having his ultimate ready to go on that Kylan. As for Wu Fong right now, he's going to space up here. And for Verse, I mean, he's going to go ahead and just think about the next target. Since we're going to have Frostbus showing up here from that Plume Castle loot out path, he's going to be making his way towards the Salvation Podium. The puzzle has yet to be completed. This has all been action for the first couple of minutes, so I'd like to see, right, the contestant of this area. And this is going to be coming off towards Verse, having this idea about where he can reset upon. There's a lot of blue armors on the ground. You know, we saw it from earlier, from that swap off that we had earlier, right? But if it comes off of anyone who is already on blue armor status, it would be an even trade. For anyone purple, you know, purple armor at all, that would just be a straight downgrade. And they would have to come back to that in order for them, unless the opponent picks it up and takes it for themselves off the run. As for XY, man finds another purple armor, bro. No problem. Like, I'm like, what? Yo, this guy lost that fight, but he still finds a way to turn this around, and even an upgrade, right? Because in blue nunnies. And since it's still an 8-player lobby, everyone's playing safety netted, and this is going down towards this Rama Yang. I'm looking at the zone in the circle. I'm pretty sure we're not going to the northwest, bro. We're staying inside of this blue area region.
Yeah, and you know, not a lot of players not wanting to commit this time around. Nobody sat fall right before Yang. Everybody respecting the Yang. Porter started forming on through fully now, I believe. See Ruro being able to snag up blue fist blades, blue armor, to potentially start rotating on into a run portal. Have to wait and see which direction he takes. Not sure how the overall portals are looking. Yep, I see one close in the minimap. So he is to be snagging that one up. Tryhard and Zeldich. A bit of commotion. Tryhard's gonna give it up. Zeldich is gonna be able to confirm that portal pass in the top side of Plume Castle. Tryhard's gonna give it up. Purple armor there for Tryhard. Even though he got eliminated, still manages to find a purple armor off of Resurrection. Verse. Good spot here for Verse. Currently with 1 elimination on the board. Jates, that's all you.
Quick charge on the call is the only thing he's got, but he's got 2 of them, so it works. It works out. He's gonna break all that down. As for XY, I mean, like I said, reset route, but just going standardized 2 mitigation, 2 mitigation, 2 attack jades. So he's gonna have that as his standard. But he's got a good weapon selection: longsword, fist blades, 2 ranged weapons between the bow and the musket. Right, 10 rounds in that musket, 8 in the quiver for the bow. Then for Frostfist or by the Igneous Mount, he's and you know, of course, towards northwest of the castle, having the Flying Knives as his main primary. He's got an HP jade though. I'm not sure if it's a tuna. It could be just any of the other specialty jades. We'll have to see. It is a tuna. He ends up having also some sand pairs, right? So this is going to be a boof, you know, you call it out there. But he's going to be able to have this buff on standby because his attack, his defense, Zay taking himself objective. I like it. He's going to have mitigation. He's getting more jades as a result of this single shrine and also supplies. And having that Rama Yang south of him, Wu Fong is going to be lurking around here. As for Zay, I'm going to look at the kit. Let me see what he got. Let me see what he got underneath the hood, because if he's got anything on the specialty side, he is going to be looking at the spear bow more than anything. He's trying to get this going on so he can keep that purple armor to himself, purple weapons, whatever the case may be, and hopefully kind of moving forward. And that's Wu Fong, red belt bomb shot, purple hung sword on standby. We've seen it before, but what he did with it worked. And he's up against the monolith of the lobby, bro, against Verse, and this is his opponent. This is first place and second place going up against each other.
Yeah, massive scrap off here between both of these titans. Wu Fong, Verse, Akos v Temi. Let's see how Wu Fong tries to find an opener here against Verse, or how Verse engages as well. Pistol shots for both players. Overholds the F, snags that prio off of this, forces out the Temi F. The beauty of the tumult being able to have that F quickly off cooldown as well. Forces out the Aqua's ultimate. Tomoko ultimate called in as well. Nice tap dodges there from Verse. Forces him to back on up there, throwing that Wisp down. Verse now is going to go ahead and retop off this purple armor. Looking for the opener there on the Tumult. Throws down the Wisp. Wufong not getting close to that, so it looks like it's going to be a full chase down here for the Aqua's Wufong. Verse playing the high ground, trying to wait as long as possible, but gets clipped off the grapple and the B into the F or the V roar there, or the V catch there off that Aqua's ultimate.
And the Scare Rush goes into this the dagger horizontal. If he decides upon using it, RMB rush down, holds out for the LMBs. If we can get that, there it is. Attacks off the 1-2. Scare Rush, not Scare Rush, but the Hung into the Shadow Steps. He's making sure the Scare Rush goes up there. He drops down for a little bit of time, thinks about it, thinks about the cross into the RMB, doesn't get it. And then the Clink off. What's the move here? Soul Breaker, pistol shots. He's going to go for his Wufong. Faces his opponent, taking a little bit close stance. F2's in gold stance. The F1 is invested. The Combo Breaker is out. RMB comes up towards this and tap dodges. One horizontal, and it's a whisk throw, by the way. RMB comes out. He can't risk it. Wufong earns this RMB follow-up. That's going to be his win in the Roman Yang. And we're also going to see Frostwist win his round. And we still got XY versus DRT's Ruo, which in this case, XY wins it out.
Yeah, some good holds there from Wufong. Being able to get that confirmed R&B there into the follow-up. So much chunk damage. XY wins out his Yang. I believe Frostwist did as well. So Wufong, what do we have? Wufong, Frost, and XY all winning their Yang. So they're going to be having that Vermilion's Bird's Eye buff. Frost being able to get gold katana. A lot of gold katana. A lot of gold katanas now. We are getting the gold katana showcase, but you know, you can still change that into a hung sword if the players desire to. But XY could be playing this. Bully has a bounty onto either Zay or Tryhard. Sees the player spotted on the top side. That's gonna be Zay. Zay now to be forced to try to back on up, try to retreat here from the pressure from XY. And XY has everything in his arsenal here to get as aggressive as he's wants. But this terrain has been very tricky for a very long time, so it has a lot of kiting for anybody being chased down. It's very annoying to try to catch a player, especially with all these players in the server with just how well their movement is. So see XY now still investing a lot of grapples, 7 to his name. He's gonna go ahead and back on up, potentially go to a buy zone with that 19k that he has in his inventory. Players like Ruo though has that Yang depletion timer on his back, so he's looking for any opener. I would say that area, it's not fun. It's not fun to chase out.
Yeah, you know, Achilles Crest is definitely a definite, you know, good luck. But now we have something at Servant's Pass. It looks like Wufong and Frostwist hoping to see the blue focus release. Oh, no follow-up, bro. Oh, no. Oh, double tap forward. Gets parried, unfortunate. Oh! Now it's up to the old cast. There it is. Invested upon. Gets no value off of that. This spear, man. Gold rarity of all things.
Again.
Worst case. And the V2 comes out and he gets the pounce. The dagger comes up and the F1 gets it upper. Whoa, what are we yellow being, bro? I like the bait, though. He gets caught by Roar. He gets a tap dodge. He gets the release off the V1. He's thinking about it. And he ain't going to be casting this. Wufong's being very patient against this.
Yeah, you see him catches prior off the leap, uppercut into the chomp, does manage to get the damage confirmation, but has a Vermilion's Burst Mark for the safety net. Zelditch getting caught up in the center of a Tumult ultimate. That's Verse. Verse looking for the whisk down, but XY playing around the vicinity of this ultimate to potentially get some damage through. Zelditch though staying in blue to avoid any of this whisk being thrown his way. Does manage to have a little bit of time to pop that powder in, does manage to do so, but aggression looks like it was being thrown towards Verse's way, even though XY stops the chase for now. Zelditch, 50 seconds remaining on the Shayo, still full chasing down the Temi. Verse though, not gonna give this up easily. Zelditch, 45 seconds. Time is ticking very quickly here. See the fan now trying to see if he can find any sorts of R&Bs, but in third party here, it just makes everything so tricky. You see him eating up the damage off there, forces out the Shayo F. And just like this, man, it can be very rough getting caught up off of 1-2, especially with another player showing up in his Ruo. And Wufong, I mean, everybody's here now.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, this is a 4-man fight over here in Ignis, and it looks like it's going to be a Zelditch angle here to get the focus on towards the Shayo.
Oh, no.
Working up in a uphill, no R&B catches, and Verse gets caught off here. 45 seconds off on the clock. Armor's off. Good, though. Common armor's off. I'll take that, right? And then hoping to see about the kill off the R&B. Sees that the F1 Shayo is down. He's going to be looking for the Scare Rushes here. Gets the R&B. Looks for it again, and then the kill steal potential is up in the air. He gets his Soul Boom yoink. Gets it yoinked, and Wufong, the antagonist of this adventure, goes down here and sees that this is no opportunity to stay here. I mean, Verse doesn't have ult just yet, but he still has a minute on the clock. With Wufong harnessing the forces. Meanwhile, Zay's doing a side quest here from Yang. Then the F1 combo breaker comes out from Ruro. The F2 is going to be casted out here from Wufang. The level 2s on that is going to be giving him a little bit of air time, but there's no time. There's the Yang depletion. 2 players are going to be going out here with the Yang depletion, by the way, in a couple seconds here. First is going to be Ruro, and then it's up to Verse in terms of whether or not he gets out of that.
Wow. Oh, and Verse gets it for free. Oh, but he gets a bit of Bane. Wufang's in the area, but he doesn't check. Yes, he does. Grapple check comes into play. Now Verse does manage to get 2 blocks back of that blue armor. You see him now in aggression against Wufang. Wufang with that gold spear can inflict a lot of damage here since the R&B focus with a little bit of space in there to try to stay up. Verse is an open field here, so has to use the lunges off the staff as much as possible. You see him trying to kite towards this rock side to try to scale on through the I don't forget what this is called. The Starry Nights, yeah, but like the meteors. There you go, the meteors being shot down. Does get clip off of this. The Verse now gets a gold armor from where?
Whoa, he bought it. He bought it off the shop. This is the second phase on the shop refresh. He got 40,000 Dartite coins. This is going to be a big F2 coming out here for the R&B. Gets a lot of damage. Look, that gold armor is now gone, basically. And having Wufang to go out here for the jump LMB, the old cast right now is up for Wufang in a couple of percentage points.
No way. Makes it out. There's to see another day. You see Verse now backing on through. Not sure how the Yangs went through because we were getting aggression outside of Yangs. They won though because oh, there it is. Frost won as well. XY and Charhard lost. So Frost, XY, Zay, and Charhard all entered the Yang. We have our winners with that White Tigers. Charhard now has to try to see if he can try to cleanse out. -4 minutes. Swell as other player. Replay though. This is it. This is what we're waiting on. XY against Zay. 1-2 spam off the nunchuck proc as well. Zay now both players pretty much diddled himself with the jump parries, and it's just a lot of chip damage here from XY against Zay.
Yeah, this is actually the worst lineup for Liam, man. This is the exact person why you don't run Liam, but hey, there's the R&B, there's the release. You're going to see here why in a second. There's going to be the Liam orb, right? And it's going to be the cast coming off of this LMB uppercut. Who knows? But the V recast for Yorihime is a mitigation of ultimate focus, which means she can't get top by the lower. But 2 orb early on a tap dodge of Parent is going to make it so much more difficult for XY. Yeah. Tryhard lost his fight against Frostvis, if I'm not mistaken. So he went up against, in terms of Frosty, in terms of that fight. Now it's up to the location. Where is this? Frostvis getting chased down by Zay? No, wait, no. They gotta be buff bros. No, there's no way. But for XY, he's gonna be holding this down. Seeing how he's on Yang depletion in this area, there ain't a lot for him to launch his orbs into. For the instance, there's no like poison shrooms, there's no plaques, there's no snow cones, there's nothing. It's up to these guys looking over towards the edge and seeing where this guy who doesn't have buff is, and just start pressuring out a little bit. Verse has gold armor, so he armor checked him, and he's like, oh, I'm not going to fight that any longer. And since Verse has 2 eliminations in this lobby, it's not too far off, right? Seeing how Wufang is the kill leader right now at 3, but with Frost is at 2, 1 elimination for XY, 1 for Zay. Since this is a larger lobby than we had from the last game, we went from 3, from last game now to 6, so a little bit more action is going to be upheld. The next flow of combat is going to be this Yang Spiritwell, right? In a couple of, like in a minute and a half or so, where the player's going to be taking their absolvement against. But it just depends. I mean, who do you think is going to take that Yang Spiritwell here?
Oof. You have a lot of eyes on you if you do. What do we have? What was it? The first day of 2026 solos, I believe. I think we had somebody picked up flag, and it was just
left behind. Yeah, dude.
That was a no-no stick.
Yeah, that was so crazy. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So if we end up seeing a field-wide, aspect of that, that would be crazy. The production team knew there was something to be had. Tryhard getting a parry off against.
Oh, he picked the weapon up.
Yeah, and I think he just did it to kind of force him into that position and trying to go for it, but it worked against the parry.
Oh,
silence parry, man. They swap views. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. This is LMB, though. Gets caught by the uppercut, and the old cast is going to burn this down. Having that V2 recast is up, but he gets a tap dodge, which means that the F cast from the Zen to Wu doesn't really matter. There it is, and it's just chip. It's just cookies, and this man's eating it. This is going down. He is going to go ahead and get that victory in that replay. And seeing how the Yang depletion is still in effect, a minute is left on the clock.
Yeah, and XY. I don't know why I thought he won Yang. I thought we was watching the replay against Zay. I was like, there's no way he wins this. So he ran through all his Leo boat. And yeah, Zay with
all the balls, bro. All the orbs. And I was like, and that was the thing. I was like, this guy is using the orbs not in the confirmation aspect. He's using it on a whim, like on a predict.
On a predict, yeah. I thought he was gonna clank. Clank, try to catch that.
Yeah, but he didn't. He just like, let me see you try this. Let me see you try this again. I'm like, what are you doing? So it's up to him right now, right? He has 20 seconds on the clock. He can decide whether he wants to go for a fight, but I mean, against who? Shunhwan Lee of all people, bro?
Seconds, man.
Are we thinking about Shunhwan Lee of all people, bro? He's got Moonbane. He's got Moonbane. He's got to think about this right now. If he wants to kind of pop the ultimate, there's the F1, but we're already too far from the Moonbane at this point. And Frost is already cutting the corners. We're already too, you know, in the scene. This was the only opportunity I'd say he would have gotten that Moonbane kill, but seconds on the clock. I mean, look, F1's out. Who's he F1ing? He's trying to throw it at Wufang's way. Twitches the fight to Verse. He's waiting for Verse to commit an R&B, and he doesn't even need to. He just knows it's just going to be spacing. That's all he needs to go for it. Holds out the velocity, doesn't even get a chance, and Verse is just moving around. Boom, boom, and there it is. Uppercut, doesn't confirm. Triple MB. Very, how do you call it? Very, uncharacteristic from XY so far today, but hey, he still got 2 rounds. Seeing how Verse is going to be able to head, though, take the loot off that body, Wufang gets the kill confirmation. So that's going to be his.
Yeah, Char has the cleanse as well. You see him already getting active this time around against Zay. Send the ultimate already invested there for Char. 15 seconds remain there on that Yang depletion. The ultimate called in as well for Zay. Looking at the minimap, seeing if Frosty starts to rotate on in, potentially even Verse, right? Verse has been aggressive. Wufang as well. Wufang this time around with 4 eliminations already on the board. Char, 9 seconds and counting. Just a lot of damage he needs to cover for it. Yeah, it's just rough. Still finding out Zay. There it is. Timer ticks. Zay snags up that elim, making it 2 on the board here for game 4. Frost and Verse fighting for the Spirit Well. Nice parry there for Verse. Being able to get that damage there. Into the Wisp. Gets the 1.0 plus the Prior as well. This is what I was talking about. Tap dodge is back. Tries to anticipate the F. Frost calls it in to back on through. He has double mortar defiances.
When did we get 2? What? Yo, are we okay? Maybe 1 from Ramen Yang, but the shop too? That's insane. That's insane. So I mean, we saw it coming down to it. Well, he didn't have ultimate, but at least for right now, Frostbus can just, you know, hold it around. He's got the armor reset as well. RNG is in his favor for this round, man. 2 eliminations so far, but now the focus is going to be switched on here. The anti-Yang depletion. There it is, going to be coming out for Wufang, caught in the gold focus off of that stanchion.
Wow.
And there's going to be the storm that is the stun, and Zay is the focus.
Yeah, I mean, that's home, right? I mean, it's the best one. And it's just unfortunate for him. He gets caught up inside the zone, so he's full stun, ticking off that corruption. Now you see Verse start to move on and trying to find an opening. Wufang still applying the pressure from the outskirts. Zay now gets taken down there from Frostivus. Frost now snags up this elimination, make it 3. 2-4-3 here in the current standings here, with the top 3 players still being Verse, Wufang, and Frostivus. Verse not trying to apply a little bit of that pressure to Frostivus, trying to back on up. He wants some loot too, so he is gonna get a little bit of that commotion there. 50 seconds back to get another stun. I mean, he's gonna have this up once again by the time we get another fight. Even so, Wufang needs to try to cleanse on now, but Verse sitting very, very comfortable still, as well as Frostivus. So it's going to come down to the wire and see how this unfolds. But Wufang cleanses out with the flag free capture and now rotates on back, being able to stay in this top 3. And I feel like we're just going to have the zone close completely, potentially for our first time for today, I think.
Wow, so yeah. Thing is, man, Verse has nothing unlocked, right? No Soul J bags, no item bags, no weapon bags. He's just running on for standard Willy, right? Though we're looking at Frostbus, and he has the massive sustained fell.
So skilled, man.
He's got the drip of all time, bro. And the thing about it is that he ends up pulling out the Dragon War. He's able to build out the meter. He's got the assassins, not the assassins. He has the Phantom Step, 2 more defiances. Got the Chartunical with the Tuna, keeping his passive armor heal at bay. 3 eliminations. Like I said, I was like, this guy has pretty much everything in the pocket right now to kind of upheld the MVP. Everything until he gets caught. You know, for this, Verse is going to be the one person on this Temi that can just end his days. Even though he doesn't have the range weapons to kind of back this out, the pistol is definitely going to be it with the quick charge undercall. He has the armor pierce if he finds a musket, right? Who is to tell? But he doesn't have money to find a musket, or he doesn't have money to include in terms of upgrading his inventory. He's only got what he's got. The only problem is that Wufang is one person that can F2 war from a distance and just churn out probably 800 damage, right? Blue Focus follow-up involved, right? Even though it comes down to Frostbus having all the mitigation on his stat lines, he'd still get losing a lot of armor that, could be in the advantage of his opponents, such as Verse having ult reset, having the Wisp reset. So long as he doesn't drop it, you know, we won't get a combo breaker from Shuon Lee ultimate. And then that follows up with anything from a Dragon War to something else.
Let's see how it plans out, though. Like I said, it's going to go down to the wire. So the zone completely closes through. Theoretically, I give it a Frost, right? Double Mortar Defiance. I mean, only if he gets double looked at and just loses a lot of HP very early in this altercation between Verse and Wufong. But, you know, he's going to have those double procs, which is going to be massive, especially if the zone is going to go off to fully closing. But overall, downtime, first full end circle of today's matches. And it's top 3, right? Verse with 18.5 has had an amazing day throughout all the games thus far. Wufong now still staying consistent. Massive game 4 eliminations on the board. Can potentially add on more to that with 9.5. Frostivus, that third slot with 3 eliminations. A big amount of kills too with 7.5. Zay, though, staying in that top 4, right? He just got eliminated as well. So, you know, overall has been having a great day as well. XY, I mean, yeah, we've been talking about XY as well. Just a little rough set of matches, I would say. Hasn't been able to fully capitalize off of the situations that he's been, you know, showcased. So we'll see how the remainder 2 games pan out for him. But overall, yeah, it's just a standoff. You see Frostivus is going to keep replenishing that tuna whenever it goes down. Nutchuck meter burn there off that Dragon's Roar is going to be nice if he's able to spin it back. I mean, now I'm getting PTSD back from 2025, right? He had the same setup for game 3, right before second to last game. Yeah, it's just history repeats himself, I guess. But overall, Lee, Akos, Temi, ult's going to be coming out soon. Got 22 seconds on zone corruption. What are you giving this to, Severio? What are we looking like? We're going to give it to Frost with a double mortal?
I'm going to call it the Wufong's victory because he got a spear, man.
R&B bonk.
Yeah, big bonks, right? Dragon Slayer involved if he decides to, but it's really more about the F2 into the bonk if he can go for it. Since he just showcased he got Flying Knives, I mean, he can go for his range blue focuses. There's a lot of weapons here that could just punish you for it, right? Like the first R&B for the fin, the back end, you can tap that, boom, you know, parry. But for one-hitter quitters, right, you're just going to be able to get the gold spear in the face. That's just going to be a 1 point. He can walk away from it. He could try to go for a Heartstopper, or not Heartstopper, for Dragons, for Nedjaws. But right now, 30 seconds on the clock, finally, end game circle fight. And then, of course, having now towards this, Frostmas is going to be the one that's going to be kind of closely ambushed. There's going to be the Temi ultimate. Uppercut's going to be coming out here from Frostmas, trying to knock it down. He's trying to be as much staggerable as possible, but F1 in the wall, F1 recast comes out here. Wufong thrives off of that V1 recast, having his active ultimate. Getting caught out here, not going to be the case. There is Frostmas. The V2 comes up here. The Mortal Defiance is still in effect, though. He hasn't lost the ship, and there is the reason that Frostmas might even take the victory here. 2 hits, 1 R&B, doink, and then take the other hit. The tick damage comes out, and he gets it. And the Mortal Defiance procs out here. Frostmas comes out on top.
Didn't even proc.
He procced once. It procced once. Okay. The second one is still there, though. It was just chilling.
Wow. Massive game there for Frostivus. Played it perfectly, man. F into the wall there to avoid any line of sights there. Both players went up high, that being Verse and Wufong. See the sub-ultimate got called in. I would say, you know, at a perfect time as well, just due to the fact that terrain was a little wonky there, but Frostivus played it out perfectly there. Comes on through, weaves the V2 follow-up there off the Aquos, and you see the value there from the Aquos was not given there. And yeah, I mean, that was just an insane way to take the game there for Frostivus. So yeah, I mean, it's just now it's starting to, you know, be in that same level where, you know, not just Verse is getting those insane matches into game 4, which, you know, it's normal. We passed our halfway point. The players should be fully warm as you see it here. Wufong and Frostivus being at top 3 this time around made it all the way towards till the end of game 4. We had our first end circle fully closing. 2 more matches remain here for the first day of the 2026 MSC. Yeah, insane. It's I feel like this is like a mini J-Cup, right? It kind of feels like that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it does. Yeah. And the other thing too is like 2.5 points. I mean, or at least like the 2.5 taken for first, taking another 2 eliminations. Frostus goes to second place. He's taking himself to right beneath in terms of Versus position, and then surpassing Wufong in terms of leaderboard check. Right, so kind of leading that down. I mean, the only thing that would come down is if Akos as a whole, if Wufang was able to find elimination on towards first and then just kind of hoard out for second place tied position between him and Frostfist, that would have been his victory. That's where my head was going at. But the double motor finance is going to be something that keeps every single second tick on the Shadow Corruption, where Frostfist can still technically come out on top of you to every single one of those seconds. The only difference is only if Yako is A with HPJ, it's like a Mad Lad, being able to pick up the Soul Bloom, being able to take another tick damage, and then still staying alive throughout his opponent's lifespan to kind of be equaled out, but not the case. For this, it's going to be where we see the victory. This is going to be coming down towards Frostfist taking the MVP in the MSC stage. So having this to be done on this round, we are one last BR round away, right, to see where we're going to end up on the Mirror Comp round. Since it's going to knock us pretty much in the first phase, it's not going to be much of a question there. But having this down towards the Xunhuan Li, Xunhuan Li takes 2 MVPs so far today in terms of the character picks.
Yeah. Is it surprising? Not really. Not really, but the answer for Treasure is surprising because we have another chance for anybody watching in the Twitch chat to have a chance to win a special gift. The question will be, which hero did Ruo use in game 4? Ooh, gotta be locked in now. It's gonna be A, Syra, B, Takeda, C. Okay, never mind. You don't even gotta be locked in. C, Tessa, or D, Kylan. I mean, yeah.
It's like, I was looking at the selection and I was like, oh man, you can't be doing this, bro.
I mean, you have a massive 75% of getting that right off rip. Just look at it. I should give it 100, but I'll give y'all the benefit of the doubt, right? Just 75%. But yeah, massive game 4 here for SS1 Frostfist, being able to snag up 5 eliminations, 7.5. Actually, the same energy that Verse has been having there for games 2 and 3. Now Wufang snagging up 4 eliminations, 4.5. Verse still up there, 2 eliminations, 3 points for game 4. Zay 2.5, XY with 1, Tryhard, Ruro, and Zeldich all with 0 there for our bottom of our leaderboard. But still, I mean, insane matches. The pacing, man, it's just an 8-player format, man. This is really it's not really much that you could ask for when it's only 8 players in the lobby, man. Bring back the 12-player format, please.
Every day. Next year, maybe. Next year. Now, it's going to be interesting, though. For 19 points, hopefully, right? Verse puts himself here and with a 7.5 lead in the lead, where Frostfist gets his 7.5 game. Yeah. So far, 3 7.5 games have been given to the MVPs, and he's at 11.5. 9.5 for Wufang, Zay at 5.5, 4 for XY, Tryhard at 4 as well, 2.5 for Zeldin and Ru at 1.5. Still kind of working down, the next 2 rounds and seeing if they can get those scoreboards. But I'm kind of open to see what's next. For instance, of just / choice pick rounds. If anyone is feeling themselves to kind of decide upon another unoptimized hero, because we're going back to Midoriya, we're at Eventai. This is going to be just Arcadia's Field of Effect. If anyone wants to try to see if it's available, to try to contest for that Jade for full points. But next thing we're gonna have to decide upon is just kind of seeing where the flow is. I mean, Cold Edge start has already been 2 rounds ago, right? So all these players are kind of getting to the mix of things, and some of them that we think would succeed ends up getting caught out. XY, for instance, on the reverse end of that front, bringing out this pick on the Liam, but him jumping, man, I'm like,
yeah,
man.
He definitely missed input there, though. You see him stay still for a couple seconds as soon as he catches the ball, and then he tries to go into it. And he's like, nah, I don't have time. You have to do it instantly as soon as you get the grab for that 3 charge, and it's just unfortunate.
Feels bad. I'm all bad, man. Wufang, though, he's got the elimination, and then sooner or later, Tryhard finds himself to try to forge W key in the other direction. Without the pressing W key, it was too late. Fist Blades comes out, he gets punished as a result. The Frostfist here in the mix off of this with the V2 means that he can tap dodge every single point of tick damage that would come his way, and then that V2 recast means that once the end result of the iframes of the Zenda Wu tap dodge, he'd still be able to earn this little bit of hits on the last hit. And then, of course, for Wufang, we're talking about this during, just finding that hit, and XY just being like, bro, why did I play Lean awesome? But he ends up pulling himself out, and this is going to be where we find ourselves in the last quarter of the fight with 4 players with us left remaining.
Yep, top elevate finishes there from Frost. This is last final moments of game 4. Beautiful F there from Frost. Pops the ult. He weaves this V2 through. I mean, that was just clean, right? Continues to apply impression to the 2 players inside the zone. gets clipped off of this, gets caught this time around with the V2, but it didn't even matter because Wufan turned around to try to look at Versa, was trying to take a pot, and Frostivus walks up and .9s him in the face, gets the elimination, and then cleans up Versa there in the last and final moments of game 4. Takes the MVP, takes up 5 eliminations, takes the dub, gets the points, shoots up in the ranking points as well, 2nd place. You sit here, little bit of B-roll there. Fire, MVP. SS1 Frostivus, 11k damage, 5 eliminations, double mode of Defiance, Dragon's Roar, and he had Phantom Set. Wow.
Yeah, that Phantom Set works out, man.
Yeah.
The only thing I was kind of worried about is kind of seeing about the, how the lobby's going to react to his kit, just kind of seeing what he's got. I'm not sure if they were really worried about the Dragon War more than anything, just kind of seeing if that comes off of art. It's just about his sustain, for instance, just kind of being where you'd be able to realize what the other guy has once he starts revealing his kit. Sometimes though, those guys wait out their Jades. You see the engraving coming out late. You see builds like the Velocity Untold where they're R&B. Yeah, why is this guy R&B throwing so many times, right? But then some people just show up with the Velocity. They throw it out there in the beginning, so you'd start to think about them in terms of their setup on using the Velocity off rip. And then versus doing that, whether they were going to go for any sort of just mix-ups on that, because it's still going to be a holding horizontal game at the end of the day. Any blue focuses that come your way, you get that block extreme, which if you guys don't know, that meteor in the center, once it starts building up, there's 2 sides of it. Each side, let's say it's like 25 for each part, and then it's 50% when it's full for one side. You consume 50% for each block of a blue focus, and then you can just throw out a meteor down if you choose to. In this case, Dragon War, right, is included there, or you go for a special blue focus attack, or you bait out, right? You go for a dash LMB. And some of those players kind of get a lot of those mix-ups in their hands. It's a really a trifecta for the nunchucks. It's where you kind of see the dominant in the weapon usage. So whether or not that was something that they were kind of worried about, if he had it on his hands to do that type of stuff in close quarters combat, not really, because there's another guy waiting for the third party. And that's where Akos was kind of being that guy. That's what he excels at. He finds you have 2 war when you're trying to look for an uppercut, and by the time that you like realize there's Akos in the purview of your, in the peripheral of your vision, he throws you have 2, bro, and you're caught, bro. There's it. Yeah. You're like, oh man, I'm in the zone now, and I'm taking like 5,000 damage.
I mean, yeah, range, like it's just too good. It's just too good. Do you know we're getting a new weapon with the new map?
Nah, there's no way. I'm getting a Takeda rework at some point to be announced.
Man, that's never happening, and you know that. You know.
I'm hoping. That has to happen.
Nah, I mean, the thing about Takeda, I feel like he's like another character like Tarker, right? You got to be very careful how you change him up. Especially, I think now with how the game is, his kit is not viable. I mean, Green Focus super strong, right? I mean, it stopped all that full utility potential deference. So now I think he just needs like a whole new kit. At least for the solos mode, right? Obviously the Takeda trios is, he's always gonna be there. He's still very good in the trio aspect, but for solos, I think I just think he needs a whole different kit. I kind of want him to be like, not like a full transformer, but like kind of like a, like kind of in that same bracket of transformer, just faster in some way. I don't know how they would do it. I think it's just so much to try to think of in a character that's Takeda. But yeah, I mean, that's just another topic for another day. We've been hoping for Takeda reworks for a very long time, and he might be the only character that hasn't got it. Maybe, I mean, Matari got one, but I feel like Matari has been left out of the meta for a long time as well. So I feel like she needs another one as well, because I mean, she kind of it's rough. I mean, I don't even think we even see her in. I think I saw her in trios in the Pro League probably like once or twice, 1 day or 2 days, if even, which is rare to see. So overall, yeah, we'll see what happens for the characters. I think the 8 slots right now, still fine. The Lee, I mean, has been finding a lot of value, and he's being picked in that 7 round selection. So it's just that 8 slot just being up for grabs, and didn't work out there for XY snagging up that Lee. He wasn't even 8th, I think. He was like 6th.
Yeah.
And he still picked him. I don't know.
That's grandma. He's like, I'm retired after that spring split. I'm just gonna try stuff out. Hope you guys don't mind. I'm like, what? What are you doing, bro? No, but yeah, it kind of comes up to the where he knows that he can dominate against his other group counterpart, right? Between Mike Spider and the rest with Light Polaris and Chen. Where if he ends up kind of knowing that he's gonna have that lobby in the back, I mean, no problem, right? But Yeah, I'd say he counts up his experience in terms of just trying stuff out to see. But the Liam is also something that if he finds value on that, there's a reason for it. I mean, it depends on where he takes the fight, more importantly. Like Liam is taking the fight underneath the Salvation Podium with the Thorny Roller, having the orb ready to go, and then in time, just wait for the Thorny Roller to get free chip damage off of that. Like I said, Ice Cones, environmental stuff, where he can get stuns off of that, plaques, things like that nature. If he gets to take the fight at Cinnabar Valley, finds a Poison Shroom, he can throw them in there. Like, there's a lot of room in Holroth for him to take advantage of. It just depends on where the fight ends up. The circle, he can't guarantee the circle. He picks the character first, and then the circle shows up. And the circle's on his favor, he's literally shorthanded the draw, right? For him, though, he technically takes more value in terms of fighting, comps that he's ready to take. I just think he took a misstep on that jump on that pole sword, just kind of thinking about it. But the worst part about it is, okay, can I time this 2.0 on a terrain that's lopsided, and will the second blue focus hit? That was kind of his main mindset going into that. Jump R&B afterwards, not enough time. Especially since it was lopsided, and by the time the R&B follow-throughs, he didn't have enough damage.
And he paid the price.
But he got purple armor back, and then,
I don't know how.
He
had his stash somewhere or something. I don't know. He was able to come back like he just never left. But yeah, maybe just the pole sword is just his kryptonite today. I don't think that's it's not something he should be picking up today. I don't know. But if anything, I mean, we've seen multiple times XY being able to clutch up. Once again, he still has another day. 3 days of solos, 2 days per group. So players are going to be playing, or these players today are still going to be playing a separate day, and we don't even have the Mike and Spider lobby as well. So it's still a lot left here for the 2026 MSC. Just day one, trios tomorrow. Once again, can keep reminding people. If you guys are watching replay, trios today. So I don't know when y'all watching, but from the future, hello. We'll see how it is. But overall, Zeldich representing AS, not a stranger to the big stage, right? Has been played last year in MSC, has been playing in J Cups as well. So Zeldich has been, he's been accustomed to the land life here for Naraka BLADEPOINT for quite some time. XY veteran, I would say now Pro League. I mean, spring winner for 2026 season. The thing is, right after MSC, we got summer, right? So it's just like we still got a lot in the back. We just halfway through the year, because after that J Cup, I mean, it's the same thing, different year. But overall, for today, game 5, last random hero selection for players. Game 6 will be a mirror match, and yeah, I don't think there's any way possible that is not Akko's, right? I think we have 3 Akko games already.
Yeah, I think we're at 2.
2.
Yeah, last round was kind of going down here, so I'm just gonna backtrack for you just so you know exactly who I'm talking in that first phase. Oh yeah, it was Wufong, right? So Wufong brought himself out here, so that was a it wasn't Akko's. Okay, yeah, triple threat, bro, triple threat. Never mind, GG. Yeah, round 6 is gonna be Wufong. Yeah, it's over. But in this phase, try hard, Zay first, second, and then we're gonna have Verse on 3rd, Shunhuan on 4th, Ruo on 5th, Frost on 6th, 7th for Wufong, and 8th for Zeldich. So as a result, it kind of comes down to this. Fedora at midnight. I don't think Tryhard's gonna escape away from the Akko's, because you can't just lose it. You can't lose an Akko's game. I mean, okay, let me rephrase it. You can't lose the choice of an Akko's game, right? You can still lose as Akko's. You just can't lose on that option to kind of lose choosing him. So if he gets his Akko's game, maybe he ends up going into Imperial camp, or he ends up pulling himself apart into the Northeast, right? If he ends up going against other targets over at Sword 2. So with that lock in coming down here, Tryhard locks in for game 6, basically to try his Akko's again. So it's coming to a back-to-back. Yo, no, you can't do that, Duncan. You can't have that. Yo, don't even. It's gonna be their choices. We're bringing it back half a year later, man. Incredible. Love these guys, bro. Love these guys, bro.
I ain't never heard of a double rage bait. Nah.
All on the play.
Double rage bait, different person.
It's a high mind, bro. They're like, no.
Yeah, rage. We need some rage in the chat, man. Little RP.
Rip.
Man, bring back old Tarka, man. Over, anyways. Tammy for Verse. What's up?
Double pick timing, bro, from Verse to the Night XY, man. Good. Big brain. He stopped.
Yo, he's XY. Heated.
He is, bro.
He is heated. He said, really?
He's gonna look at the camera, bro, in his third eye, bro. He's gonna like, nah. Yeah, y'all got me messed up, man.
All right. Yep. Standard. Everything's standard. Just a little bit of difference there with the first time he picked, but yeah. Lead now for 6th round selection. I think we had that last game as well. For Frostivus, game 7th round selection. Can't use Shayo there for Zeldich. As we've seen, he already picked that hero twice. Wufong's gonna gladly take that, even though he had dibs first. Now Zeldich is kind of, I mean, this is where I feel like it's still, man, it's still bland. It's a very bland slot to be in. Just that last slot. I get it. Last slot, I wouldn't even say you need to be in a disadvantage just to the fact of how hard these lobbies are, but yeah, I mean, what do you pick here? If you're Zeldich, who do you have open?
Justina time, baby. Damn. All right.
Lonnie.
I think Lonnie. It's all right. It's okay. It's all right. Yeah, Justina won't work in this well.
The thing is, Justina, yeah, I was gonna say that too. Like, Justina kind of, like, she fell off too.
Yeah. I won't think about it. But it's okay. You know, we got a new map showing up here. We might get some new balance changes for her. Maybe focus for, you know, I mean, maybe. But the only thing is her solos aspect. I mean, she goes against Yoda recast issue, right? She goes against Akko's, done enough said, right? Because Akko's is going to be like, she's going to dumpster her, bro, at that point. V1 recasts are 2 of them, right, against the freeze. Especially considering that she ends up going ahead. If she wastes the imprint, then there's nothing left if she gets tap dodged on. Her confirm is basically lock-in animation. Xunhuan Li doesn't care about her. Tumult is like, all right, who? Like, Justina, who? Because she can just F through. You can ult against her if she tap dodges or if she tries to go for a freeze against him. It's just so much, right? There's so much you can only do. Because then she'd have to use her ultimate on the defensive front. And then there's nothing left for her next. She can't even go for a short sail stagger, right? Going off of that. It's just a rough road for her, bro. Rest in pieces. But maybe in the future we get some chances here, like Takeda Rework XD, where she kind of shows up again. And then maybe if we end up having it, you know, to just be implied in the top 8.
Takeda Rework. Yeah. Hopefully soon, man. Hopefully soon. But game number 5. Our selection. Gonna wait and see how this goes. Frost on the Lee, Ruo on the Zendaverse, on the Tomo, Zay, on the Yorihime, Wufong, on Shayo, Zeldich, Lonnie, Tryhard, Akko's first round selection, XY on the Kylan, playing V1, so you know, we have little personalities as well as the Zendas, right? Sometimes we have V1, sometimes we have V2, so both of those characters are, you know, whatever the player feels a lot more comfortable with, what they feel they should be running. But yeah, game 5. Back to Predoria. Let's see how our drop zones look in just a second. A little quick look at the heartbeats. 114 for Ruo. I think he's the highest in the lobby right now. Stressing a little bit. He's like, man, I need to have a good game 6. But Ruo is kind of like he pops off towards the end of the day. So wouldn't be surprised to have a massive game 5. But we'll see how it pans out. Everybody else head is leveled. See right hand side, WBG. First 19 total points in our drop zones, right? We got a little bit of contestant there from Verse and XY gonna be fighting for that Volt Pine Essence, the coins to try to pick that up. Zeldich has a free spawn on the left hand side, but players surrounding him being Zay, Tryhard, Frostivus, and Wufong. So we're gonna be having aggression to start off game number 5.
And look at this, man. Verse XY, I love it. I love the off drop, but it's crazy that we're having this many fights over to the west side, man. So SS1 puts himself up together to the left with Tryhard, with Zay. It's just a slew of action, man. And I'm kind of curious, man. What's kind of crazy about this? Yeah, is that game 5 comes off and these guys give him a pop shot fight. I mean, 4 eliminations to 1 person. I can only imagine, you know. I can't even sing the rest of that song, bro. I'm gonna get copyright strike. I don't know how else to say that. But game 5 commences, bro. Predoria Ventai starts up here, and look at this. Oh, big launch. I don't think that's why he's going to be worried about this for much longer. He's got a combo breaker still, but no grapples as he chases down his verse.
Wow. Off-rip carousel to start off game number 5. See XY common armor. That's crazy. That's crazy to see and hear how that connected there. But overall, let's see. Verse has half of the white HP, still getting aggressive though. Aggro in the pocket, gets the RB bonk off the nunchucks. Blue rarity there. XY overholding, jump a little bit to cancel that. Goes for the 1.0 off the LMB. Now holds to avoid the Temmie Whisk first up. And in the pocket, you know, XY was not happy about him picking that Tomok, so he's full chasing down the Tomok here. You see another player starts to move on in, and that's Ruro. Ruro into game 5 has a lot of ground to cover as well. Currently an 8th place, 1.5, has not been putting up any points on the board, so he has to see if he can find these 2 eliminations potentially here against XY Inverse.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see about that. The old cat's going to come out here for the Kylan's going to have to be forced out on the V1. Not going to get a lot of heal back because he's not going to get any at all. And the V1 is going to be on the level 2 charge. If he can connect that, he'll be able to come back, right? Verse is going to be pushing himself on that. I'm wondering if he's going to go for the 1 hits. The 2.0 connects off of this. Goes for the immediate slash. No, he waits it out for the F1. Wait, holding off this mode. I'm not sure if XY really is hoping this down for the whisk throw or the connected scrapple bump, but the V2, wait a second. Oh my goodness. The RMB from the range, though. That's all he got. As for this close gap, he can't do much about it. He's going to be waiting these guys off of that small ultimate circle. Comes off. Verse, holding the RB, gets block extremed on, and he spaces way out. And Ruro, he still, I think, has ult cast here for the double Fs. No, he wastes it. This is going to be up to now whether or not Ruro gets a 1 kill elimination or not, if he gets a 0.
Wow. All right, let's see. That was still a 3-way commotion between these 3 players. Who we had, Wufong was able to snag an elimination out to Zay. First blood of game 5. Verse though, staying in the pocket. There's a nunchuck Proctor onto XY. Doesn't manage to get any source of damage. XY is just getting full looked at both of these players, and he's been living out a long time, and he finally gets picked out. Ruro though, staying in the pocket. I believe Verse snags up that bloom though. Since the LMB focus tries to cancel, no parry there from Ruro, so now he catches the 1-2, going for the mid dodge, catches Prio against Verse. There's gonna be a lot of damage, but no, the green focus procs. He reads it. The 1-2-3 flying kick gets caught up off the whiz, but no full confirmation damage from Verse, and now it's chased out here for Ruro onto Verse.
Yeah, the 1-2s, man. I'm getting sick here because that was nasty. Ruro putting himself. Soulbloom pickups comes out. 2 eliminations. I said, like, 2 kills or nothing, you know? And he is the one to succeed above all. Purity Chamber, my favorite location. Frost puts himself in his corner against Zeldinch, and this is going to be a blue focus hull tech against Nunnies. Doesn't get parried on the R&B, but Frost is still pulling himself apart here. 1-2s, walk out. 1-2s, still thinks about it. I don't know whether or not Frost wants to kind of work the 1-2s, but he's going to go ahead and lose all his armor, and he's going to have to cast the ultimate. Let me put himself across this, right? Let's think about it. He's going to have that V1, hoping to see, or the recast on the V2, I should say. Still worried about that Lonnie ultimate and thinking if it's going to be coming off anytime soon, but then look at the raw uppercut on the scare rush. Doesn't really get much off of it, but Wufong cases this down. The thing about this is whether or not he wants a pop shy ult for this. I mean, he holds his ultimate for the Lonnie, it's going to be perfect value. Does he want to hard confirm for the Xunhuan Li? The Xunhuan Li has enough time to space out, and he's going straight towards the west side. This Romiang isn't even up, bro. We're just waiting for the pass. The train has not arrived yet, and we're going to be having the whole ops on site. This is going to be up to Frostfist just waiting this out, and he's going to go straight to Azoth Peak instead. And noticing that if he gets a catapult, maybe he can space up some time, but not even in that direction. He might even pass by the altar of biting. Who knows? Then again, in this position right now, all 8 players are still alive. 2 eliminations are in Ruro's hands, 1 for Wufong, and we're still just kind of waiting this down and seeing who's going to be coming up on top for this first Romiang.
Yeah, Frost manages to create enough distance there to make Wufong stop the chase. You see him now trying to post up for the Yang, but Verse is there, snagging up the pass first. Wufong potentially contest this. You see him not gonna go for that, so we're gonna see if he can rotate to another portal and see if we can find another way inside the Yang. Verse, purple dual blades in hand. The fishies are out there for Verse, playing Tumult. Another player shows up as Zeldinch. Zeldinch has been around a lot of commotion throughout today's matches. See him though. 8th place, 0 points. He drops down because Ruro started off hot. 2 eliminations into game 5. This is what I was saying. Ruro, he's not a stranger into game 5s. He has a massive pop-off game, but Verse catches Zeldinch here in the prior off the whiz. Now forces out the Lonnie ult plus the F as well. Verse trying to seek a dodge. The Goldie Sands does manage to do so. 10 seconds left in order for him to take the portal, but you see him just fishing out and trying to stop as much of him trying to take this pot into Zeldinch. Creates the distance. He's going to go ahead and fully back on up. Verse is going to go ahead and wait this out. Take his time. Take the portal. Prepare his musket. Just wait for this Yang. We're going to have our first set of Yangs here into game 5. Frostvis. Identical pair there on the armor and weapons of choice there with him and Verse with that purple dual blades in hand. Blue armor intact as well. This time around on Lee. So Wait to see how this plays out for him. Ruo already takes the Yang, waiting for his opponent on the Zenda. Ooh. Not sure what J that is, though.
Sign Fang. Yeah, it's got the 1, 2, 3s.
1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, he threw it on a nunchuck. You're right.
Yeah, but the thing on the Sign Fang, on the whip sword, it just throws you in a circle. Big circle, man. I don't know if it's going to work in the wall, and then he's going to go for a restand, but who knows? He's up against Zay. Purple armor versus blue armor, blue weapon on Zay for as it Yoda Hime skills. Not great, right? But he's got that, right? So let's take a look and see what our boy's going to be doing here from the EU region against Ruo, who, even though he's going to be having his catch up to 2 points, I mean, 3 kills would be pretty nifty after his Rummy Yang. Who knows? The 1-2s comes off. Still working off the R&B and seeing what's going to be up next. Scare Rush off the longsword. Can't really risk that, but this is going to be it. Working on the R&B. Hold check doesn't get nothing. The LMB doesn't confirm. 1-2s though. There's a Sign Fang. Love it. There's going to be a rush back here. The F2 combo breaker is up, but he can't really push back. He's getting that for free. Wow. And this R&B comes off. Doesn't get much off the. He's got old cast though. And this is going to be V2. Remember that. He gets it off the knockback. Couldn't relive it, man. That thing is going to go down. Ruo's going to get his third elimination. He's going to get the gold weapon. Otherwise, Tryhard takes the fight against XY. And look at XY. Take a little bit of struggle bus. But Zako's ultimate's already procced here from Tryhard. He hasn't even gotten the V1 now. At least for what we've seen. The healing guard is out. Infinite slash attack comes up. Last slash is available. And all he needs is LMB. The turnaround is huge here. It's like the look at the blue focus spam.
Yeah, he ran out of ult. He didn't get the confirmed slash, but he caught it double. Now the F called in. Nice weave there from XY. Being able to space out the Aqua's roar. Tryhard trying to play behind the pillar. Sends to 1.0. Spins it back to avoid getting parried. Scare Rush comes through. Now sends to 1.0 to avoid getting cut off the prow. Goes for the double tap dodge. And it gets caught up. And the flying Irish are good there from XY. Snags up the elimination. Verse against Wufong. Xiaoyu Ritemi. Big parry there for Verse. Gets up all that damage onto Wufong. Now forces out the Clink. Now we see the damage. No ult for the Xiaoyu as well. Everything, or went in without ult, I believe, or potentially called it in and saved 45% because it was around 80. And Verse capitalized. Purple armor upgrade, gold longsword plus shades.
Yep. He's got a tuna going through there for Verse. This is his first kill in this game so far in that Xiao. I mean, this is the second or third time we've seen her Rummy Yang value on her ultimate where it's been expended and not used, right? Where like she uses it and then she cancels it because either time duration runs out, she never procced any shields, or she cancels it herself. Otherwise, that second ult coming up not so soon, right? It's not coming up as fast as we were kind of hoping for, especially in solo. But in Rummy Yang, I mean, time is of the essence. Zay though, spawns right in front of the opponent that just won his Rummy Yang, so we're gonna have to worry about that one. Hey, Verse is coming up here. 2 minutes on the clock on that Yang depletion. Has F2 combo breaker. I'm not sure where his plan of attack is going through, but besides hiding this corner here, Verse is gonna go off the 1-2s. Doesn't really care about the blue focus. So has a lot of time here for the combo breaker, even though the terrain is against his value. Finds the jump in the drop down R&B, grapples into it. The whiz throw doesn't connect nothing. Zay still sticking to the zone. For some reason, he's getting himself a musket shot. Another chance here. And still getting caught by the 1-2s, man.
No fear from Verse, man. He sees him holding, he dodges R&B's in. And he catches the 1-2 Ming. Zay gets a pair there on Verse. Gets caught up on the side of the terrain there with the Tamok ultimate. So doesn't get the full follow-up, but he gets some health back. Zay now has to fight XY on this kind of ultimate. The slash through is good. Ult recast is not good. Does not manage to connect her. And does not get any help back. And XY snags up the elimination. The bloom goes towards Verse's way, though, I believe. Doesn't get any help back. And now the prog going towards XY. F called in for the Tamok Verse. Looking for a double jump, but the R&B focus connects there for XY. Looking for the whisk snap, doesn't connect. Now getting caught up in the last round of the whisk. The Vermilion's Burst Might procs there for XY. Verse snags up this one. Ruo against Wufong. 1.0 off the fan. Gold halberd or hung sword in hand there for Ruo. See him now, 3 eliminations, 1 his Yang, but now has to fight out this third party moving on in. That's Tryhard. Tryhard has to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion. You see him changes his attention onto Wufong. With 1:43 left, still has that Xiaoyu ultimate ready, locked and loaded to see if he needs it. But the chase out is here from Zeldich. Zeldich now, look for the snipe down, the F coming through. Doesn't matter to connect. It looks like it's gonna be a little bit of backup there from Tryhard. Wufong gets a full reset in. Needs to try to get aggressive pretty soon though. With 1:20 still taking frost of his Verse though. Verse not letting go of the gas pedal, finding scrap balls throughout every single area of the map. There goes the Liam. Spins up back there to get the confirm 1.0. Beautifully done there from Frostovitz to avoid getting caught up there in that Tamok ultimate. Now reset for Verse. Frostovich does manage to pop a powder in as well. Elite ultimate called in, looking for the whisk down. Doesn't manage to connect. Does let go. Gets caught up this time around. Verse now with big damage onto Frostovich. Jump on the beast for the confirmed damage. Great focus on through, but catches him down there off the grapple bump. Frost now eats up so much damage. Musket shot connects as well. Weaves the F as well. Verse now looking for the musket shot. Doesn't go for it. Goes straight for the grapple LMB. One clink is all he needs, and we're potentially going to see it soon. And there it is. Elimination going towards Versus way. And Frostovich falls here from game 5.
Now we have another fight here. Zelda just going to be on the toes of the Oculus. V1 cast comes out here midair, catches Zelda. The follow-up is going to be the lobbies, just pistol shots. For Sun Tryhard, he can't really do much here unless he goes for another V1 exactly on the same target he just went up against. The gold focus hits the wrong target. He's looking past it to see if he can get the Lonnie out. There it is. V1 is avoided with the combo breaker, and Zeldich is going to be spacing out. As for Tryhard, he might be the new focus of the lobby. There's the hits off the blue shots. Big hits coming out from Ruro. There's going to be a chance right now that they line up. There it is. Oh my goodness. The Soul Bloom can be picked up here. Tryhard was unable to. Wufang was able to pick up, I believe, both of them.
Look at Ruro. Ruro with 5. I was saying this. He be heating up game 5s, and you see it. Game 5 with a 5-kill elimination. So still having 3 other players up. 4 players remain here into game 5. A lot of commotion happened after that Yang, and we see everybody, and we start posting up for the Spirit World. What are the fires there for Ruro? Gohong Sword still playing with that weapon. Second Yang now. See Ruro gonna take it.
Yeah, he's also got explosive armor. And this is the thing. Explosive armor against the Kylan. I mean, that knockback is massive. He can also proc the Keelan guard if it's low enough too. So let's take a look and see. Ruro pulling himself out here. I mean, listen, gets a 1-2-3 on the 5th place, man. This is gonna get hurt. Gets a lot of sustain back out here. Playing very, very manageable on the pillars, making sure he can get the scare rush off the Hong sword. Still having the special shots though, ready to swap out if he needs to for another weapon. But all in all, I think the scaling right now is inside of Ruro's favor. Let's take a look and see if XY gets his R&B.
Oh, he sends it. The parry connector for XY. Explosive armor now comes through. 1-2 to try to bring back the health pool a little even. Just gets a little bit of that chip damage. Let's get shots flying on through from XY, or pistol shots out to say. Ruro looking for the opener. Doesn't send it. Has the F there to stay up for now. Go for the F recast. Connects. Goes for the jump on the B, but doesn't connect. Nice weave there. Now the ultimate being called in. Nice grapple check there from XY. Stops the follow up there off the bow shots. Weaves the follow up as well there. Now going for the second time around. Doesn't manage to connect. Does manage to pop the Kylan ultimate. Looking forward. The snipe down. No, not good. Ruro now has to fight the wrath of the Kylan ultimate. XY weaves all that. Looking for the slash down. Connects off that one. Ruro now in big trouble. Does manage to weave a lot, but the final hit connects, and XY back in game 5. Snags up the Yang. He's gonna be able to get that gold armor plus the gold weapon. Whip sword.
Whip sword, man. Red Firmament, as well as a Soul Shatters. He's man, gonna be good for this. This is gonna be a really good song of the birds for XY, because I mean he had a little bit of a rough start on here, at least for last round, right? 3 eliminations comes up here, and since that Kylan, I mean, you saw the pressure coming off of that. He had this longsword to kind of corner up, but nothing was really more of the issue, more than that parry that come out of the 1-2-3. The Cyan Fang, I mean, it magnetizes towards another target in close and play in proximity, but it worked hella against Ruro's favor. So for Verse, replay on this Romy Yang 2 up against Wufang. Oh, wow. Immediate parry comes off. Any value off. That's okay. We got a chance here on the F1 combo breaker. It's for Verse. Throws the Wisp. Immediately gets the LMB. The Prio is here, but he has no Wisp throw to reset this. He's just going to go ahead and quarter side crouch LMB. Jump LMB comes off, and now we have this Shy ultimate. Whether or not we want to use it now or later, he does not expend the ultimate yet. Gets shield block number through, has V1 to kind of mitigate through this. He doesn't care. He gets hit. Got combo breaker if he needs to. Might even do a setup here with the ult cast. Ready for this? Look at this guy. Doom, doom, bah. Walks away. Wisp throw. Confirms. And that's going to be elimination for the pistol shots. Wufang comes off. Clean as a whistle comes through, and maybe he just goes ahead, just straight has the pellets, got the necessary amount of damage, and wins the Romy Yang.
Temmie looking like XY Temmie. It's clean.
And Scott Summers goes right there, but it's crazy.
That's fire. He had R&B too to create that space to get closer to the wall as well. That was nice. See Ruro though, on the other hand, 2 minutes and 50. He's trying to cleanse on now, but he eats up so much damage already. Has 2 players around him. Not sure who that is. Can't really fully see. I do see Wufang and XY. So Ruro though, is going to be taken out there from XY. XY now jumps up to 4. On the Kylan. Drop down for Wufong, try to pick up any resources. Still has 2 minutes and 34 seconds to try to cleanse on out. But aggression is going to be going towards versus an XY's way. Wufong going to be that third party here in this aggression between both of those players. The 1-2 mix is good. Now the power going towards XY's way. Musket shot fly throughs here from Wufong. Showcases the Phoenix Blast as well. In the back in Verse though, it's going to go ahead and get parried as well. Big damage here from XY. Verse now gets taken out there from Wufong. Now 1v1. Last one of game 5. Wufong now is going to be forced to pop the Shy Ultimate. Cleanses out. So wants to full commit to the fight now. We see the Shy Shield throw good there onto XY. The ult is online there for the Colin. XY though is going to try to live out as much as possible here to try to run out of time here for the Shy Ultimate.
Yeah, V1 in front of the face of the Colin F1 means that there is nothing left. Hoping to see about the V1 cast here, but thing is that XY can take this time to space out to reset.
Yeah.
I don't know if he wants to go against his shot. I mean, the shot ultimate is done now. He canceled it. And it's just about a matter of time. No one's around here. The bounty scroll is here. This is the last fight. No one else. I don't know if we're going to get 5 eliminations, but if Wufong gets his elimination, I'm pretty sure Ruo takes MVP, man. I mean, if Wufong gets this kill, this is 3 points, 3.5 for the first place. I mean, actually, I
don't think so now. Because the placement.
We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see. Combo break comes out, gets caught. F1. LMB comes up. Doesn't get the uppercut. He's hoping for the slap. Boink, and there is a release. Hits.
Oh.
This is a 1, 2, 3. Yo, the red vermin, bro. That's crazy. We got the red vermin in close range like that. Yo,
wow.
Put some respect on XY's name. I mean, man's in the darkness, bro. He's the Dark Knight.
I'm XY.
Where are the bullets going?
Beautiful 2.0 there though. Gets the full damage confirmation, overholds. I mean, he just chunks off the HP there and then goes for the scare rush to clean it out. I mean, that was clean there for XY, but he's like, man, finally. Like, it was rough, man. Hey, but hey, Kylan though, like we were saying it throughout the spring split, Kylan was a super strong character, and XY showcasing it once again how well the character plays out. Ruo though bounces back, does manage to get a good amount of eliminations, 5 eliminations on the board for game 5. Now to game 6, mirror match gonna be that Akko's match. But yeah, I mean, insane game 5, very fast paced. I mean, I even got confused. I thought we were already in second Yang when there was only 4 players up, and it was just the commotion off the first game.
Bro. We're already back in it's like round 3 all over again, man. Like, where's the player base, man?
Yeah.
Gone. But
that's a good question.
It's coming down to the next thing, right? We have our spotlight right now for scoreboard. It's getting a little bit more even on the board. As for XY taking this MVP, this is going to be the first for the MSC. Now it's going to be up to now whether or not XY looks towards the next round on Akko's, man. He was really hoping to get this to mulch on the second game basis, but Verse said no. Verse said no, that's going to be mine. You can't take that. So losing out his strength on his best character doesn't really dissolve him. I say Kylan is probably one of the other choice picks. He takes him to Midoriya, actually, a lot of times. Similar to like Wufong, right? If he gets the opportunity or needs to. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, he's running V1, right? He's not running V2. In this case, is that his V1, he's able to kind of stave himself away from losing his, value on lost HP. If it comes down to it, him getting infinite slashes. But it's really the spacing that comes off of those Rami Yang close quarters, because you get the V1, you can basically just debate them, get the V1 cast and just throw it down in their corner, and then if they run out of stamina, there's something they can do about it. Because not a lot of players are running the stamina glyph, running the double silence, for the 2-second maximum duration and, the attack buff. Now for the question in the chat, if you guys have paid attention, what's Frost's total points by now? Is it A11.5, B15, C16, D17? Honestly, odds are it's on the decimal point one, because that's the only one with a decimal point, so take it. I don't know. Put it in chat. I don't care. It's, let's see if you guys take the bait. But everything else besides that, we got our Akko's game, right? And everyone loves the Akko's ones. It's just, I hope we don't see in the F1 Akko's. We saw what happened against Wang Yang when he ran an F1 Akko's. So like, yo, you are. I'm not gonna say it, but he threw it. Everyone noticed what he had, and V2 Akko's, I should say. Hey, bro, V2 Akko's.
Yeah,
I was like, what is he doing? And then everyone F2'd him in the face, and he was dead.
Yeah, I mean, you call it, and then you pray, and then you're just dead. So especially everybody can just leap around you. You're just there, just like a fish in the water. It's just unfortunate if you try to run that. But hey, I mean, Wang Yang has always been that player that wants to be different. But hey, we don't judge. But we'll see how it pans out here for game 6. The way it panned out for XR for game 5 though was massive, you know, and another 7.5. That's our highest that we've had all day. Everybody's matching that same energy that Verse started the trend with those games 2 and 3 with that 5 eliminations, 7.5 game score. This time around here for XY. Ruo though bounces back in second place with 5.5. He definitely needed that here going into game 6, our last game of the day. Verse with 4.5, staying very consistent there on the top side of the pyramid as well. We're falling out with 3. Tryhards, Zeldich, Frosted, and Zay all with 0 for our game 5. But yeah, I mean, it was a good turnaround there from Ruo. Now standings overall, we see it here. Severio, I mean, not surprised for Verse. I mean, he's 23.5 and no one's even near him.
Yeah, man. I mean, a pop-out game can only mean so much here, especially since one day 23.5, and he still has a game to go. So with Wufang being there in the second place with 12.5, it's a 11-point difference. Then it's 11.5 for XY. Then it's 11.5 for Frostfist. Ruo with the 7. I told you guys decimal points. And then 7 points for Ruo. Zay goes out to 5.5. 4 for Tryhard. Zell with 2.5 for the last 2 games. Tryhard nor Zell. Well, Zell for 3 games haven't reached any sort of points. There's been not even a placement point on the board. The only thing is next round is going to be 1 spot where they end up having to kind of cross it. Zay, on the other hand, a lot closer to Ruo than he might think, but Ruo got a 5.5 game, and the highest game that Zay has gotten so far has been 3. So for right now, it's just going to be have the cross our hands and see what's next. That 1.5 difference plus any kills, eliminations, placement points in the next round. That's going to be the ordeal. That's going to be us to see what's going to happen next time.
I might have cast across the global players. I said they were having a good start, and it was like game 3. And then after that, I mean, I think it's me. I'm so sorry. But, highlights here for game 5. XY, hey, you gotta give him props, man. He lived a very long time, and he was getting sandwiched between Ruo and Verse. But unfortunate for him, he gets taken out, but he bounces back, obviously, with him winning game 5. But, nice mid dodge there from Ruo. Forces out the green focus, the whisk connects, but no full capitalization due to the terrain there. He jumps and he gets stuck in the side of the window there, the window pillar. And now XY and Zay fights Verse and XY here. Unfortunate for him, he was not able to find an ult recast for getting back a little bit of that health back. So he does fall there to XY. Verse and XY going at it. Think Verse wins this one. Yes, he does. Goes for the whiz, goes for the musket shot, goes for the R&B, connects there, gets stuck. Verse against Frostivus, catches the whisk there. Frost dodges through at the last frame. I mean, I think he just had to wait like 0.1 of a second to not get caught up. And there goes the grapple check onto the green focus, and then grapple LB for the hit confirmation. No, he goes through, then he R&Bs, yeah. And then 4 players main Ruo. I think this is where Tryhard falls. Gets caught up there off the Zenda ult. And then the snipe down forward elimination there for Ruo onto Zeldich and Tryhard.
And having to see this, I mean, it's kind of rough from Ruo here, and kind of taking this, like he was at 60% HP at this point. And for Ulcast, there's not really much you can do there. And he would kind of hope for the shot, but XY just read it. And then it was just a last hit confirmations. And here's the thing, right? 7 points can be earned for anybody in the lobby as long as they kind of find their stride there. For this, I mean, this is kind of like a no-brainer aspect. But what's going to kind of come next is just how well can you do the mirror comp Akos. I mean, some of the players may have an opportunity of finding Akos 7 times or 7 different Akos in the lobby.
That's crazy.
But yeah, see, that I'm telling you, the 1, 2, 3 of the long sword.
That's crazy.
Vertical, that's their red firmament, bro. That thing go crazy.
Wow.
I love that.
Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
So the one thing is like if it ends up coming down towards the amount of pressure that comes out from 7 different knockups, it's very few and far between. Not a lot of people have that. Not a lot of people have that practice in hand.
Yeah, I mean the Akko's got to be clean, right? I mean, what has it been like? In total, like 5 months of it being like first round selected. So just overall, it just has to be best character just due to the fact that you're going into that game 6 on that Akko. So you got to be very comfortable on that character. But yeah, I mean, massive game 5 here for XY. Almost 18,000 damage, 5 eliminations on the board. Had Assault Smolder. Rent Firmament. This is the first time I see that. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It wasn't good enough for it, but then they buffed it. And the only problem that came out of it was that, the new buff is basically, it makes a gold focus on the blade at the very end. The 1, 2, 3 part, the very first part, that's still going to be blue focus. It's just that you can 1, 2, 3 vertical into it, and you can also spam it. Strangely enough, you can spam it off of cast. Yeah, but the thing is, the reason it's not really used is because it's like a set range. It does like a little sword summon, like dun 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 in a range, and then it shoots the final sword. So it's not really meant for close quarters, right? If you're open field, it's going to go far. It's going to push them back. Though in that instance, it's right in front of your opponent. You're going to get that guaranteed. Yeah, on the wall.
Yeah.
Terrain manipulation, TM, man.
Yeah. That's fire. But yeah, good game there from XY. Definitely needed that. Good game for Ruro as well. Definitely needed that. I mean, you know, we'll see here how it goes for game 6. We're quickly getting to our last game of the day. I mean, it just flies by, especially in just how impactful in the action is in solos. And, you know, tomorrow's trios, you can't let go of the gas pedal for the action because it's still there. Tomorrow's in a whole different mode. Trios going to be showcasing global scene. What do we have? We have a new representation for NA. Same for EU. I think it might be the same for I think 521's in, so it might be the same for that region for C. And then AS, can't quite remember if they were there last year for MSC, but yeah, overall, yeah, it's been exciting to watch everybody back in the Rocket Spirit is in LAN, right? I think that's the most important thing when the global players are able to compete in LAN. I think it's a very good thing to see. But yeah, overall, good set of games. Do we just think Verse is gonna take game 6? I mean, we see how strong his Aquos game is. He's had success on Aquos today as well. So I don't know, man. Verse just he kind of slowed down for one game, but he wasn't even slowed down. So I don't know. We'll see. We are gonna be going to a quick break. Once we come back, we're gonna be locking in our last and final day or game of today's matches.
什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？天铠甲，出体！回老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 mid-season challenge here from Naraka BLADEPOINT. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severio. We just saw 5 games being played out. We're running into our last game of the day. It's going to be that Aqua's mirror match. Seeing how our overall standing is going to completely look after we're done with today's matches, but still 1 game left. Massive, a massive aggressive character. Yeah, massive aggressive character being Aqua's, right? We've seen showed aggression, no Fireflies for our game 6. Our only match that doesn't have Fireflies for the BR. But still, I mean, multiple times we see it just being a W key fest, man. As always, we've seen everybody just last game. I think right now there's a lot on the line. But still, players like Verse who have been having an amazing day, they can just full W key in and not really be phased by it. He does still have another day to be to play, but what do you have to make top 8 to make it? So, yeah, you know, he's like 27 plus, bro.
Yeah, you can chill, bro. Yeah, you can tell on the second day of playing, man. He's gonna be playing, I think he's playing on day 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's playing on day 3, so he's gonna be able to observe for day 2 and just not have to. He can study, right? He doesn't have to take the time, like, okay, what do I have to do during fighting this guy on this day, right? He's only gonna have to see what day 2 is gonna be ending up for the remainder of the players and the groups. But between himself, I mean, he's been doing good. You know, he's been getting these MVPs back and forth, and then all of a sudden just kind of keep himself aloof from those points. What's going to kind of stretch this out, though, is in this game for him and Akos is just going to see if he can get a triple threat. You know, for him in this in MSC would be a good stride. His next objective is just going to see if whether or not he does lose and then what he can gain from his opponents and see what they do. Akos the Akos matchup is a very it's like any sort of catch, right? It's like catching neutral, right? Off of his leaps on his V2, right? Or his V1, I should say. Where you end up seeing where he's like where each Akos player decides to play it out, whether they're looking to be very tenacious with their F2, whether they're looking at for initial stagger or going for a full startup, right? Which means that they go for the level 2 charge, it gets to gold focus, does the damage, it gets to full terror, and then they just set up for neutral, and then they can see about catching his ultimate, their opponent's ultimate. And as a result, how well or how long can they play without their ultimate up because they get caught, right? How well can they kind of read Akos like a book before they have to dish out the mess themselves. But one thing is that V1 recast is really just a big part of that, because it's not only is it a way to mitigate the other Akos' like as a CC pressure, it's also the way to mitigate damage taken and all that stuff. Usually some state of the characters would be where they're setting themselves like a charge blue focus or even for a gold focus, and they can eat right through that, with the V1. Whether going in their direction or going in the other direction. That's where we really see where the mirror comp comes out. That's why when we had Spring Grand Finals, I was telling Duncan, I was like, V1 is going to be used for Kylan. And this is a different character, right? And he's like, no, I think V2 would be good because it's the damage. It's like, it's not about the damage, but sustainability. V1 is just going to be no cost to your HP bar, because the whole thing is how long can you stay and go ultimate focus mitigation, and Kylan slacks on V1 is one of the strongest ones for that.
Kylan
Zhang. I don't even know what his title is in terms of something else. I forgot it because they called him Kylan and Keelan.
Oh, true. Yeah. Forgot that was what they were calling him as well. But yeah, I mean, the good thing is we're not gonna have a pick phase. It's just straight to the mix. Once we load up, everybody's gonna be playing that same character. Once again, mirror match is gonna be on the Akos. And yeah, I mean, on top of everything you said, that what happens when you have a Ditto against Akos, I mean, how many Akos are you going to be fighting, right? That's another thing that these players got to be aware of. I mean, are you around 2? Are you around 3? Is it isolated? Most of the times it's not, especially in game 6, where players are just like, hey man, I'm just going all in. I'll catch you when I catch you. If you there and I'm there and somebody else is there, we all gonna be there. So, we'll see how it plays out for our last match. Overall standings is going to be something to really keep your eyes on, especially in that 2nd through 4th, even 5th, I believe. Super close, just a couple point differences between all those players. And then, I mean, it just shakes up a lot, right? In our day 2, is somebody from our new group going to be able to have kind of a day like how Verse was having today, just having an insane matches with those 5 elimination games, 7.5 points for those games. It just shoots you up so high. But I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see how the remainder of the MSC quals go. Big game changer compared from last year, where we only had 1 day for both solos and trios. But now, not new for the Pro League players. I would say it's a lot newer for the global players, right? They don't have a lot of the opportunities to play LAN, so this is a good way to get used to it as much as you can. Which, you know, still it's not a lot, only 2 days, but overall it's a lot more. Try to see, but there it is. Our mirror pick, Akos, for our game 6. Had to nerf him because they buffed him, and now he's still being first round selected.
Yep, skills. I'm looking at. Okay, no one's using anything shenanigans.
Yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling.
So I'm not gonna have any issues around there. But just kind of seeing where these points come off. I mean, 7.5 for Vert so far. Remember, these stats aren't from anything else but MSC, so they're not taken from the MBPL from the spring season. These just refreshed. So, with that being said, I mean, if you haven't played your Akos game yet, this is gonna be the only time you can, right, for today. So, with these points, hopefully we see some chops. You know, look at this: XY taking the victim saving, DRT's Ruro taking over towards. There's no fireflies, by the way, yet. So, Council Courtyard actually was a big spot I was going to talk about, but we're going to skip on ahead. We're going to get right into things, right? Tryhard is actually going to be one of the few players there, I think, as well as Wufong, so we're going to have to see how that fight ends up going, because obviously, since Council Courtyard has the Firefly available inside of it, the cave, you go straight for it. Though at Shipwreck, Zay is already on the hands against Verse, trying to go for delay wake up. Ooh, gets the air in the stick, but look at Zeldin, bro. The man's like, doink, and he avoids it. Zay avoids the F2 roar. He dash LB's Verse on a jump. And you have 2 for Verse is enough for another 5 seconds, but he's still going to be looking for the chase down.
Yeah, you see him now trying to back on up, but has 2 players on his show. Throws on the F, gets caught up, back to back as well. Verse now, someone being hunted, but it doesn't even matter. Frostvich joins the mix, takes out Zay. Scare Rush is good onto Frost. Verse now going for re-up fit into the F2. Beautifully done in the back end, 1.0 there from Zeldin. Now the Akos ultimate coming in play here for Verse. Gets the chomp down as well. Now the elimination be going towards Verse's way.
Yeah, and since the elimination goes to Verse, this means that the Soul One's gonna be yoink. He's gonna get the uppercut, grapple one. Gets a re-pack, man. This guy doesn't have a grapple in his name, but he got another Akos ultimate to worry about. Uppercut, grapple bump, uppercut. Goes off the extensions on the woo! You trying to do the Halberd top, bro? Can't do that. V1 cast comes out. F2 ward though, they extend this. Let's take a look at the wall's gonna save his life. Verse gets caught again. I think the wall's gonna cave in. There it is. Nice. One elimination, and Ruro's rushing down here like nobody's business.
That's actually pretty clean. Now he has to fight Ruro. Can he do it again? That's the question. Fly Knight's not coming in play here for Ruro. The R&B. Focus attack is good. Big damage there onto Zeldin. Weaves the F as well. Beautifully done. Now going for it. Big jump parry there from Zeldin or onto Zeldin. But Tryhard comes in and snags up the elimination onto Ruro or onto Zeldin from Ruro. Trying now. Tagging on in. I mean, everybody mean up at Shipwreck. Backs on up. Looks like the ultimates is still alive for both players. Or nope, not for Ruro. Now we see him completely kite back. Knows that he can't full capitalize off the situation, but Wufong now starts to move on in. Potentially Tryhard could get a little bit of scrap off there against Wufong. We'll see. Purple, what is that? Flip sword. I could barely see it. I don't know about you, but I think I'm getting old.
Oh man, you know, back in my day, you know, piece of metal, man. What is this? Porcupine weapon looking?
I could barely see it. It was fading with the purple rarity.
I got that green skin, man. I think it's from the chest. Yeah, it's actually interestingly enough, that's from the chest itself. So they both for it? Question mark? I'm joking. They got every skin available. But here's the thing, right? XY's going on the course of action. He's got Halberd's purple rarity. He's got great sword purple rarity. Don't pick up that focus. So thanks. So he's gonna end up kind of bringing himself about, you know, over towards the Artisan's Grove. But since everyone took that fight and Shipwreck expands and everyone's now resetting down towards the south side, Council Courtyard, we're back. So with Council Courtyard being in this vicinity right now, I mean, Frostfist is looking for a blue armor. Hopefully, if he can get one from these troves. Otherwise, he's gonna be on the standstill for gear as well as for Zeldin too. Even though he's closer to the Gamma Mine. He's going to respawn towards Jade Pond and moving his way towards the Sun Cave. And for Wufong, I mean, scaled out here with a whip sword. I mean, if he wants to fight Ruro, he could. Ruro's got purple armor and blue weapon. So, taking a chance right now. OBA just has a chance to kind of lull out. I mean, Realm Yang is coming up. We don't really need to worry about this. The only thing I would say is taking advantage of that Spirit Well if you're looking for it. Zay. Hot all the way towards the Sunveil dwelling. Northeast is Celestra, and able to take out the loot there too. So I think we're pretty chill for a reset, as long as no one decides to int somebody outside of Realm Yang. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, which I feel like we might see it. I'm not gonna lie, we might have a little bit of commotion right inside the Yang, but we'll see in just a second. Portal still forming on through. I think it's almost fully closed too, so see Verse starting to move on in. Looking to try to snag up a pass. I'm in armor though, so not really good on the armor department there for him. Wufong, on the other hand, blue armor, purple weapon. Whip sword. Gonna go ahead and wait this out. Looks like no one's around him, but Zay and XY have a little bit of altercation. Spawn near XY, grabs the pass, kites away. Scare rushes on through, forces out Aqua's ultimate from Zay. Zay now is going to use this. Back on up. XY doesn't want a full commit. He wants to just stay near the Yang. Now, he does manage to catch the F there while Zeldinch was popping that ultimate, and he runs away as well. Both Aquases knowing they lost that, so they are going to go ahead and back on up. XY is going to have a little bit of downtime here to wait this out. Zeldinch is going to go ahead and back on up, take that full reset for himself. With no ult, he's going to have to try to find a way to get that ultimate back, as well as Zay. So they lost the rage, but still, Tryhard on the other hand spots Frostivus near the Ballista Tower. Has the pass to his name as well. Just a waiting game from now. Everybody just going to go ahead and wait for the gates to open. 10 seconds remain. Ruro, another one with a pass. A slow shot. I think it was.
Darkness. Oh my god, this guy is one pitch black, man. Who turned off the lights? Tryhard. No, Tryhard got the helmet on though. Pink gloves, stone face killer. All right. Might be a spot right now for him to have a fight against one of the goats here in the Rami Yang, but since he was the first one to enter here, XY just really being one of the ones to not take the first fight, being mad delayed. So with this being said, let's take a look forward, thinking if we get the Spirit Wheel, Frostvus could just take out Zeldinch, right? But that's because he has purple rarity weapon off rip. He gets purple weapon on the Spirit Wheel, it's going to be his alone. And Ruo's kind of teeter-tottering. I don't think Ruo will take the impression that we saw from Zay earlier to kind of rush away from that Roman Yang to get a kill on a potential 1v2, right? But Zeldinch metered out, parried out, eliminated. I called it earlier from Frostvus he can get this kill because he got a purple weapon, and it just came through, you know? Now it's up to whether or not XY floors it down here in this Roman Yang, his fight against Wufong.
All right, let's see it. Fast falls through. XY looking for the opener. Nice tap dodge to avoid that. Now throws his nice weave there from Wufong to avoid that F. All players back to neutral. Goes clinks off the scare rush with the uppercut. XY though catches Prowl, forces out the Aqua's ultimate first. Gets caught up on the jump LMBs. Tries to create the space. Doesn't manage to do so. He's gonna be forced to pop his ultimate as well. Looking for the leap. Both players playing the spacing game here. Tries to bait him there with a powder. Doesn't manage to throw. Now the V2 is going through for both players. Nobody catching Prowl yet. There it is. XY catches into the LB Prowl, into the F as well. It's gonna be a lot of damage. Goes for the leap. LB Prowl once again to the 1.0. Big damage, and that's all he needs for the elimination. And XY make a quick work of Wufong there.
Making it clean, making it seem easy. As for Ruo though, against Tryhard, Tryhard's gonna be in this deficit right now. No ultimate on site, having no chance against the secondary V1 cast, and the recast is good, and then the launch up LB doesn't connect with the rep or avoided, but the jump cast, I was about to say, I was like, my man got those dodges. It doesn't come out too far, but it does come close here for Ruo to go up in the leaderboard. Gold Dagger, gonna have another Warrior Pace Inferno Slash. That's just like the fourth time I've seen this Jade in the shot, and the what's going on there. But there is gonna be a spot for that fan, for him. The Flying Knives though gonna be saved, upgraded. I don't know if he's going for the musket upgrade or if he decides upon it, if he wants to kind of wait it out. But apparently outside the console courtyard, Tryhard and Wufong are on equal terms in terms of wanting to take a fight against one another, both of them on that Yang depletion.
Yep, and here it is, 2 minutes and 30 or 50 now for Tryhard. Both players gonna try to cleanse this out. Goes to Aqua's ultimate content for Tryhard. Trying to catch the lead. Catches this time around, now forces out the ult. The V2 is good there for Wufong. Tryhard gets the damage confirmation, spins the V2 back to avoid getting caught up. Nice weave there on the leaps. Beautifully done there from Tryhard. Throws it again, gets caught up with this leap, inverts, now shows up to the mix. Prowl there going towards Wufong's way, the 1.0, but no, Wufong closes out the distance there with the V. Now XY looking for the bloom, does manage to get it, I think, and now in the back end versus Wufong going at it.
Yeah, V1 Cat comes in here. Verse is going to be looking at this R&B and seeing, yeah, I'm going to take that. This kill steal would be immense, though. If Verse can get the Soul Bloom coming through here, he's going to have to fight another force, right? Of a fully healthy target. V1's avoided the second time around. This time it's going to be up to Wufong getting caught by the uppercut. Double target hit. Wait a second. He did a lot of rage off of this, but he does not cancel. So he doesn't get any value off that tap dodge on the Soul Bloom. Doesn't get it, and that's what Shin wants. And see you later. Javelin B, R&B doesn't connect off of that, and no range shot in sight. Unless Ruro comes in here to yoink this. I mean, there's a more higher chance for XY to get that. Mixes the grapple. Let's see. Ruo's got those shots, man. Oh, the pistol shot. Oh my goodness, the spread. But there again, here's the thing. I think Verse still has that common armor, man. I don't know if he swapped it off the hands of the body or from the remains. If he's decided to go inside the heart of Council Courtyard. Oh, you saw how close that shot was?
Yeah.
That would have been close.
Go for the sign.
No more grapples.
Oh. Yeah. Who's coming in? Ruo is. Has a little bit of time to re-top off the common armor. Ruo, though, sees that easy auto lock and see that the armor is gray. In the back end, it's just Ruo. Zay shows up to the same area, but no full commitment. See Verse being able to kite, and he has now the terrain here to continue moving on through, topping off the White Hell this time around. In the back end, Zay starts to rotate on in as well. Both players like XY, though, already with 2. Could go ahead and wait back. Verse, though, with a minute 57. Doesn't really seem like he's going to be able to cleanse out this Yang depletion. But both of these players with ultimates still on his trail. See him now potentially trying to kite towards the Ballista Tower. The snipe down is not good there off the after from Zay. In the back end, Verse, though, has the weapon of choice. Get a little bit of distance. LMB focuses on through into the after. Gets the grapple on through. Finds a little stash of grapple. So does have 5 back to his name in the back end. Goes inside the zone. Doesn't want to give up this kill to anybody. Pops the no ult zone. Beautifully done there from Verse. And he just survives. I mean, that's just insane that he's able to stay out of the pressure there for that long. He's going to go ahead and buy up some resources. I think more grapples. Yeah, definitely more grapples and a little bit more powders. The pressure still could potentially go on. You see Zay roaming the outskirts. Ruo backs on up a little bit back. Potentially get the rotation on in. Versa still looking for anything that he can savage out of these. I mean, it's just a rough spot to beat in. Zay, first one in. We have the aggression now going towards Versus way.
F2 roar confirms there's going to be a spot right now for the R&Bs. If it comes off, if not, the lethal jab for Zay for the Hong Sword. That's gold rarity, man. That's 800 damage. This is going to be a spot right now for the parries, but if he eats a lot more damage, he needs to take a reset here. There's no way we kill confirm this. That's Zay's easy as pie, bro. Take a slice. This is his. 2 eliminations. Ruo, though, catches the grapple. Man was about to do something diabolical. I felt it in Ruo's hands. I'm like, no. You can't do the LMB uppercut. You can't do that. That's not, no. Don't do that. But both Aqua's ults, and there's not enough space for Zay to take a heal. He's got to find the chance here to get the Dairon Yang. Oh my goodness, can he get it? And we're in. Okay, and his opponent Prosperous. So we are set up. This is going to be 4 players to go through. Ruo should take the Dairon Yang number 2 there, or for the second room. Hopefully to see that fight later on if it doesn't end up sooner here. Frost, though, going to be mirroring this Akos with a Hong Sword. In this case, though, with purple rarity instead of gold. As for Zay, dropping in with those musket shots, the range shots. After the musket shots goes up, F2 Roar is going to start to stop.
There it is. And let me power forces out the Aqua's ultimate there from Zay. Still has that ult online. He's cut off the prow. Now he's going to go ahead and invest it. V2's on through to get closer to him, but gets caught off of this. Now throws it again. Catches Frost this time around into the pistol shot. Health advantage going towards Zay's way, but he gets clipped off the scale rush, and now Frostivus is going to go with full extension off of this. Has to F back off the cooldown. Doesn't use it, though. He's going to go ahead and try to catch the lead. Catches this for the second time around. The second V2 bursts on through R&Bs. Now the weave for the F. Does what it needs to do. So Zay, though, drops behind him, and the R&B focus connects there. Frost wins out of that Yang.
Yeah, I was thinking the tap dodge, or at least I thought he was going to go for that tap dodge on react for the parry, but unfortunate coming out here. XY gets a reset here. Ruo's going to be looking for a heal as well as a bait up, but since the Aqua's V1 is still available for 1 more pounce, Ruo's keeping that in mind as he collects around the pillars. He's going to go back and forth. Last chance right now. There it is. Lost. Uppercut granted until grapple lump R&B. Had next off the 1-2-3. The catch is good. The crouch LMB not necessary, but he's going to go for another restand, but not for a LMB uppercut, just for a 1-2 piece. Hold the fries. He's going to be looking for this. He needs a drink. He's a little thirsty up here for the ground uppercut. XY turns it around. Restand. Oh my god.
Explosive armor.
Explosive armor, bro. The J we don't really want to think about, and it comes out. And XY shambles.
Oh.
Grapple button. No, we can't switch. We gotta go back. Yeah, we can't switch. Gotta go back. The Mortal Defiance was up. I was looking. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I saw his HP, and I was like, let me look bottom left, and I saw a gold mitigation jade on the field, and I was like, no. Sap jade though picked up here is pretty massive for real. I'm not gonna lie. This guy kind of cooking this up, and since he has to go another katana, we are gonna see him with that dagger though in his primary hands. He's gonna keep that going.
That was a pause emo if I ever seen one myself. It's faded too, but now.
Yeah, production was like they were ready to transition that scene. And I was like, no, stay there, just wind it back.
It's just like the finger was hovering over the button. It was just like, oh, spit it back.
Still alive.
He's still alive. All right, 4 players remain. Frosted is XY, Rue, and Zay. Let's see how Zay can try to see if he can try to cleanse this out. Rue opens up with the F, forces out the Aqua's ultimate very early here. Again, Sam Frostivus being that third party. You see him trailing both of these players in the back end. Does manage to catch the leap, but the V does not connect there on the backside. Catches it for the second time around. Catches the leap again. Got up for the corner, jump on the B. V's on through. Now potentially be forcing out. Doc Aqua's ultimate there from Rue. You see Frostivus is posted up for the army, focusing the back end now. Rue not responding with the snipe down. The F snipe down there from Zay, and Rue just eating so much damage, but the clink comes in between Zay and Frostivus there to nullify the damage onto Rue, and Rue is going to be able to get the full reset and goes on. Now Frostivus chooses Zay out of the bunch now, tries to overhold, or does overhold, doesn't manage to connect off the parry. He's going to eat the V, and Frostivus now is going to be snagging up the elimination onto Zay. 3 players remain. 4 for Frostivus, though, for Game 6. A massive Game 6 for himself.
For real, yeah, 4 eliminations right now. People are gonna be like, why didn't he go against Rue? Rue had White Tiger's prowess, dog. He had passive healing going in there. The only person that was left was the person that did not win the Rummy Yang in that case. So it's kind of a no-brainer though. There's gonna be a Dragon Light Might, which we're not gonna use. We are gonna get that. He has switched out, by the way. I hope to see it. I know it ain't gonna come out, but I hope to see it. I hope either he gets a better day or he uses it. That's the finisher, bro. He gets a crossbow right in the face. Done. You know, Tuna though in the hands of XY, he's pocketing that slowly. He's got 2 minutes on the clock. That's an Overlord, but hopefully to see if that comes out. Though bounty scrolls in play. Yeah, I don't like this tower, but I like this tower. Right, this is good. This is a great testament in seeing how well your skill set is and trying to chase out somebody. And considering that Rio has his fan, right? And not only that, he has the sap. He also has himself here for the musket instead of having the cannon. So that's twin shot. So why would we? It's kind of interesting. I saw that for Wufeng back in game 3, when he had the twin shot and he was trying to shoot the building. And it just kept bouncing off. I don't like that Jade, man. I feel like that Jade's kind of grief in some sense. But then again, he still has that, still using it for the mitigation. Don't weigh. Nope, don't do it. Don't do it. There it is. Okay. He's behind the pillar. You can't do anything about that. Oh my god, you're matching that proc shot? Alright, we're wasting bullets at this point. That's okay, XY. A for effort. Hello. Yo, Rua is like... So I see you're trying to do stuff. Alright. I respect it. What you doing back there? And now XY has to space out, man. You can't do anything about that.
Let's see it. Just a little bit left. Minute and 11. Looking for the damage. XY looking for the cleanse. Goes to F. Beautifully done. Doesn't weave it though. Jumps and now gets cut off the LMB focus. Is going to be forced to pop that ultimate. Ruo starts to move on in. Looking for the damage onto Frostivus. Hearing that ultimate being popped in. But Ruo eats up that V follow up there. Gets sent back. Frostivus has this Ballista Tower to get the movement game on. You see him now. Cuts the line of sight. As into the Ballista. It was barely out of the zone there from the Dragon's Bane's Breath. So nobody's gonna clip off of it, and then it goes away. 2 players playing the top side. Frostivus trying to win this out. 37 seconds. XY seeing he can try to get Frostivus lobby here potentially. Snipe down does not connect. As we there for Frost, crosses back for Aqua's ultimate. Now caught in here for XY. Stops him. No, uses the V there to avoid that F through. Ruo posted up for the Spirit Well in the back end. XY still applying the pressure. 18 seconds left. Trying to see if he can try to find the full damage, but not a lot of damage coming through here onto Frostivus. Gets caught up now. What's gonna be the mix-up? Terrain gives him the follow-up V, but doesn't lose the armor. Still intact. The parry connects for Frostivus, and XY now eat up so much damage. You see him now responds with the F as well.
The R&B, the kill steal, come on, take it. Doesn't have a chance there. It's gonna be the musket star. He gets somehow. Solo gets picked up here. It's gonna be Frost's hands. He's gonna have the ultimate ready to go here. He's gonna be using it in retention. This V1 is still available though, and look at Ruo, man, right back to it. Cancels ultimate instead. That's actually kind of rough. I think he's gonna be just got kite gaming this man. Trackstar, put the suit on. He's gonna be going through holding R&Bs. If he can get this catch, I mean, there's no real extension here against the R&B into the V1. Can't do it. Finds himself to get in the zone as he caught in the tear. Real looking around here for that reset, hoping he can get back to it. And then, of course, seeing if whether or not he just plays the kite game at the end of the day. I mean, listen, Frostbus is still healthy.
Yeah, very healthy. And he gets sniped down with the half. Now they're probably going towards Frostway, and this is a gold weapon, so he's gonna eat up all that damage into the musket shot. Beautifully done there from Frostbus, and he's gonna close out today's matches with just straight fire on him. You see him now with another massive game, this time around in game 6, the Akos game. And that's massive there for Frostbus, being able to have an insane game on Akos. Beautiful to see there from SS1 Frostbus. Gonna be closing out the day. Potentially in first. I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see, because that's a 7.5 there for Frost, as well as Verse had the 7.5s, but I can't quite remember the remainder of how Frostbus games went, but we'll see. If not first, definitely close with a couple points, I'll say. I think Verse is still in first, but overall, insane game 6 concluded. Our mirror match is out of the way. Our day 1 is out of the way here for the 2026 Mid-Season Challenge as well. And yeah, what a way to close out. Fire.
3-2 fire. Yeah, I think he gets 4.5s out there, so I think he's at 20.5. Still below Verts versus at 24.5, but listen, he caught up against Wufong XY as well, who was in that finals game, just trying to make sure he can get a clasp into second place, but Frostbus comes out here on top. We're gonna have a chance here. Where is 2026 MSC held? A Shanghai, B Beijing, D Shenzhen, or D Harbin, guys? This is for y'all. Y'all been looking at the ticket prices? This is no Ticketmaster out here, but yeah, out there you got to make sure you know where the area is. But forcing our hand here, we're gonna have a chance of looking at the stat lines. I mean, honestly, it's top of the board right now. 20 points is the top 2, right? 16 points, or around there. 14 points is actually in the 3rd place position right now. So kind of averaging. I think going to be our cutoff point for group stages might be around 21 points. I think at least. And then if anything, it just comes down to these for the bottom 4, whether they're going to stay there or to get knocked out. Because finals, I mean, it's up to the bottom 4. I mean, so it's a lot more, dangerous rather than having like 12 or 16 players, right? So having the top 8 being only with 4 in the deficit, I mean, this is going to be where hopefully we can get where the global players can make their matchup. Zay did a good job in terms of trying to keep himself stable. I mean, getting his gold hung sword, getting the fights going on. That Remy Yang fight, though, was really a big setup there in terms of just getting caught. And then afterwards, just worst case, we just caught between 2 different foes. But we're going to have a chance right now. We're going to be going into this, hoping to see what's going to be coming up next year, because, I'm excited for trios, me personally. I wanted to see how that's going tomorrow, but I'm really just, excited to see how this is going to pan out for day 2 in 2 days.
Yeah, overall, everything, right? Solo trios, still a lot of games to be seen here for the Mid-Season Challenge. Yeah, I like this because it gives me kind of like Pro League vibes, but with global players in it, right? It just feels like a mini J Cup, like I was saying. It just gets us to see a lot more of the global talent. But yeah, there it is. Frostbus 6 eliminated, so that's an 8.5. He ended up snagging up 6 on the board. Has the highest game score of the day in game 6 with 8.5, beating the 7.5s that we had throughout the whole day. Ruo, though, does bounce back in that game 5 and his game 6. Only 3 for game 6, but still a good amount of points there. XY with 2.5, as well as Zay, Burst, and Wufong, Trar, and Zeldich all snag up 1 point for our mirror match, which, yeah, I mean, kind of went how I expected. Game 6 is, like I was mentioning, it's just, at that point, it's just full of W Keep Fest. Everybody wants to get active. Yangs, I mean, all the elements of the game is just... It's just like, get out.
It's like we saw in Shipwreck Expanse. Like Shipwreck Expanse was like a good determination on the Akoses and who's going to be the best. Well, say the best one, right? But the one who's going to be able to come out on top. Between those who were kind of invading the area, Rudo, for instance, was showing up there after a couple minutes, and then you can see where he comes up here, 3 points. 24.5 for Verse, though. This is what I was talking about, his point values. And Frostbus with 20 points, second placed. So 4.5 difference. And then 14 points for XY, Wufong with 13.5, 10 for Ruo, Zay for 8, 8.5 for Tryhard, Zeldin for 3.5 so far, getting 1 point each, for Team Tryhard and Zeldin the last game. 2.5 for Zay, so he's up to 8. With Rio with 3 points the last game, he's up to 10. So you can see that inch comes out to the mile for the players, and then Wufang at 13.5. I mean, everyone here has a second day to play. So when those days come out there, they're going to be able to kind of contest against their foes and then the groupings of the opposite nature. Which means, you're going to have to fight against Mike and Spider, right? You're going to have a real big stew in terms of it. Though one of those two players can always have a lapse. I mean, it happens. I mean, some days Mike goes in and he's in 8th place, and you're like, prime line check? You're like, what's the pedometer looking like? But for everyone waiting this out, here's the highlights from this game. As you can see, Frostus was getting this corner side RMB against Zeldinch, and Zeldinch murdered outside of that the Yang portal, right before that Reaper was coming up here. I mean, he already lost it the first time, but he goes down there the second.
Yeah, that was a good 2-on-1, and with that jump parry, I mean, just so clean. XY, it's Wufang, catches that. It's a Reaper off the lead. Straight staple 1 point off the Akos. If you know what he said, you know.
You look back.
Not happy word.
He saw the ref. He's like, "Yo, you didn't see that, okay?" Here, I'm gonna slide you some Mates 1 orders. V1 recasts. Frostbus was really putting into the work against Zay. I mean, Zay is getting this F2, but the thing is, the Siaklas, man, on Ola,
beats that is crazy, man.
For real.
Man, I don't know, man. It's crazy, man. That's gold, by the way. Just beats it. It's just too fast. Catches them on cast, and there it is. XY throws it back. F shut down here for Rua, but Frostbus still gets the musket shot here. There it is. Beautifully done. Snags up that elimination. Snags up the bloom, gives him the ult there, and then Rua already had that ult invested, so the ult runs out, so he tries to run for the hills, but doesn't manage to do so for that long. Gets cut off the prio. The damage is full confirmation here up to R&B. See Frost now tries to read the F, dodges a little bit too early, but no aggression from Ruro, and then the snipe down the F there from Frostivus. I'm gonna be prawn to the 1.0 with a Gohong sword. Didn't even need the musket shot. It was enough damage there off the weapon rarity. The damage was done. The victorious was Frostivus, snagging up the MVP for game 6, the second MVP of the day. Massive game there for SS1 Frostivus.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this. Look at these stats.
The stats.
Let me look at that. 15,000. I think it's the highest so far today. 15,600. Yeah, I think so. Hong sword out the 6,400, 4,000 for the pole sword, and then skills ultimates to 4,000. You know, a little bit above. And having the tuna there to keep him alive throughout the entire match to kind of passively heal. Then you start no one uses it. It's okay. But the Cavalion was a good reveal if he ever had himself a dual blades or halberds and the swapping over, because we did see those halberds in play from a lot of these players. Myriad Winter Street was a Jade for the flying knives, and then jabbing, of course, if he ever found that staff. But definitely the Hong sword, right? Post from Romy Yang victory and just taking that down. It's kind of rough seeing how it came out over towards Trifid Junction. You know, that little underground pass where he almost got focused to fired by Zay there. But then, the switch up was from Ruro to him, because he knew that Ruro was going to be healing that passively. Took the advantage, checked the kill scenario, best case scenario, right? So off of that, White Tiger's prowess, you kind of see it as like I said, like both players, when they're buff bros is one thing. When you're fighting two foes and one of them has a buff, one of them doesn't, you could technically take the fight against the one who does, because you're like, oh, you don't have a buff, let's tack along this guy, but not necessarily if it's a sustained type buff, right? Vermilion's a different story, because Vermilion's is something that comes through, they get a second life anyways, they have to spawn sometime, But for anything that's like passively sustaining themselves over across a fight, then they end up getting a kill, and then that's a knockback, right? You don't really want to take the chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so many elements. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I couldn't do it. You got to keep track of all that. It's a lot of mathematical equations going up there whenever you're playing these matches. I mean, everything.
Every second counts, man.
No, for sure, for real. Because I mean, even if you're fighting in the realms that are happening, like you have to be aware of like who has that debuff, right? You have to keep an eye on your kill feed, seeing who got eliminated. You have to keep an eye out, see who got the buff. It's a lot easier now, I would say, where you don't have a pair of characters how we used to have back in the day, because now you only have one of that same character. So
like double stack.
So now you kind of know. But even before, right, the family meta was another controversial thing that the pro league and pro play had. But that's out of the way. This really forces the players to get really accustomed to 8 staple characters. no matter what selection you're in, you have to have eight characters in your bag. And then, just off of all the hero pools, just that 8 selection, to me, it just feels very stale, right? It just makes it a lot harder to try to have success in your 8th round games. Just the fact that the character pool there is very narrow, and who you're facing, it just makes it so much harder. Yeah, the Lonnie could have I would say probably the best outcome post from all the other characters that we've seen. We were talking about the Justina earlier, and then Severia has the Takeda rework brand going on, but until until that happens, I feel like that 8th round slot is still very stale. But we're going to be taking a interview with one of our players.
朋友们打个招呼。Okay, welcome to post game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player. Let me say hello to your audience.
Hey, what's up, guys?
大家好，我是肖龙。
Hello everyone, 我是 Z.
He beat you to it.
欢迎两位来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome to post game interview. Okay, so it's the first day. 我们也知道今天是第1天嘛，但是可以看到大家的表现还是非常的精彩。龙哥，我特别想先来问一下你啊，关于今天前3把，感觉你的表现平平无奇，但是在一个大的休息之后，马上感觉让我们非常的惊艳。我想问一下，这个当中自己是怎么去调整自己的心态和状态呢 ？So first, I would like to know, so from the game 1 to game 3, you were like just so-so, and after a big break, so you're
Bro,
like
that's
awesome.
crazy.
I would like to know how you adjust yourself.
I would say that during the first 3 games, I would just pay attention to how people are playing and adjust my mentality afterwards. After the first 3 games, I tried to not be too angry and just still have fun. And then the last few games, I just still try my best.
其实对我来说，我自己是有个自己的策略。像前几把的时候呢，我可能会花更多的心思去观察每个选手间的状态，包括他们的思路和打法。之后呢，中间几把我可能会想打得更加的轻松一点，让自己保持在一个好的手感。而到了最后几把的时候呢，我会拼尽全力，用自己已知的所有的信息去针对我的对手。这也是我整个打法的自己的一个思路吧。So also because we are now we are the MSC, so for your ambition， 我想知道一下，那么在本次的季中赛当中的话呢，那龙哥你的目标是怎么样的 ？Your ambition for the MSC?
My current ambition for this MSC, of course, is to win, and I think I have a pretty good chance to qualify to the finals. And so, what I need to do is just focus on the finals after the last group stage.
那我对于 MSC 季中赛的一个目标肯定是想要赢下来。那对我来说呢，我觉得我有很多的经验了。我接下来要做的是，我觉得我肯定可以进入到决赛，就是怎么可以让我自己做得更好。OK， 那我们一样的问题啊，来问一下仔，在这一次的 MSC 当中，他自己的目标是怎么 ？So 仔 I would like to know your ambition for this year MSC.
Yeah, my ambition is also to qualify to the group stage, and I think I have a shot at it. I did pretty decent today. I can do a lot better. So I'm gonna practice hard for day 2.
那我的目标呢，同样首先是要进入到我们的决赛，超越我们的小组赛。当然了，我觉得我今天的比赛表现上面还有需要进步的地方。接下来，我觉得我自己更需要去多多练习。OK， 仔这边我也想问问你啊，因为我们知道，其实你在永劫相关的很多比赛当中，也已经跟我们相处了有5年之久了，但你的身份一直在转变。那今年为什么又回到了我们一个单排选手的位置上，而不是像去年继续做一个教练呢 ？So that I would like to know because we can see you change a position for you in the Naraka matches. Like last year, you are the coach for the Luxing, and this year you try to be the player again. And now I would like to know, so why you back to be a solo game player this year?
So actually, last year I tried to qualify as well for the solo game, but during the qualifiers I got 3rd place, and you need to be top 2 in Europe to qualify. So I couldn't go, but then Lexon took me as coach, which I also enjoyed a lot. But yeah, for this I got 1st place of Europe, so I'm back and participating.
其实呢，我一直对做一个单排选手非常的有执念。去年的时候呢，我也参加了我们季中赛的一个选拔，但是非常的遗憾，所以当时我只能以教练的身份参与到其中，和大家一起享受游戏的快乐。但是今年呢，我自己也晋级到了我们的 MSC 当中，那我希望今年自己还会有个好的表现。那当然了，我们也知道，其实仔也在我们这边非常久了，而且仔自己其实除了是一个电竞玩家，同时呢，你自己的生活也非常的辛苦，像你也是一个工程师，然后也会去做一些运动。我想知道 这个当中怎么去保持一个平衡。So also Zai, because we know you play in Naraka for like 5 years, and also you need to keep balance from your job, your software engineer, and also you can keep exercise to go to the gym, and also you have to practice Naraka for every day. So I would like to know how you just keep balance from each of them.
Yeah, this is very difficult. Life is very busy this way. But yeah, I like it. I try to plan everything, so all my days always planned, and that way I can optimize my time to put in enough time for Naraka. But yeah, sometimes it's really hard, it's really busy, but yeah, I just love doing this. It's my passion, so yeah.
我们也知道，其实生活大家都是有非常多的事情要去完成。其实要去平衡所有的事情来说，是一个非常难的事情。但是我仍然觉得我非常的喜欢永劫，我很享受在这个游戏当中，很享受在这个比赛的氛围当中。所以，即便去平衡他们是一个很难的事情，我还是不愿意放弃，所以我会尽我的可能去平衡好每一件事情。那我们也知道，其实仔和 Fro 都在我们的抖音上面有自己的账号啊，而且都有很多有趣的内容。那我特别想问一下，Fro 怎么去评价？下载的这个游戏账号内容，然后有没有什么可以给出一些建议的 ？So both of you, because we know you have the Douyin, right? You have the social media, and maybe so first, Fro, how you think about Zai's Douyin? How about his kung fu on Douyin?
Zai 是帅哥。
给了一个非常高的评价。Wanna learn some kung fu from him? 想学一些吗
？He was teaching me before, but I can't do it.
他其实之前是有教我，但是我觉得我自己做不到，这个不太应该。Fro, you are really talented in dancing, you know, and I think maybe you are also will be talented in kung fu. 我觉得可以去试一试。So 我们这边也要问一下仔怎么来评价一下龙哥的这个抖音。So 仔 I think you follow Froziva's, right?
Sorry?
You follow the Froziva's social media.
Of course I follow.
How you comment on his dancing on the Douyin?
His dancing is shuai.
Wanna learn some of skills from him?
Yeah, I would love to, but he's not teaching me currently, so maybe in the future.
Okay. 我觉得他的这个在龙哥的这个跳舞真的非常的帅，我也很想跟他学习一下，但是我觉得不是今天的舞台，可能后面我们会在将来的几天我们会去合作一下，那我们就一起期待一下。We're looking forward together. Okay, at last, I would like to say thank you for today's interview. 再次感谢两位来到我们赛后采访，也非常两位有趣的我们的这位电竞选手。好的，再次感谢你们来到我们的赛后采访。那今天的赛后采访就这样，接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
That's funny, man. Bringing us into there, man. It was like, yo, who's Douyin? Yo, we're about to check the follow list right now. Zay, if your name ain't on there, you're done. No, listen, he's gonna be good. He's gonna be good for it. It's interesting seeing those two because those guys go way back in terms of just playing and training against one another. So, kind of seeing them both on the stage, MSC against, it's like once in a lifetime type moment. But here we go. CA, we got ourselves at the end of the round. Round 7 is not a thing. We don't got that. It's round 6, and that's done. So bringing us into rounds 7 through 12, that will be for some of these players in 2 days' time. Yeah. They'll take a lot of things to kind of motion against. I mean, Frostmus is right. Once he's done with this and he qualifies for finals, which is his ambition, he ends up going off and he's able to study, and he's just going to take a week. And he's done that before, J-Cup, and since when he made the qualifier for J-Cup in 2024, and since then, right, he's just been able to kind of keep that mindset, just like, I got to get down to the nitty-gritty of just what to look over. For that, that's why he's one of the pro players, why he kind of keeps himself on access. That's for Zay. I mean, life happens, right, man? The man's going through working as a software engineer, going through in terms of getting those things done, as well as taking the time to play Naraka, so he's juggling 2 worlds across, and making it happen and making it through here for MSC. I mean, that's a big feat, especially for a man of his stature.
No, for sure. It's a lot on his plate. Still been able to, stay in that top player slot for his region, being the European region. Yeah, I mean, I even remember how exciting the MSC qualifiers were for the EU. It was so hyped seeing him going at it with his coach right now, Bijin. It was just like it was a 0.5 point difference between both of those 2 players. So it was just insane to watch, especially how that last game panned out for him. But you see that his hard work has been paid off. He's back in the big stage once again. So yeah, he's just looking forward, and that's massive for him. But overall, insane set of matches that we had today for our opener for the 2026 Mid-Season Challenge. Day one of Solo's concluded right now. 2 more days for Solo. Now the pressure is going to be on, especially for any player in these 2 groups that played today, especially when you're in the bottom side, I would say. You know, if you're Verse, you can just Verse or Frost. You can just like, hey man, another day, another dollar.
Another day.
But Wufong, right? Wufong had we'll take a look at our world standings, right? Even Wufong had 13.5. XY had a massive bounce back, I would say, right? That game 5 really set him up there in that 3rd place spot with that 7.5. It was something he definitely needed, because going back, right, 1-2-1, it was not a good set of games for him until that game 5, and then into game 6 still snags up a little bit more of those points with a 2.5. So he stays consistent around the 2-point mark throughout 4 of his games, and then, you know, or 5 of his games. Oh no, 4 of his games, sorry. And then he snags up that 7.5 for his 5th. It just makes him to that 3rd place spot. Wufong, I mean, that 2 points, right? That 2 points really set him up to get into that 4th place spot, because if you look at Ruro, if he had those 2 points, he would have only overtaken him by 1.5 without trios. This is what you were saying you were excited for here, Severia.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's the same map rotation. Thank goodness, right? So you don't have to confuse the audience. Right, so it's a 1-to-1 for the map selections. Game 1 versus Game 2 Pedora Midnight, 3 is Morsal Night, 4 is Hollow Starry Night, Pedora Event Side, even though it's the deep side. Morsal Midday though for Game 6 Smear Comp selection. How that works, same thing, same mentality. First round pick selection of choice heroes. It's 2 teams. You know, you'd see the highest chosen team, right? I mean, we can talk about trios right now. Hopefully, I have a little bit of time. Hottie University Ping still dominant in the field. It's just the Takeda, the most Tianhai and Zenda Wu comp is something that sticks into the first phase sometimes. So that's something that you kind of get a chance in looking and seeing about. But it's also where the Akko Syra Viper comes up. I think it's been something that's getting a dominant choice pick between first and second phase. And then if it's not, you know, it's in the third phase, it's a split choice pick. What's kind of interesting though, Xiao is making her variation appearance again. But this time whether with Weishan Zai or with Weishan Justina. And those 2 having a little bit more of a chance of being chosen out, a little bit of success rate. Justina being back in the meta for trios, at least being paired up with Weishan, and also, but this time with Xiao. And Xiao kind of having her F2 there, having her V1, confirming for everything. We'll have to see, guys, because we're going to shield through us out. We're going to go ahead and call it a good night. My name is Severio alongside your creatives. You guys have a wonderful one for MSC. Don't miss out. See you tomorrow.
居然能活到现在，小李飞刀